Hello, chat. Hello. That it was? How's everyone doing? This is not Polybags Stream anymore. We're trading the rogues. Back to Ratingopolis. God, what was the name of a thumbnail that we used? This is the start of the stream. Boop, boop, doop, boop. When the stream is starting and it's starting, it's a stream. It's starting stream. It's here. Rogue Trader thumbnail? Is that it? Yay! Okay. All right. Woo! I haven't played the game in forever. It's been a millennia. So where I think we were ending up last time is you can enable install DLC by opening the DLC section in game menu after loading your save. Okay. Yes, please. Apply. You're about to enable new content. Once activated, it cannot be disabled. Yeah. Is it just reloading for me? Oh, y'all can't see shit. I realized I didn't have the thing selected. That's even funnier. There we go. Actually, wait, my camera wasn't here for Rogue Trader, if I remember correctly. My camera was up here. Question mark. Okay. Right, so we just finished the Void Shadows DLC the last time we played. Oh, frick, I'm not gonna remember anything. Oopsies. What is this for? Okay, I don't care too much. I don't really do damaging stuff that often. I mean, that's not bad. Yeah, let's go with Power Conduit, I guess. If we had to trigger a thing by accident, then... Nice. Is Willpower what we're going for next? I know Intelligence was it, but obviously we're buffed up on Intelligence. Toughness is like second, I think. I think Willpower is our next one. Alright, we'll go Willpower. Abelard. Abelard, at this point, you're kind of just already the bee's knees, bud. Just go with this. Toughness is up. Strength is up now. Pascal. Pasquelli. We'll do Medicaid for you, bud. Sure, 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 sure. Intelligence. We need not weapon skill, ballistic skill. These are more of a range thing. Yeah. Did I grab everything on here? Okay, I did. Alright. We'll just do this. And then we'll do some willpower. Go to the chase. Was it critical first time around the blood? That's fine. Intelligence, I think, is up next, right? Where's perception? Perception was reduce enemy chance to dodge their attacks. Okay, we'll go perception next. We'll do Dance of Blood, sure. Mid skill. Agility? Okay. So we may or may not have murdered everyone. Okay. Well, if anyone's going to any of this stuff, it's going to be her. This does give you... It is more damage on technically both of them. So don't want the Bloody Blade twice. I'll do a Power Blade and a Bloody Blade. Maybe I'll get one of each. Let's just move all this over this way. We'll do one Power Blade, one Bloody Blade. This gives extra temporary wounds, less defense. Yeah, I don't care for that as much. Alright, this gives good defense. Wait, I'm reading the wrong one. That's all. Okay, I'm reading the right side. Got it. So this is just pretty bland. Cargo it. Cargo it. Swashbuckler's Cloak. We have 2 weapons equipped to get more stuff. Actually, I kind of like that over the High Spinner Cloak, I think. Actually, no. I think I like the High Spinner Cloak more. Right, what is this? Here's the image of where it hurts. Why's it say by +0? Isn't her Medicaid pretty decent? I don't know, we'll keep it just in cases. Just in cases. Everything else looks like it's the same stuff. Collect. What's your Medicaid at? 149. I thought her Medicaid was decently high. Okay, I have so much stuff to go through. I'm not overwhelmed at all. So this is +45. Okay. This is where it hurts. So this is pretty much the same thing, except this is the High Spinner one's better. Based. What's up, Beyond? How you doing, bud? Alright, Power Blade. This is the one where if you parry, you get a counterattack, though. Could be better. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Alright, we'll try without it. We'll go through all this in a second. We'll do everyone's thing. Also, the bowl cut is not very great. Oh, there are Rogue Trader Twitch drops? Wait a second. I want Twitch drops. Let me go find someone that's playing Rogue Trader. Hold on a second. All right. It's a Twitch drop, by the way. Is it cool? I'll be lurking? Yeah. Enjoy your fishy stream. Thanks for the lurk, bud. I appreciate it. Okay, I think, do we just leave? We're just gonna go through a bunch of stuff as we start up to remember where we were and what was happening. And we have the new DLC, so we'll be doing that soon. Most likely. Should have close to the ending. Well, the new DLC came out and I did buy it, so wouldn't say I'm not close to it. All right, this is Jakari weaponry, which means that only she can really wear it. Well, no, we have that what's his face dude too, right? One-hand exotic sword. It does a good bit of damage. Wait, why am I only have one weapon around right now? What the fuck? Oh, because the power sword's a two-handed weapon. Okay, well, I didn't realize that was a two-handed weapon. Let me get rid of that then. The only other thing is what I want. I think I might actually just put this back on instead of the torment, because the extra counterattack's really sweet. Okay, we'll do that. All right, knife dude. I think you do knives. He does sword and knife. This is the same thing as that, so we're out of here. Cargo. Symphony of Pain. I mean, that is more damage than the other thing. Honestly, I just want double Symphony of Pain. These are swords, right? Maybe. Bone Ball. Only one hitter I really use is on him. And he's got a much cooler thing, so cargo it up. Dark Providence. Hi, Aloy. Hi, Banshee. All right, do I want to? I think I want to keep this around. I don't think I care about keeping this around though. I like the auto striking sword, and I might go back to it eventually. But the other stuff, neither here nor there. What staff do I have on me? I have the Emperor's staff stuff. Okay, so I don't want this other stuff. Are you a diviner? You are. But this is a terrible staff for you, so I'm not worried about it. Alright, here we can... He can be Biomancer, or we can give him the Pyro stuff. We'll just leave him with Biomancer. Alright, weapon pistols. Be worse than what he already has. Las gun, that's a pretty good one. But I don't really think a lot of people have anyone that really handles las stuff. An Archaeotech fusion gun, a Melta. Oh, it's an Aldari Melta. Alright, well, I'm gonna do one of those Aldari Meltas. Fancy shotgun. Do you have a two-handed shotgun on your backhand? Yeah, you do. So you might want this.
Everyone loves a slinky. You gotta get a slinky, slinky, slinky. Go, slinky, go!
Our 4-month-old is doing well.
Excellent. Because I totally forgot about him. Glad you're doing your part. I'm doing my part. Thank you for the 13 months in a row. Longest first person to hit 13 months. You beat out Bree. You beat out Abby. Way to go, bud. We're back to playing some Rogue Trader, as you can see. The new DLC came out, and I was like, well, I gotta play it. Well, I gotta. Can't not play it, you know? That being said,
Everyone loves a slinky.
Abby heard it.
You gotta get a slinky, slinky, slinky. Go, slinky, go!
You're too late, Abby. Thank you for the 13 months in a row for this. You're the second person to reach there. Woo! We said there are apparently drops for this, Tyler, if you end up buying this game. So get your Twitch drops. What up, Brave? Brave, you as well. There are Twitch drops for this game, apparently. I wasn't aware of, but someone told me. Oh, Brave. I don't know if Yugi is done streaming or not. Actually, I can go. I was looking. Yes, they are. If you want to let them know there's Twitch drops for this, I know they're interested in playing the game. That'd be cool. I realize I'm not part of their Discord or anything. Iconoclast Zealot. What is this? Medium armor? Unicron has no part has prone throughout the entire combat. That's crazy, kind of cool, but also at the same time, love me some drops. Yeah, I love some drops. That being said, chat. So we're probably moving away from PoE 2 for the rest of the season until like to do like a reset maybe or something like that. So I will be putting in some polls and stuff in chat or in the Discord for the next Vibrator Play Day. We'll be having that up. And I'm going to be trying to plan what we do after this, because I don't think this is going to last us until Dark Tides expansion later this month. So we're going to have something to do in between. So if you have any ideas, feel free to toss them the way. Toss them this way. Reject the flesh. Honestly, kind of cool. Did I have all this stuff, or was it more of this stuff just got given to me because of the DLC? I feel like I didn't have that much stuff in here, but maybe I did. I know there's a lot of like new stuff added to the Fortress World, and I see a lot of Fortress World things. Thank you, Brave. But yeah, Brave, since you're somewhat new to the channel, we do a thing when we usually go into variety streaming after Path of Exile seasons and stuff. We started it literally just recently. It's called Vibrator Play Days, because that's what my chat called themselves, Vibrators. And we just play like a bunch of like party games and stuff with people in the community and everything like that. So last time we played Super Battle Golf and Peak. But on the Discord there will be like a survey / poll thing going out. People suggest what games they want to play. Then we'll do another poll. People can pick out which ones they have / want to play. And based on that, we'll decide which 2 or 3 games we're going to play for like a day or kind of thing. So if you're interested in joining in on that, feel free to look out for that poll. We'll probably post it after stream today, because we need to survey and see what games people are interested in first, and then from that survey, I'll pick out a handful and see how many people we can get on which things. There is literally so much stuff. Yeah, I want to say it added more things, because I don't remember having all this, but maybe I did. All right. Whenever a bleeding, burning, toxic effect inflicted by the wearer deals damage, they suffer armor penalty. So I want someone that does afflictions. We're gonna try this out. Break the ranks. What was break the ranks again? It's officer ability. Honestly, I don't really use that ability on any officer, so we're just gonna move it on from it. Where's first Murtha attack? All right, you're the one that does Meltas, right? The Melta gun. 6 target attacks with bolter guns automatically hit? No, get out. Wait, no, we could give that to. Where's he at? Oh, let's see. Did I have any more? The fuck? Get in there, bud. All allies gain temporary wounds. Oh, it's not as cool. We can't apply to my what I thought I wanted to do. They also gain for 2 rounds. No, we're okay. This is for a Psyker. Wearer can skip their turn to make an ally of their choice immune to all damage till the start of their next turn. No. Aquila. Where's area attacks of her? No, don't care. This is the cool thing where you have to give a ton of logic and then you can solve it. I think I have to need more logic first. Where it gains the following. Kills an enemy. They. Oh wait, but this is that evil device, right? Like this is like an evil thing. I'm pretty sure. I'm just gonna hold on to it. Ooh, Medicaid increases. Could be potentially good for you. What do we have here? Then all their MP to move into any cell. Yeah, so the blade wings I never actually used, so we'll just do this for now. Put on the holo device now. Alright. First time chatter. I'm not gonna trust that. That seems like a bad move. There's no way that I was like, I'm pretty sure this is an evil thing. When we collected it and then Nah, trust them? No, chat. No. I don't think so. I don't know if we should trust. It seems like the holo device maybe have hacked Twitch chat and has like been sentient and is trying to get people to equip it. That's the advice I'm getting from it. This is pretty good, but I like the gloves I already have. Trust Kornberg with my life. That's a very short-lived life, I suppose. Oh, so this is another parry thing. But this is kind of like a worse parry thing, because the other one gives you at least more chance to parry. I guess it does make it to where you have to parry with a sword, though, so that's like kind of cool, but at the same time. Just here for the Twitch drops. I would never lead you astray. You know what? Yeah. Yeah. What is the Twitch drop, by the way? Someone told me there are Twitch drops, and I was like, oh shit, there is? So I queued up for it. Or like is it cool stuff? There's a Lex Imperialis drops, a Grimdark drop, and a Infinite Musean drop. There's no picture for it though on Twitch, so I have no idea what it looks like. You only YOLO once, yo-yo. Don't yo-yo, chat. Don't yo-yo. Actually, I don't care about that. This is... Who has my bird? This guy has a bird. Pretty sure this is much worse than... Oh, it has more agility, and more damage, but not all the other cool effects, so... Yoink. And I'm still not cool enough yet for this, right? Or am I? Oh, I'm a con class now. I could technically use this now. Yoink. Okay. We have... Honestly, I probably should go through and clear all this stuff up. But we're just hoarding at this point. Alright, let's try to remember where we are. Anything cool in here? Yeah, so we... Kornberg, we played for the first time. We got to day 14 and pretty far into it. And then we took a break to play some Path of Exile. And I'm coming back to it now. So I'm trying to... It's been like a couple weeks since I played. I'm trying to remember exactly if there's anything that I was supposed to be doing. Looks like my bedroom chambers are clear. Excellent. All right. We just finished. Or I don't remember if we finished or whatever, but we just killed the Vizier and Cabela became the new one. I guess we can talk to her about that, see if she has any issues. Save. Just in case something goes horribly wrong.
Domin, sacred overlord of the Ark, my protector and friend. How may the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web, your shield, shadow, and blade serve you?
Yeah, you can post links. I don't have links banned unless it's like obviously super appropriate. Until it becomes an issue, like if I become like a larger streamer, people are spamming insane links, then I will probably ban it. But yeah, right now you should be good. Thank you. Um, okay, so nice. So it's like little items, like are those equipables in game? So it's like a ring, it's like trinket slots kind of thing. Nice that they included them in the previous ones. Hell yeah. See, I'm just now getting more and more into Warhammer stuff. This is probably my third Warhammer game, but my first story Warhammer game. I mean, I've played um, Darktide and Space Marine 2. I guess Space Marine 2 is kind of story-ish, right? But not as heavy as this is. It's pretty good so far. Tell me about the Emperor's Tarot.
Ask, Domin.
Warhammer's great. Yeah. Give me a reading.
Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen.
I was worried about you. We still need to decide who we're romancing. Either Cabello or Yolette. Or we're down to. We said no to Cassia. We moved on from that. I'm worried about you. I want you to do the reading for yourself.
Let's see. The God Emperor. The Assassin inverted. The Moon inverted. The Preacher. I will meet death. Twice. Very soon. The first time, it will not claim anyone. But the second, someone's thread will end, bringing change to many lives. This change may be a blessing or a curse. That is all I see.
The shadow around us grow darker. What does the future hold for the Cronus Expanse?
The Maw, the galaxy, the monster inverted, the executioner. Something is coming. It is inevitable. Soon the expanse will tremble, and you will be the cause. You are not the beginning, but you will be the end. Some will see you as death, others a powerful force, still others as a portent. Or you might simply fade into nothing. I have told you everything I can, Domin. But there may be more to this than I can see. These omens are unsettling, but we cannot alter our fate. All we can do is wait and prepare for the inevitable.
All right. Let's talk about something else then, I guess. Tell me about yourself.
You wish to discuss this again? The past should remain where it belongs.
Do you truly feel no pain at all?
You can see for yourself.
No. No. I'm not gonna torture you.
Me by taking me at my word.
Thank you for sharing with me.
It is not difficult to speak the truth.
I want to talk about us.
I'm here, Domin.
Oh, we doing sex stuff now? Kiss her, I miss you. Wow, chicka wow, chat.
All of my thoughts are of you, Domin.
Oh, not sex stuff, just
May
kissing.
the undying one shroud your footsteps.
Nut. Get it together, Tyler. Lock in. Alright, let's see if your has anything new.
Elantak, I
Am I
trust
still-
your journeys were fruitful.
Am I still unworthy of discussing your world with your kin?
This wound is still bleeding. But you may ask your questions. I will answer to the best of my ability.
Tell me again what happened to your craft world.
The memory of Monk is just as fleeting as your span of life. Your predecessor infused Cruderark with corruption too strong even for the ancestors of the Infinity Circuit to repel. And while the dying world thrashed in its agony, the Dark Cousins captured the fleeing children of Assyrian, looking for seers to fuel the homunculus's insane experiment.
I learned what I need to know. You have my gratitude.
As you wish, Elantark.
I'd like to hear about your kin?
This wound is still bleeding.
No, okay, it's the same thing. It's just highlighted for some reason. Alright. Alright, we're good. We're good, bud. We're gonna do a once over on all of our companions, and then we're gonna just jump into warp drive, probably.
Oh, Shireen.
Nothing here. So far, I haven't been able to romance Pascal, so a bit of a bummer, chat. Oh wait, Adira. You're not a companion, but let's see what you got. Pray they added Pascal romance to the DLC. If only. That'd be actually really funny. There's supposed to be a new companion though. I've looked too much into the DLC, so I don't actually know what all is in it. But there should be a new companion, right? See what Nomos is doing? Nothing? Okay. Well, I guess Nomos is technically these things now. So nothing. I wonder if the new companion's romanceable. And who it is, because I have no idea anything about what they are.
Lord Cap.
Have the spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Nothing new. Appearance is unique. Your Voidborn, I already know this. They like refresh some of the connections, I guess. I'm not gonna read through this again. Oh wait, that was actually new. You said was there a okay, well I kinda wanna click that again. How do they treat you? Oh, I can't go back and get it. Okay, well, heck. Alright. You can scroll up. Oh, shit! What? Man, I've done so much of this reading, and I never knew you could scroll up the whole conversation like this. Kornberg, you're alright. You're alright. Alright. Time for the reading, chat. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. First, lurking. Thank you, Marshall. I would have been killed in the mutiny. During the mutiny, had not Adira Thas had shown up in the right place in the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels fear her even greater than they fear their own Voidborn. Speaking of good advice, put it on the holo device. Don't mind the hunger. Looks like you're close friends with Adira. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage, but you see, many consider Adira to be different. I am different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company, discussing regicide over a glass of Armasec. Except Adira changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. Death of the Lord, Captain Theodora, made her withdraw even more. I don't know if Adira considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. And it's good I can still look after her in my own way. I hope she'll find a sense and charity of the mind to find her way out of the dark place that she's currently in. Alright, nice. We gotta pet the cat, obviously. It's a baby. I don't know how I feel about still having him on the ship. If I'm being real, but I received reports that you were attacked by some creatures in the shadows.
I have some recollection. What is it to you?
It just occurred to me. Oh.
Then go.
I mean, it's the shadow thingies that said they're gonna get him, right? That's the whole point. I kind of right. I'm aware of that. Let's talk to Solomon and his doggy.
Rogue trader.
Want to know more about you?
Prefer to have a better understanding of the people you travel with. That makes sense.
Oh no, I don't want to romance him. I'm not romancing the cop. Give me up.
You know where.
Lord Captain, your ship sports a multitude of peculiar colors. It is most exhausting.
Where's special site reveal?
Too many colors.
Alright. Means nothing. That's what she says when she has nothing new to say.
Greetings.
Alright. Did we talk to everyone? Well, we don't need to remind. Wait, does he have a new thing? To tell the truth, I've been asking myself where the Lord Captain fished the Rosalia girl out of. Now, it's not like I've met many navigators, but this one, I don't feel safe with the princess pulling our void ship through the warp. She's done a decent job so far, though I guess she's managing. Why are people shit-talking people now? That guy's dead. Used to be alive. I didn't talk to Abelard or Inquisitor.
Lord Captain.
Maybe I did. Abelard.
To what do I owe this visit?
Yeah, I don't want any of this. Alright. So that means it's time to go into space. The only thing I know about the DLC is that after one warp jump, it should trigger whatever thing for like the new DLC. Cool. So let's go. I guess we can look at our journal and see what we're at. The high fulcrum is conducted at the Gene Stealer's original expanse. Theory is correct. The road trader will find evidence drifting remains of merchant ship. So in Omicron, that's where we can find that. That's part of whatever DLC this one was. I forgot the symbols for. He'll let us know when he wants to. We have to go deal with Caligos, I guess, first. We got an outcast thing. But I think a lot of these are just like we don't know the locations yet. It's just like we stumble across them kind of a vibe. This one we know. And the price of power. All right. Any contracts? No. Lots of rumors. I say we just kind of wing it. It'll all start coming back to us eventually, you know? All right, we are currently here. We have 6 points left, so not a crazy amount left. We have a quest here. Perform a ritual. A quest here. Inspect the Sorrow dude. And we have a rumor. Another quest this way. Whole new zone this way. Amelia's message, looks like. Alright, I guess let's do this top one first. Because most of our other stuff is down this way. We can kind of knock those out together. Alright, let's go here. Beg your pardon, but this cannot wait. Drive Master Zira Talar entreats you to visit the Sector Bionica at your earliest convenience. The ancient archaeotech at the sacred implantation throne. The risk of being lost forever. Okay. Relic is unique and as old as the ship itself. It was damaged during the traitor Voidvig's mutiny. Despite the tech priest's ceaseless prayers, the machine spirits continue to fade and may soon be irretrievably lost. I'll speak to them immediately. I'll humbly await your arrival. Alright. Let's go. Assume this is the DLC. Start of the DLC chat. Probably. Implementation throne is majestic in its antiquity. The metal bench, surrounded by countless injectors, manipulators, and vid screens, leaves no doubt as to its purpose. The very nature of this machine is designed to transform living bodies by fusing them with blessed iron. Even to the naked eye, it is clear the machine is ailing, grievously so. The manipulators' segmented tubes hang limply bleeding unguent, while the dusty lumens are only dimly illuminated. As tech priests try to revive the relic, each swing of their sensors is like a pendulum, trickling down the moments until the throne's untimely demise. Your lordship, thank you for gracing the sector Bionica with your presence. You have already acquainted with the Drive Master Zira Talar. It is she who has been tending to the ancient relic. She is here to convey the wretchedness of her present position. Lord Captain, the blessed machine spirit that dwells in the throne is fading. I and many grieving tech priests have been performing unending sacraments of tech healing and prayers of operational benediction on the shrine. But even our devotions are merely staving off the inevitable. The throne is a creation of the Omnissiah, made centuries ago. Even before the unholy desecration of the relic, we were barely able to perpetuate its ancient machine spirit to perform sacred augmentation procedures. Many litanies and operating protocols did not survive through the ages. Now, with the demise of the keepers of the implementation of the throne in the mutiny, they have been lost forever. The sacred machine must be saved at all costs. What makes machines so important? It is unique, one of a kind. In the Logis Annals of the Adeptus Mechanis, the throne is identified as a shrine capable of autonomous augmentation rituals. Its loss is unacceptable, and any condoning of it is sacrilege. In addition, only a road trader or a person authorized by the road trader may use it. It is an invaluable investment in your longevity and bodily integrity. How were the relics damaged? During the uprising instigated by the rebellious Master Whispers, the sector Bionica was besieged. The Genitors and Medicaid officers heroically defended the throne, but eventually the rebels broke through. Many of the defenders fell in battle, and many machines were lost or damaged. Many were able to be restored, but the throne particularly was badly damaged. What sacraments can the throne perform? Shrine is capable of autonomously healing flesh and blessing it with augmentations under the supervision of a knowledgeable genitor. Complex procedures can be performed with unimaginable speed and precision, and stimulants administered in the required proportions and combinations. It is a true miracle of the Omnissiah. How do we save the throne? Only a servant of the machine god, endowed with a high rank of genitor extremis, versed in all the necessary rituals, and learned in the mystical currents of the motive force, can perform the reparative sacraments and reanimate the mechanism. The only place one might find such a servant is a cloistered station in Altar Templum Calix Ext 17. That's my knowledge. The cloister Mistress Stellar I was referring to is located in the Frabundus system. Its denizens are not well disposed to communicating with the laity, but I am willing to leverage that every diplomatic connection I possess to gain an audience with the station's clergy. They're not going to rely on your connections. Drive Master, thank you for your favor, your lordship. Before you depart in Sector Bionica, I would like to present you with the Genitor Magis Fenris and Vivisector Jays Martinex. They are currently performing the urgent procedure and therefore were unable to attend the inspection in person, but I am certain they will receive the road trader with great honor if you follow me. Also, anyone who's new here, I'm not the best reader. I'm going to make mistakes saying things, especially fantasy names. Please forgive. Smell of medical supplies and weak cries of pain fill the cold air. Two figures stand over the operating table. A patient lying upon it is bound in place. His head is soaked in blood. A woman in uniform is desperately trying to force her way to the table. Please help my son in the name of the Golden Throne. I know you can. He has endured so much. Your lordship, Vivisector Jace Martinex, at your service. Road Trader's visit is a momentous event for the Sector Botanica. Will you grant us the honor of observing operation? The life form General Magis welcomes the Lord of Galactus. I second my colleague's statement. To be fair, WH40k really said, let's make the most of these names cumbersome to say in a casual conversation. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, on top of that, I'm also just my eyes bounce around and like uncontrollably, so it's hard for me to like focus on words, which is why I don't like reading very often. Like on reading books. If I read a book, it's usually actually listening to a book via audiobook these days. So like, you know, sentences might not be as coherent if I miss a word, or just presume to know what's going on and kind of just guess what they're gonna say. How about the operation? Well, Captain, our guiding light. My son, Jotik, he's injured and dying. I carried him in my arms on my own. The Trojans could only pull him back from the brink, so please leave us. Please don't leave us. Sorry. This man has suffered from a serious head injury that requires immediate intervention. The generic emergist and I are attempting to stop the flesh from dying while simultaneously deciding a strategy of further investment. Is there anything I can do to assist? Getting potential utility of the life form, healing such is lacking. At present, nothing can be done. Don't be so hasty, colleague. Heal with the mind, not with medicaments. That's one key wisdom of the Officio Medicae. Perhaps your lordship's presence will strengthen our patient. Try to support the patient while we attempt to stabilize condition. Examine him. Patient is conscious, his eyes are open, and his parched lips are constantly moving as he mumbles. When his terrified gaze meets yours, he falls silent. How curious. It seems that the road trader's presence is indeed influencing the patient's state of mind. Whether it is a manifestation of his devout faith in his anointed or a bizarre form of delusion, it can only be to our benefit. Whatever you're doing, your lordship, please continue. Your mother is here. She is very worried about you. Hold on to her. Address the patient. I heard a story that can dull the pain. Would you like to tell me one of my adventures? Look away. Continue to look at the patient. I don't know. These are weird ones. Smile? For a moment you think there's a flicker of vivid emotion in the person's pain-ravaged eyes, something akin to extreme surprise. Lord Captain, the fading soul of the man has blossomed in a new color. The very moment you drew near, the venerable Medicae speaks truly. From your presence stills the rest will cling to life. Woo! Make a sign of the Aquila. Address the patient. Heard of a good story. Address the patient. Brother's here. I believe he's deteriorating. I'm the road trader, not a soul healer. Get together. Don't say that. That's, I guess. I want to tell him that his mom's here. Patient's eyes close with a lock on his woman's face. The corner of his parted lips smile. His mother stares back, almost without blinking. God Emperor bless you, Lord Captain. Restoring a complete stabilization of life form's condition. Internal goitic damage has been treated. Requesting a closure of the body part stuff, chat. He will live, but stimulants won't replace the part of his brain. If we implant a sacred cortical augment into the skull, it will restore his lost ability to think and act. Pardon, please, your subject has genuine need for this augmentation. This constitutes a violation of sacred directives. The value of an individual's life form is not comparatively less than the value of a sacred technology required. Augmetics. The guy who is about to be getting implants is called No Tech. That's fair. I didn't catch that. That's funny. This indicates the regulation of this sector Bionica. Who is this man? An expendable life form to be utilized in void battles, one of thousands. A soldier for the Voidsman combat unit and a devoted servant of the Emperor, Lord Captain. This young man has been fighting for his life, even through horrendous pain. If you're allowed the augmentation to be installed, his perseverance will become an example others emulate. My only son, he's serving the Void unit. I was the one that told him to go there. My poor No-Tech. How was he injured? In the last Void battle, Lord Captain, he was barely able to survive where he barely survived his injuries. He has suffered a few healing attempts from charlatans on lower decks and endured a long road to come here. However, no weapon can destroy the devotion and fortitude of a true servant of the God Emperor. True devotion is revealed not in one servant's life, but in their death. So it teaches the tenets of the web. What are your effective proposals? I understand that my opinion may strike you as strange, but the mere fact that this poor soul has found his way into the Sector Bionica itself has been regarded as a blessing. Yet hear me out. The installation of the critical augment will restore the patient to health, serving as an example for the rest of us through his heroism. This will inspire people to strengthen their faith in the Lord Captain and let them know that the rogue trader's mercy will not abandon them in an hour of need. The life form is on the operating table, is easily replaceable and does not possess. Okay, you're definitely the wrong way. Not doing this one. We're gonna save him. Hit the augment. We hear and obey. I will implement it once, and their same servant, the Messiah, will assist me in the procedure. Thank you, your lordship. I'll remember your intercession, rest of my life, and pray for your good fortune. Watch it go horribly wrong. Oh, are we able to move ourselves now? Okay, got it. I was like, is he coming back down? What's happening? There's a guy down there. Oh, he's on here. Okay. Bunch of no-name technomats. Let's save. Make sure we can always save scum if we have to. Smile. Scanning life form. Visit registered. Welcome to the sector Bionica, Lord Captain. You'll be received by Generator Magis Finras. With the highest priority, I notify Lord Captain that the Sacred Architect is still in an angonal state. Used by the malicious attacks by the rebels, the functionality of the Sector Bionica is limited. The life form humbly awaits your assistance in purifying the reliquary mechanism. Why do you care so much about curing the throne machine's weakness? I'm inclined to conclude that the Architect augmentation machine arbors a spirit that blesses all things around it with grace of the Messiah. Its nodes and pistons are filled with wisdom of the machine god, unfathomable to humble adepts. If entropy consumes the spirit entirely, such wisdom will be lost. While the body of the machine remains dysfunctional, its spirit suffers from idleness. The motive force cannot nourish it, and its lenses remain blind. Litanies and rituals kept such ancient creation of the Omnissiah from fading away completely, but they're only palliative measures. And if the spirit abandons its receptacle, the Sector Bionica will fall into decay. From the relic serves as the same function as the heart does for human life forms. Tell you about the Sector Bionica. Sector Bionica performs the repairs and installation of sacred augments. For those who demonstrate the most effective service to the ship. What does a Genitor Majoris do? Those bearing the rank of Genitor bestow blessings on the installation, consecration, and maintenance of augments, and thus drawing the feeble bodies of humanity closer to the maximum efficiency pleasing the Omnissiah. Work in tandem with the Vivisector, don't you? I deem the results of your scan to be accurate. Vivisector performs the functions of preparing the carrier for installation of the maximum efficiency configuration. What makes the final session procedures? The opinion of the Vivisector life form carries the most weight. The request for a review of chain of command has not been granted. We should know more about you. Given your inability to conduct a scan, I will respond to a limited set of inquiries. Fuck you, buddy. How dare you? How'd you come to serve the Sector Bionica? I maximize efficiency of life form serving with the sacred manufactorum of Kiva Gamma. By the blessing of the Messiah, I ascended into Genitor rank and was deployed to this flagship. My proficiency in installing augmentics was appraised by exceptional by the previous rogue trader. Woo! Are tech priests of the Messiah even allowed to work with living flesh? I thought you hold that in contempt. Flesh is weak, but its efficiency can be improved with the blessed metal. According to the directives of the Messiah, pivotal life forms like pivotal mechanisms must withstand maximum stress and produce the best results. My duty lies in improving them. Awareness. You and Maritax do not get along? Scanning response affirmative. The vivisector life form regrettably ignores the sacred requirements and efficiency of the service on Messiah, attributing to the rudimentary experiences. So what's something else? I like my leaf.
Is there money to be made?
Hey, goods. I love goods. Goods and things, chat. Oh, more goods.
Operation successful.
Requires implementation throne. Okay, so is this like looks like they're giving us a new way to add on to our characters, I suppose? We can implement once we get the throne functional? Alright, we'll keep all that around and look at it when we get it working, I guess. Chat, we're gonna become... Oh, to an augment? They cannot be equipped like weapons or gear. It has to be inserted into your body. You need to use the implantation throne. Excellent. So we're gonna become tech priest, chat. Remember how early on I was like, man, I want to play a tech priest? And then it wasn't an option, unfortunately, but we did get a companion for it, which was amazing. But now... maybe we do our second playthrough, which won't be immediately. We'll do a Forge World character that we talked about we wanted to do. That's the closest thing we can get to like a tech priest vibe. Do like a Forge World like operator. Okay, that's all the goods. Your Lordship, I apologize for my appearance. My name is Jays Martinax, and I serve as a vivisector of the Sector Bionica. It was an untold honor to welcome to our deck. First, allow me to express my gratitude in permitting me to place the cortical implant in the injured man. Thanks to your mercy, one person will be able to continue his service to the God Emperor. Firstly, I must boldly warn you that until the relic of the power of the Bionica, Sector Bionica is miraculously knowledge is healed, my deepest sorrow, my isolation implements cannot be performed. Fair. Why is it so important to you? It is probably a consequence of my years of practice among the generators. I learned much about the craft and healing them, and I found myself in the Sector Bionica. Machine Spirit is inhabits the relic, became my mentor. That's cute. The artistry in which the machine joins the flesh and the sacred metal is laborious and delicate that no human can replicate its efforts. Many Medicaid officers have accomplished great things in their practice, but these successes are only crude imitations of healing sacraments performed by the throne on their patients. Its loss would rob the Sector Bionica of its soul, Lord Captain. We cannot allow it to happen. Tell me about it. Sector Bionica is a special part of the Medicaid facility in which we employ augmentics and implants that give life back to those who have been irreparably injured. We replace lost organs with consecrated technologies and offer the maimed a chance to serve the Emperor once more. Sector's assistants and Medicaid officers report to me, while his tech priests report to the Genitor Forens. Few vessels can boast the Medicaid consulum of such quality. What does Vivisector do? Our prayer task is to heal the flesh, Lord Captain. I oversee the processes involved in working on the body, and in the case of augments, how they are joined to the flesh. You might say that I make the metal sacred to the Omnissiah to become a true extension of the living body. We're in tandem with the Genitor, don't you? That's right. Forens is in the business of coaxing the machine spirits to the most sophisticated augmentics. We make final decisions in our procedures. I am in charge of the Sector Bionica. I do not mean to belittle the service of the Adeptus Mechanicus in general, but certainly not Forens in particular, but they have much to learn about the Officio Medicae when it comes to healing. Tell me about yourself. I am delighted that you're to earn your attention, your gracious Lord Captain. What exactly do you like to know? How did you come to serve on our flagship? How did you become a vivisector? I come to the noble line of Janus, family legend has it that my ancestors knew a secret of the planet's terraforming technology. I, on the other hand, have chosen a path that allows me to transform the planet from person rather than a planet. Advancing terraforming in a way. Augmentation makes humanity stronger than any phenomenon in nature. Isn't that what the God Emperor wants to be? Why do tech priests permit you to work alongside them? Augmentics are preserved, are they not? Or there's a preserve, are they not? An astute observation, Lord Captain. I am proud to tell you that I am in honor of serving alongside members of the Adeptus Mechanicus back at my home planet. Among the tech priests on Janus, there are entire divisions headed by genitors. The knowledge of the Officio Medicae was essential during a more complicated procedures, for the sacred remnant of genitors does not include tending to the patient's mortal bodies. That is, when experienced Medicae must be brought into the ritual, and thus we found some common ground. I must stress that the esteemed genitors do not permit me direct access to the machines, since none but they themselves are versed in the mysteries of the operating them. Sorry, I had to sneeze, chat. My purview is limited to the organic aspect. Persuasion, you and Fenriz do not get along? Yo, what's up, Ghazi? We're back to Reading Simulator. In case you aren't aware. The new DLC is out. I bought it, and this is the first mission, first part of it. So you're here just in time. I thought, honestly, Ghazi, I was like, do I just want to start PoE 1 like SSF or like working on my guide today? And then I got an email being like, the new DLC's out. Now I was like, well shit, now I'm gonna play DLC, I guess. But yeah, so maybe some PoE 1 stuff soon. That's what I mean, like after this. We'll also be doing like another Vibrator play day for those interested soon. I will be posting a survey tonight to gather people's what games they want to play, and then I'll boost a poll after that. People will just select which games they want to play and that kinds of stuff from that list. Perfect timing, yeah. Honestly, like I said, I really like PoE 2, and I would love to like really dive more into it. It kind of just bums me out that it's just a pre-league thing or a pre-launch thing. I think once launch happens, I'll be spending probably more time in PoE, like learning it and stuff like that. Especially once I go into like the private league kind of thing. I'll have a lot more fun with that. So I was like, I just kind of play SSF. I don't want to play SSF until it's post-launch. So I was like, I'll worry about it later. And I've been thinking about finishing Road Trader because I'm like, man, I really want to play Road Trader again before it gets too late and my knowledge of the game just drags on. That being said, there was recently a trailer for Dark Heresy, which is another RPG made by the same people, and I like to watch it. And you see some of the stuff. It looks super good. It uses a lot of the same UI and stuff like this game has. So like playing this game first is kind of like a learning experience to set up for Dark Heresy, which is really cool. All right, yes, Lord Captain. Sometimes we seriously disagree. Fenriz believes that replacing the flesh with iron and receiving the blessing of Messiah is a privilege of a few. I, on the other hand, make no distinction between the servants of the God Emperor. Every faithful soul deserves a chance to continue working for the glory of humanity. I'm afraid it's not always easy for Fenriz and I to compromise. Fair. All right. Do we just leave now? Looks like we probably should. Do a savesies. Got a looker in the middle of the worst day ever. Tell me about it later when you have time, then. I want to hear about your worst day ever. But yeah, appreciate you hanging out, bud. Hopefully your day gets a little bit easier. All right. So we should have a mission now to go somewhere for this thing. We could do this and finish that up first. Or we could go to the new thing Broken Relic, the Verbundus system. Okay, so it's called Broken Relic. It's in the Verbundus system. Which surely... Oh, Verbundus is this one. It's the same place that Footfall's in. Yeah. Okay. So we could just jump back to... See, this goes here? Is this Janus? No, sorry, not Janus. Is this Dargonis? This is Dargonis. Go back to Dargonis. And then for Dargonis, we have a thing set up too for Bundus. That's safe. Alright. We're going to focus on DLC thing first, because, like I said, it is... I want to say someone told me it was technically like an Act 2 or 3 introduction thing. So starting like, you know, in Act 4 can be done. This is a little overpowered, so I was trying to knock this out and learn about it first. What we contacted the Altar Templum Calicus X17. In accordance to your orders, the Astropath Choir has sent me a message station in the Plight of Invitation Throne. Altar Templum responded to our overture very promptly, which itself is extremely remarkable for cloistered servants of the Messiah. The Adeptus Mechanis report that they are most aggrieved by the misfortune and the befallen of the ancient relic. They have prepared to dispatch the flagship, a learned man versed in restoration of Archotech machines. His name is Eugen Fibrus. And he is ready not only to personally assist the dynasty, but also teach the ship's engineers all the necessary rituals. In return, the Crimson Priests ask only that you visit the station and inform them of their fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from Rockard Minoris. Very well, I'll adjust my plans to include a visit to the Tech Priest and the altar. Let's go. I relay that you agreed to visit the station. Yes. I wouldn't say adjust my plans, because I mean my main plan was coming here to do this, but yeah. This is it, right? Kind of far off on this side, but... You've entered the station's orbit, Lord Captain, awaiting a signal from them. Offer thanks to Messiah that your section of the events of the margin of error within confidence interval. In the infinite branches of the future, this outcome is marked as favorable. I am Tetria Lima, Lodges of the Altar. I'm not going to say it. Lodges of the Altar. And I appeal the road trader of the sacred knowledge. What is the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor in Rikers Menorah? Why is sudden interest in the fusion reactor? Outside knows all, comprehends all. An acquisition of knowledge is blessed Archaeotech, corrects priority, probability, and increases the accuracy of predicting gracious events. Managed to remove the reactor from the planet. A Messiah's blessing. Let us rejoice for the probability in which the architect was lost has passed. The outcome is recognized as the most favorable. Transmitting your proposal to cooperate Pact TR2 in accordance with which permission of the sacred architect will pass to the altar. What do you want with it? The knowledge of the ancient spirits is undeniable. The scenario of voluntary transfer of the reckless future reactor to a cloister is recognized as the least labor intensive, and the probability of preserving its usefulness in the hands of in our hands approaches 1. Consequence of others' outcomes are deemed undesirable. Yeah, they can just have it. It's fine. Maybe best by Messiah as statistically significant factor. Airlocks of our cloister are open. May reciprocal gifts increase the probability of your triumph. In gratitude of the expansion of our knowledge of Archaeotech and the tech clergy, is prepared to perform the grade 3 benefactor rites of the machine spirits of your vessel. Generator Extremis Eogun Fabris, a manipulus, has received a benediction of the motive force and will be sent to embark on the ship immediately. Messiah's blessings. Your lordship, if I may be so bold as to point out that this is a learned man possessing a rare combination of skills and is almost certainly proficient in the creation of blessed augments. This is a true boon for the flagship and you personally. All the more peculiar, then, that the Adeptus Mechanis would be so ready to hand over one of their valuable brethren to us. It is likely such generosity is motivated solely by the magnanimity. Registering a launch of cargo shuttle on the course for our ship. Oh, that's also if they integrate stuff with the reckless machine. Yeah, I'm interested. So like we had that forever. I was kind of like when we extracted it from Rocker Minoris as one of our shuttle things, and it never really came up again. Like what to do with the reactor? At least that so far, to my knowledge. So it's kind of cool to see it pop up again in the DLC. I don't know if there's other people I could have given it to, or if I should have kept it myself. That's kind of cool to see. What a banger entrance, chat. Raising hand, Tech Priest snaps his hand closed and the sparks from the metaphors vanish. As if he has caught them in his fist. A corpulent man with a metal abdomen and a bulky carapace. He hovers over the deck of a large crimson beetle. Mature face sits beneath the angular black cap, a servant of the Adeptus Mechanicus. His visage contains a surprising proportion of organic material and has set a dense beard of cables and pistons.
A wise man once
Ooh,
said
voiced.
that a machine's spirit cannot be looked upon, and he was right. For the Omnissiah, in his infinite wisdom, has concealed his creation even from the gaze of his most devoted servants. But can the believer come to know the nature of a machine only through an eye of organics or steel? No. For the vapor that brings forth the scent of sacred unguents is the spirit's breath. The rumbling of joints and rods is the beating of its heart, and the motive force is the current of its blood.
Yeah, someone, well, I was talking about this, and I was like, so I loosely looked into like Warhammer stuff, like a year or so ago. My friend Tyler, who's you saw a little bit ago potentially, he's really big into Warhammer as far as like lore goes. At one point we were talking about even picking up a tabletop. Like I have some miniatures in a box that I still need to build and paint laying around. So I looked all into the factions of the tabletop. What is this? This is the new DLC. But yeah, so like I know a little bit about everything, and I really like the. If I was going with Imperium of Man, I like Adeptus Mechanicus. So I'm kind of big in the Tech Priest thing, but I prefer Chaos or Xenos more than this. No, the emote that has my name. Oh, that was from Beyond. I think that's whenever you kept saying I'm crying right now, and he said this is you, and he made it. Like you were here for it at the time. But anyway, so people were like, oh, well, if you like Tech Priest, you should play Mechanicus. So I bought the first one when it was on sale recently, and I'm gonna probably play that sometime this year, and then maybe move into Mechanicus too. It's pretty much people said it's like this but more combat and less of the role play, but it's like very similar. I haven't really played Dawn of War either, though. But maybe I'll try it. Who knows? But I'm glad this is voiced. Give me a little bit of a rest. Oh, I got the drops, so I don't have to watch this person stream anymore. Let's go! Also, Tyler, I don't know if you know, but there's like Marvel Rival drops happening right now. Apparently I got some of them from like someone ready to stream over to Marvel Rivals. You're a Rival enjoyer. Yeah, I do? Okay. Let me go lurk in someone's stream so that I can give them my sweet Twitch Turbo Bucks. Alright.
You are correct, Nuncius. I risk boring the rogue trader with my protracted ruminations. However, I will not allow the semantic analysis of my utterance to go unanswered. I will log your thesis for further debate. Now it is time to make my obeisance.
I'm sorry, is this guy the new companion?
Rogue trader, your halls are filled with sacred metal, and the ship's tech priests must be commended in observing the sacraments of augmentation. That blessed union of flesh and ferrum sanctum. Beholding this charges my galvanic coils with exultation. I, Genitor Extremis Eogun Febris, greet you and thank you for the opportunity to grace these ancient mechanisms with the gift of operation.
Because if he is, I don't want him to be a romance partner.
Confirmed. The sacrament of temple relic maintenance has been performed correctly. Protocol for exchange of sacred regalia initiated.
Yeah, no problem, bud. Thank you for hanging out for a little bit. Hope to see you around some more in the future, but totally understand want to play the game yourself and not experience it through me. Maybe I'll see you around. Thank you for the follow. Best of luck in your travels.
It is my pleasure to confirm the protocol for the exchange of sacred regalia and greet my brother in ministry. The vows taken in this temple are known to me, and I promise to honor them. I request a meeting with my esteemed colleague to facilitate knowledge exchange and to discuss values.
Who is this wise man who theorized the nature of the machine spirit? It would be interesting to read his work.
Junior Lex Mechanic
Hi, Abby.
Operator of Auxiliary Terminal 289-0 of the lower workshops of Alter Templum Calixus X-17. A pragmatist and a bureaucrat who saw the world solely through the prism of statistics, endless parades of outflows and inflows. He had little interest in anything other than keeping track of valves and vents, but now and then he would drop pearls of wisdom such as these without even noticing it himself. I felt it was my duty to pick them up.
Compelling display of your abilities. Can you produce energy?
Excellent observation. My technical designation is manipulous. And here is the galvanic cell, the repository of the motive force. No, that will take too long. Better to give a demonstration. Observe. Questions?
He just shocked his friend? Did it twice. What? Okay. Yep. Hey, with automod, please do not allow it or remove the block term if you allow certain words. I don't think that's true. I feel like we've had this argument or this conversation before, and then I showed that it wasn't true. It is. All right. Well, I guess next time we'll test it out again. But unfortunately, we can't do it while you're a mod. So unless someone who is not a mod wants to use one of the block terms.
What's a block term?
Huh?
What's a term that's blocked?
Doesn't matter. You're a mod.
Right.
Yeah, my wife was like, "What term's blocked? I'll do it." Like, you're literally a mod. What are we a mod, Abby? All right, she didn't do standing desk thing, so let's go ahead and raise your desk. But yeah, pretty sure we had this tested before when you were here, Beyond, and it didn't work that way. But yeah, you. Okay. Do you have an account that is not a mod in the channel currently? Oh, we're standing. We're standing. We gotta hydrate as well. We're standing. We're hydrating. Let me go to my Twitch thing real quick so I can pull up my block terms. Do 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 do. All right, my block terms are pulled up. If you want to test here, if you're not a mod currently, you want to type the word viewers. Probably is a good one. For sure, just regular viewers is also blocked. Oops, I just added it again. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to search for it. The amount of times we have viewers that on here. Briefly heard you mention it earlier, but another play day. Is there somewhere we can vote on games? There's some ideas. At the end of today's stream, we're going to have a Google thing send out on the Discord where people can submit the ideas of ones that they want to do. Okay, apparently I removed viewers by accident. Sorry, Brave. 1 second. Can you go ahead and try again? Also, I don't know if we have that separated out as that. We have a bunch of the stream boost stuff, but I don't know if we have it all separated individually like that. Also, the fact that it has the O's is like the 7TV stuff is pretty funny. Yeah, if you want to try typing viewers one more time, Brave, that would be cool. I'll play the wizard game. Yap Yap? So I'll see in my chats. To be fair, we have like 133 block terms. A lot of them are variations. So okay, so there it is, currently blocked. Right? We see viewers here. He typed it in. It got caught. I'm gonna hit allow his message. I'm gonna refresh this. So I allowed it. You see, Brave said viewers now, right? It's still here. Brave, can you type viewers one more time for me? See if it catches it a second time. Why does it do that? No. It's supposed to do that. It blocked it the first time. It automod caught it because I have it blocked. And then I went ahead and approved his message. And what Beyond was saying was that, okay, sorry then, Brave, I appreciate it. But what Beyond was saying was that when I hit approve to allow people to have messages, see, it blocked it again. So we're good. Yeah. So yeah, so hitting allow does not approve it from the blocked term list. It's just allowing that one message to go through. What Beyond was saying, no, when you hit allow, it removes it from the blocked list. And I was like, no, we've proved this before. We've had this conversation. And I was trying to prove it again just there, which we did. Hitting allow doesn't allow it as a full term, like where anyone can just use it. It should work how Beyond says. No, it shouldn't. Yeah, that's the way it should work. Because what I wanted to do is because someone might say the word viewers casually in their conversation. That's not like a AI bot coming in here to spam. And I want to approve them to say that message because I looked at it and I was like, hey, this is approved. This is a good message. This is not a spam thing. Approve it. I don't want that to then have to go back and remove and add it back to the filter again for people who are spots. I want to be able to approve a single message saying that that was a good message to go through. This hurts my brain. It's okay. It doesn't hurt my brain. That's the important part. But I can't explain how in Fishy's stream got removed entirely. I don't know Fishy's stuff. I don't know how his stuff operates. I don't know how him and Fez do a lot of their stuff, or how Fez was like, I technically can control stuff through here, and maybe some weird fucky wucky code stuff kind of push through it. Who knows? But yeah, it doesn't automatically do that beyond if you allow the message. Rose hose. Was it catching hose? Did you have to go allow the term hose? Thank you for the follow, by the way. So sorry, Kohenrik. I appreciate the support. Welcome to the stream. We were just having a Twitch blocked terms discussion because one of my moderators moderates multiple channels. I was having some issues with another stream. I was like, this doesn't work this way. But welcome to the stream. We're playing Road Trader. Our first time playing it, technically. And the DLC came out today, so we're starting with the DLC. Pretty excited for that. Let me know if you have any questions. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, later on today, after the stream, I will be dropping a survey in the channel. If you're signed up for the notifications, you'll get a notification for it on the Discord to join in to the Vibrator Play Day. All the good stuff. All right, back to the game. Tick, you succeeded. Intriguing. So your galvanic cell not only stores energy, but also redistributes it whenever you redirect it. And your power, it seemingly drawing energy from other sources. Genitor extremis, what does that mean? That being said, we'll have to be moving quicker on the Vibrator Play Day stuff. The day that we're probably going to play it is probably going to be this Saturday for those who are interested in playing it. I'm thinking about it. So tonight, one thing goes out. Tomorrow, another thing goes out, and then Saturday we hopefully play. If people are able to meet it, if not, then we'll have to push it back maybe like a week or two. Because I want to obviously play on a weekend where most people are going to be available. That kind of stuff. You speak to your servo skull? Does that make a sound, but there's somewhere past you? Oh, is that your second account? I was like, what, Beyond? I saw two Z's. That one could be your tester if you want to, then, for mod effects and stuff like that. Thank you for the follow, buddy. First time chatter, XD. Service goal news. I welcome you aboard my vessel. What did he say? Lingua Technis, a collection of dialects used by different mechanists and its tech priests, can be used as spoken language with audio bursts and machine code with electrical signals. You didn't actually create abominable intelligence, did you? You didn't create AI? No, I'm not gonna question about that. Where do we go next? Excellent. So this is another companion. I don't want to romance this one. I love Tech Priest, but not this guy. Not really my style. If I could romance Pascal, I'm in. Why do you wish to do this? Oh, someone's in. Welcome, Louisa Jones, to the Discord. Let me know if you have any questions. What will happen to the invitation throne if I turn you away? No. Welcome aboard. I clicked all the companions chat. Hell yeah. All right. Gains the force couple enemy Force couple ally abilities. Force couple enemy allows the user to attack the target with a melee weapon if they have one equipped. After the pull, if the user has 2 weapons equipped, they attack with both of them, but each deal 50% less damage. User deals 1 impact damage to an enemy. It's 2 divided by agility bonus divided by 3. Oh, 2 plus agility bonus divided by 3. Sells and pulls that enemy to themselves. The enemy is larger than the user. User is pulled to the enemy instead. The user has a melee weapon. They equip the attack. So it's literally a grapple check. I'm not going to augment people off the just off the get go. I don't think so. Like if someone wants to be augmented, where do my augments go? Are they just down here? They are. We got the grapple one, and we got this one, which the range of which Medicaid and stimulants can be increased by +8. It's like a ranged healing thing. You just like shoot someone with like a dart. It's kind of cool. It has negative effects where weapon skills and ballistic skills are reduced by 5%. Weapon skill reduced by 10%. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that. Alright, what's the mission currently? Oh, okay, that so it's just complete for now. I'm sure we move, they'll do some other stuff. Maybe we can talk to people. I think we now have more another loot thing over here. Save. What do you think of our new equipment, Martinax? It is incredible, Lord Captain. The lighting, the instrumentation. Servants of the Altar Templarum have awakened every sacred machine and granted us incense mixtures to dull pain. We have fewer deaths from shock. All procedures will be completed in less time. Our work will be advanced to new, unprecedented level. This is the best thing that happened to the Sacred Bond in many decades. Okay, so nothing new there. Just happy that it's done and all new shiny toys. Let's talk to the crankier guy. What are you going to do equipment, friends? Registering an unprecedented increase in the functional efficiency of the machine spirits. This is a new PoE patch? Yeah, the PoE patch changed the game drastically. No, honestly, I was talking about it a little while ago. I do love all the changes and stuff to PoE 2, but the fact that it's not 1.0 launch yet makes me just not want to play it as much. Because I either want to play SSF and I want all my stuff to kind of carry over to where I can like build up a collection in SSF, or I want to play in Group Found League, which I don't want to start Group Found League at this point because people are already either burnt out of the kind of thing that would want to play with. So I'll wait till 1.0 launch. And I thought about starting PoE 1 and doing some league start testing and improving my guides and stuff for it. But then when I woke up, I had an email saying that the new DLC for Rogue Trader was out. And I was like, well, maybe it's a sign I should go back to Rogue Trader. So we're doing that first. That being said, we will be having Vibrator Play Day happening soon, hopefully. So if you're interested in playing some party games with the community, feel free to keep an eye out on the Discord for that update. About to look at PoE 1 stuff. I want to see what kind of shadow build I want to go. Okay, if you have any questions, I have way more knowledge in PoE 1 than I do in PoE 2 or TLI. So if you run across anything, I don't mind pausing this whenever I get a chance to help you out, answer stuff. I want to be an assassin. That is probably the worst ascendancy of the 3 choices for shadow. But you can technically make anything work. My favorite assassin build recently was Poison Spark Assassin by Grotha. So I was just looking into that. But if you want to do a poison-based build kind of thing, like if you're like, oh, I want to do like melee poison, typically Pathfinder is better right now because Pathfinder has one of the few ways to do poison prolif. So Viper Strike of the Mamba Pathfinder is more of a like, I want to do a melee poison build kind of thing. That being said, you could obviously play Viper Strike of the Mamba on Assassin. but you don't get the pro lift without Benno's knife, which makes it a whole different things. So if you run into any questions, just let me know. And Kung, you know. Rushing the unprecedented increase in the functionality of spirits, rivers of sacrament, unguents. Can we find any help? Hell yeah. The flesh mechanisms, sing praise of the Omnissiah. Blessed decision that led to the miracle rebirth. Okay, so nothing really new there. He's also just happy that things happen. That being said, it looks like it revealed new stuff this time. So let's walk back around then. The zone might have some new things to reveal. Maybe I just didn't walk through the middle before. And that was the issue. Cool. Too poor, I can't afford most party games. Do you have any party games currently? That's the other part. So what's gonna happen is, you know what? I'm just gonna put it up right now. Let me go. Okay, we're taking a short break, chat. We're gonna put the Google survey now. Like I said, we want to try to play this weekend or this Saturday if we can. And if not, then we won't. I mean, that's just the way life is. You know, that's just the way. That's just the way it is. But we're gonna try to play this weekend for it. By this weekend, I mean this Saturday. If we don't do this Saturday, then we'll probably have to wait a whole week, which is fine. But you know, that's the way life is. So let me just get a quick survey generated up. And honestly, all right. We want short answer. Is there a way for me to make it to where people can just drop in multiple ideas instead of having to make multiple questions for it? I'm just gonna go with the easy thing and just make multiple things. I can at that point. Duplicate. Oh wait, I probably should write stuff first. All right, we'll make the first one required. We'll duplicate first. And we'll make the first one required. The other one's gonna just be optional. I'm just gonna have 5 questions. You can submit up to 5 ideas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then now if I publish, in with a link, publish, shorten URL. But send it to Tyler first. Tyler, can you look at this when you get a chance and let me know if you're able to submit stuff to it properly? And if so, I'm gonna post it publicly. What? I'm leaving. It's telling me I have to fight. I don't want to fight. Let's go to the bridge, I guess. Cute picture of a cat in the Discord. Picture sharing. That's just shared his cat picture. All right, can I bathe and have the new guy see what his thing is? Yes, welcome to my party. Or welcome to my ship. Come visit me in my bath. Visit me in my bath. Done? Okay, so it works. Responses. Test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4. Okay, it worked. All right. I will delete this one since that's clearly not your actual thing. And then I will go share this link. Welcome Center. Okay, we already got that. Other announcements. At notifications. We are going to be doing another vibrator play day. Coming soon. It'll be either this Saturday, which is the 13th, I think. June 13, or next June 20th, I will assume, mathematically wise. 20, depending on availability. This survey below will Hey, there we go. Sorry, chat. Won't be able to play this Saturday. That's fine. Like I said, if people can't do it this Saturday, then obviously we can just move to the week after that. That's okay. I want to see some of my retinue. I'm in a fluster mood. Oh, I plan to do the other guy yet either. At once. I find the choice of venue in our meeting somewhat unconventional, but I don't deny the setting is conducive to philosophical contemplation. So tell me, Sickman, what is the topic currently occupying your mind? Remember, you aren't going to dunk yourself in the bath and begin your cleaning protocols, are you? Enforcers, fetch victuals and armisec for me and the esteemed genitor. Wish to communicate with the Nuncius, and I will not inquire interpreter. Let me see how well I understand your colleague. Let's do the drinking one. Long observed the principles of augmentic maintenance, nourishing my flesh with sacrament parental formulations. Nevertheless, my body is quite capable of accepting mundane provisions. To the glory of the Omnissiah, let me experience. That being said, it's completely black and I can't see anything. Taste the game bird. Offer a glass to the Servo Skull. Nuncius, drink your fill. Omnissiah spills into the bathtub. You, Nuncius, wish to partake. The lack of the lower jaw, a distinctive digestive tract, and any other organs prevent them doing so. To get your good health. I'm registering increased catalytic processes in my liver and acute reaction to my peripheral vesicular inhibition processes in my nervous system are suppressed. Could this be some sort of pre-medication to enhance nutrient absorption? I don't see what's got you so amused, Nuncius. Nuncius offers a broad, yellow-toothed grin, typical of servos. Taste the game bird. But they don't serve this. They'll serve this on the Forge Worlds. Composition of the nutrient sustenance is unbalanced. Large amounts of lipid compounds and complex amine chains. Nevertheless, the organoleptic values are excellent, although this method of nourishment is highly irrational. Most acceptable. Oh, you know what? Hannah never looks at my stuff, so let me go send this to Hannah individually. Cool. Compositions of nutrient. Or this part. You say you subsist to certain formulations? Let me try. I doubt you will take it. These alchemical concoctions are designed to be injected directly into the bloodstream and are laced with bionic tonic supplements that are not intended for laypersons to consume. May be harmful to an unprepared body. I insist, 100%. From an bulimic, urine pours a green, oily liquid carrying an acrid chemical odor into the goblet and proffers it to you. You drink the liquid in a gulp. The mixture leaves an unpleasant chemical aftertaste on your tongue, and your stomach twists in knots, but you hold it in, proudly placing the emptied goblet into the edge of the bath. Astounding. Your resilience is most impressive, but I will still recommend a healthy review after you finish your observations. What do you think of the fare? I'm afraid my taste buds have atrophied considerably, so I cannot gratify you with anything other than my already stated findings. However, I do wish to note that tasting nutrients in combination is the most satisfying process regarding other form. I suggest we proceed to the more substantive portion of our conversations, at least because my colleague is beginning to grow somewhat bored. Wish community Unucius, I will not require a translator. Let me see if I understand your colleague. Of course, Rogue Trader. I'm sure my dearest colleague will be honored in your attention. Unucius, what's your opinion on the hardships of the common folk in the Imperium? You hear only a low hum of the servo motors. His views of life in Imperium remain a mystery. Nod solemnly. Quite right. The elite deserve greater privileges. Nope. Shake your head disapproval. I do not expect to hear such harsh statements from you about the common people. Taste wine inside. You're right, Nuntius. We're part of the problem. I ought to put my wealth to good use. Let's go with that one. Problem is imaginary, Road Trader. The Imperium is optimally structured, and your exhaustible resources are already serving it well, expanding its borders and influence to the frontier. Truly, Nuntius, I did not expect such frivolous learnings from you. Tell me, Nuntius, what is true love? Silver Skull is silent. Perhaps true love cannot be described in words. Making sound Quill. Of course, Nuntius. True believer only has from their heart for the God Emperor. Nope. I see you too have loved and lost. Such is life. Slap the water angrily. You have no heart. You can't reduce everything to just flesh and chemistry. I'll go with the middle one. You attribute excessive sentimentality to Nuntius. However, lost an unchangeable part of the human experience. Nuntius and I are no strangers to it. Tell me a secret about Imogen. Sally keeps his colleagues' secrets. You don't say. He only levitates because he's too lazy to walk? You mean he makes up quotes off the top of his head, ascribing them to fictitious stages? What? He's harboring Xenotech reserves in his belly. And truly, it is none of my business. No, the second one. He makes up quotes. Rogue Trader, I find the humor built on loose translation of linguotechnics dispiriting. With due respect, I urge you to be more mindful of my colleagues' words. I believe yeah. I believe this is all I wish to discuss with you. I find dialoguing with you quite inspiring. Leisure time spent in the company of a road trader has beneficial effect not only on me, but also my colleague as well. XD chat. Alright. Guess we could level your boy up. Actually, I'm not. Should I worry about using him? I guess we can see what he does. So as officer. Yay, we have so many officers. Nothing new here. Did they add any new classes or anything? I don't think so. Or at least not for him. You think he would have it if they did, right? What's his background? Origins of Manipulus. So he has that at least. I assume that we can't, unfortunately, pick that because we can't be tech priests, but, yeah. Guess we can give him 2 servos. XD chat. We're probably not going to be using him, if I'm being honest. So we're just going to click through. We're just going to click on through. I'm pretty happy with the team that I have now. guess I can always look and see what his abilities are. Like these things. He's extra bring it down stuff. That's kind of interesting. They kind of reworked the UI. There's no more like sort by like offensive stuff and everything, right? It's only by source or by type. Like it's a little bit harder to navigate, to be honest. Which is fine. Before you have a little button, you can just click and go through them. Now you have to kind of like manage the yeah. Actually, I don't even know why I'm doing this. Let's just back up. We're probably not going to use him. If we do, he'll just be weak. All right, time to fly. All right, we are here. Let's see if I want to go anywhere else. I think we just go back to what we were trying to do originally. Sure, it'll give us like a new thing eventually. Being like, oh, shit's real. There we go. Can't beat in your ear comes to life with a cackle. No crackle. Lord Captain, following the rites of healing performed by the esteemed manipulative service upon the implantation throne of the sector of Bionica, the machine spirits dwelling in the relic revealed something extraordinary to us. Upon awakening, the sacred architect brought several more machines back to wakefulness. Performing diagnostic rituals, the tech priest discovered a secret door behind one of the devices. It was inscribed with the ancient Von Vlectis coat of arms. As soon as the tech priest tried to enter, a genetic guardian blocked the way. It refused to open the door to anyone but the rogue trader Serbian Von Vlectis or his heir. Serbian Von Vlectis? What do we know about his name? Therein lies a problem, your lord. No rogue trader by that name of Serbian is listed on any dynastic chronicle. The historians of the flagship are also familiar with the name. Why the Guardian thinks it belongs to the owner that never existed is a mystery, and only you, as actual head of the dynasty, can find the answer. Let's go look at it immediately. As you say, Lord Captain, the High Fulcrum has taken it upon himself to make the necessary preparations. He'll meet you there. To me, chat. You know, we're just gonna flat out say it will be next Saturday, June 20th. I think too short notice to do this Saturday. Firm. Is it bad that I'm not using the new DLC dude in the DLC? I probably should use him. Wait, they didn't even ask me who I want to use though. I was like, oh yeah, I'm coming. They're just like, because we jumped, right? I don't think it asked us for a party. It just kept whatever party I already had. Yeah, so it doesn't ask. Okay, well then rip him, I guess. Maybe after this initial conversation they'll ask, and maybe I'll add him in. Who would I take out though? I'm gonna take out Cassia. We don't need 3 officers. Access forbidden entry is authorized only for Serbian von Veloctis or his direct descendants. Lord Perium, examine the coat of arms on the wall. Helix symbols, casta, noble bronze, were undoubtedly from von Veloctis dynasty. Only certain details draw your eye. Some elements of the ornamentation and architect scribe indicate the coat of arms as well as the wall itself is several centuries old. Answer me, Spirit. Who is Serbian? Error. Request is invalid. Hi, rogue trader. Sigmund von Veloctis. I command you open this door. Genetic confirmation is required. Place your hand into it. Notifications pass. Welcome, a member of the von Veloctis dynasty. Incredible. Generations of Shurigens have toiled away here and were utterly unaware. Let's add a shocked exclamation of the linguist technicus, which shifts to a sharp Benharic screech, and then, embarrassed by his outburst, the tech priest. Actually, you know what I should do? Okay. You know what I should do? When we reload it to here before we jump, I should go somewhere that forces me to have the party, invite the dude into the party, and maybe then it'll force him to be here. And in that case, I also probably should actively build his character. So, womp womp. All right. Honestly, let's just do another overseer. Yeah. Do another overseer. Do another servo skull. We already have this thing. You can't do these things. I could technically do a cyber, like a raven thing now, but I really like my servo skull, so we're gonna keep it the way it is. All right. We're gonna make it to where he can do multiple signals, so we can give him this signal. We're gonna have it to where armored hide. Let's give him more wounds. Overcharge. Yeah. He wants intelligence, surely. Brother in arms. Yeah, he wants to be like a buffer. That sounds great. We want priority signal. We're literally going to go for just every signal possible. More signals, more money. You know what they say? What perceptions? What we usually have for Cassia? I think or something like that. Awareness. Without that, I mean, your Let's is pretty aware, and this guy isn't very good at it. So he can be coercion. He could do Medicaid kind of okay. Tech uses is a big thing, but it's no meaning for skills. Logic. You know, we can make him more logical over tech use. We'll do that. Oh, he wants a fellowship bonus. So intelligence fellowship is what we're gonna go on for. Probably more fellowship the more I think about it. In fact, where should make him fellowship. He's not smart. He's just a good fellow. Manipulous. Gains 1 AP if he has at least. Yeah, that's fine. More AP is always fun. Failed dodge attempts reroll. That sounds good. We'll do intelligence as his backup. We said logic. Techno logic. We don't like. I don't like using these, so I'm not gonna right picking this one. Right calibration. Yeah, make it where it costs less. Love that for us. We're just gonna grab all these things. All right, logic's done. We'll just give him Medicaid. Other signal. Give him temporary wounds. Yeah, make him tanky, make him tanky thick. Again, grabbing just a bunch of these. Toughness probably next. Don't want him to die as easily. Now he's an exemplar. Yeah, big increase. Yeah. Yeah. Yeet. All the manipulative stuff. Fellowship first, then intelligence. All manipulative stuff. All the manipulative stuff. Well, I guess this is a skill. Charge distribution. Repair Medicaid. Defend, define, work. Yeah, let's do this. Reading is not as cool as just doing, you know, chat? Exemplar talent. Actually, don't know. Does he use weapons? Plus 2 different action points. Firebrand. Emergency algorithms. There we go. More AP. Alright, we've grabbed all those. He has calculated relations. Okay. Can we give him heavy armor? You'll probably see. Okay, this is not the one where you can give heavy armor. It's the other thing. Got it. Alright, so Dit wasn't able to give him heavy armor this time if he doesn't already have it, but that's just the way life is sometimes. If we go to here, we go to cargo, we type in servo. I'll grab this out for his new servo skull. And then if we go all the way to him, oopsies, all the way to him, give this servo. There it is. All right. Now, what kind of things do you do? He doesn't use these things. We can't use boots. One of these is definitely boots. We want to also change it to where show helmets off. That kind of stuff. All right. So he uses similar stuff to what's his face does. Just give him more logic, sure. His guns are weak as frick. So we want to look at he's using plasma guns and Omnicyanax. Add to inventory. Axe. What do they call those things? Is it tech axe? I'm pretty sure I have some laying around. I'm assigning axe. Okay, so axe. Maybe I don't have them laying around then. Okay. Then we will just let him go with what we got then, and then we'll try to improve his gear as time goes on. Kind of a vibe. Could always give him implementation. Smile. Yeah, we'll just have to upgrade this stuff later. All right, so what we want to do is we want to go to the below decks thing. Take off Cassia. Cassia, goodbye. You again. Listen, we can't go to the below decks thing anymore. Interesting. No, I don't want to go to the quarters. I want to go to the... Okay, did they go to bridge? That's what I meant to click. It didn't go to bridge. It didn't go to bridge, unfortunately. All right. Now we'll save here. Actually, is he on the deck? Should I be talk? I should probably go through his conversation pieces. Yeah, he is. Okay. Hell yeah. All right, 1 second. Okay, we're good. Press it. Sorry, I'm reading now, and then I'm gonna lower the desk. I know y'all can't see me. I'm right here, chat. I swear. Stranger with foibles. There's nothing to fear in death if you lived a worthy life. I do not care about dying. I'm too busy. Wait, specifically, no. Death is for other people. I shall rise above it. No, I have a fair death if you live a worthy life. Hi, Ro. Hi. Lots of DLC. Yeah, we just got into it. And we got a new companion. This is him right here. We're trying to go through his lore. Good for us. He's another tech priest dude. Because we love tech priests. You get to add, looks like augments to your body if you want. So if you want to make yourself tech priestish, you kind of can. It seems like. So love that for me. Unfortunately, he's not romanceable to my knowledge, or if he is, like I'd rather romance Pascal to be honest. But Ro, in case you're unaware, well, wait, Brave told you I think there's drops for the game, right now. So watch your hour, get your drops. Also, bro, we will be hosting another vibrator play day, which is what my chat calls themselves for those uninitiated. Next Saturday, not this one coming up, the one after that, the 20th. If you want to play and hang out with us, you're free to come along. There is a survey on my Discord to discuss what games we shall play. But you can also just, join in, whatever. But no pressure to you to play with us. I'm going to be out of town. Despair! How could you? To be fair, we'll probably do a second one next month. Sorry, a third one next month before PoE 1 season begins. Maybe we'll catch that one then. Also, next Saturday isn't fully locked in. That's just what I picked so far, but people are like, I can't play, then we won't do it. We'll move it to another day. Bella has acquired a skull companion of her own. Do you think he and Nuntius will get along? He also has a servo skull, which is really cool. I too servo skull, chat. Erudite and complex constructs opt to not comment on the witty. Oh wait, were y'all not able to hear before? Wait a second, I was on the wrong scene. I realized that. Yeah, so y'all probably couldn't hear all his conversation. That's fucking funny. All right, well now you're on the right one. You should be able to hear this. Is Nuntius jealous of your new cyber companion?
A preposterous notion. My cybernetic companion is merely an auxiliary tool. It is far less sophisticated than Nuncius, and lacks his outstanding communication skills and sharp intellect.
Continue. Truly, you do not detect the wit of jealousy in the servo skull's gaze. I'd like to learn more about you.
But can anyone truly know the essence of another person? For a veil of words often shrouds meaning that cannot be discovered in one brief conversation. Then again, all the greatest works on human nature began with scant material. Ask your questions, rogue trader.
Where do you hail from?
Stygius 8 is a forge world located on one of the moons of a gas giant in the binary star system of Vulcanus. A magnificent place. Stretching from horizon to horizon, mighty manufactorums crisscross the moon's surface, producing armaments and equipment. For the armies of the Segmentum Solar, the designs and patterns we produce are unequaled in the galaxy. The huge titans of the Legio Honorum tower over cohorts of Skitarii, making ready to escort countless expeditions, ravenous for knowledge and lost technology.
Honestly, my next character was already going to be from the Forge world, and this is just very, very cool. Now I'm definitely being Forge world next time. Also, they mentioned Skitarii, which is going to be part of the next DLC class for Darktide, which we'll be playing later this month. And I'm going to be a Skitarii chat. So, kind of cool to see them pop up. I wonder if the people making Warhammer games just talk a lot together. Because very, very fitting in the theme. I've never, or maybe I just mentioned Skitarii before, and I just never realized it until I was paying attention to the Darktide thing. And it's just one of those situations where you don't know something until you are more aware of it, kind of thing.
And beneath them, deep within the moon itself, lies a labyrinth of archives and laboratories where many sages cultivate knowledge and conduct experiments in the name of understanding the will of the machine god. Nuncius and I spent our adolescence and part of our adulthood there before we were permitted to leave our cells for the cabins of expedition ships and the tents of field camps. I miss my home, but I do not regret leaving it, for stagnation is the enemy of knowledge.
Why do you wear black robes and all tech priests wear red?
No, not all. The robes of tech priests often vary from world to world. They're imbued with symbolism that reflects the principles of a particular branch of the tech priesthood. Red is the color of Mars. It is present in the robes of each world as an homage to the red planet. White symbolizes the purity of machines and sacred augmetics. One is compelled to carry a certain stigma living on Styges 8. Certain theological disputes often lead to conflict with our fellow clergy. Black symbolizes our guardedness and otherness, while with red we emphasize the purity of our faith in the Omnissiah and our fellowship with the rest of the cult Mechanicus.
Very interesting. I mean, as much as I love the Adeptus Mechanicus, I don't know a lot about their heavy lore. So it's kind of cool to learn a little bit more about like what robes may symbolize, stuff like that. What technological disputes do you have with the other tech priests?
The tech priests of Styges 8 are most dogged in their acquisition of samples of xenotechnology. Under our doctrine, any methods used to gain an advantage over the enemies of humanity are justified, so long as they do not cross the line into heresy. As you may have guessed, where exactly that line lies has been the subject of debate and discord for centuries. This means that we are often compelled to ensure a certain level of secrecy in our work, which only increases suspicions about our world. But for the sake of the Imperium's victory, we are prepared to live with this stigma. That is an incontrovertible fact.
So the stigma is that they are okay with like researching xenotechnology? Shit, dude, me too. Me too, bro. Love Xenos. Not all of them. But yeah. Tell about your research. What is it you're trying to understand?
I have dedicated my life to many questions. The blessings of the fusion of organics and machines. The search for virtue in their separate existence. The possibility of prolonging the functioning of flesh through genetics and alchemy. The machine god is perfect in all his manifestations. This is the truth and an incontrovertible fact. But it seems to me that attempts to become like him exclusively through augmetics, though good in their righteousness, do not fully reflect his design. For the organic body is nothing but a biological machine whose components can be replaced and improved by genetic transmutation. I believe the truth lies somewhere between these two paths, and both lead to my ultimate goal, my magnum opus, to challenge death itself as a phenomenon, bringing humanity closer to the eternity of the Omnissiah.
What did you do before you arrived on the Altar Templum Calixis X17?
I may not look it, but I am a wanderer and a pilgrim. Nuncius and I have led research expeditions with the aim of finding relics and artifacts and advancing the quest for knowledge. I have also endeavored to learn from my colleagues at every opportunity, developing my expertise in genetics, hermetics, and augmetics. We have visited more than one world, voyaged on more than one ship, and got our hands dirty more than once, both literally and figuratively.
What was it like living on the altar?
Many secrets lie within that blessed temple fortress. I spent decades there, but still I am not certain that I discovered all of them. However, the station's clergy are not known for their insularity for nothing. They're quite reluctant to make contact with the laity, or even other tech priests. Nuncius and I were lucky that our skills were in demand, and we were able to ensconce ourselves in that fountain of wisdom. Alas, the doctrine of isolation and the intransigence of several colleagues had brought my research to a standstill, and so I seized the opportunity to join your retinue.
Is the phrase "incidents of colleagues" that strikes you? It seems that there was more to his departure than simply a thirst for knowledge. Be honest, with whom did you quarrel?
No, Nuncius. I was not trying to hide anything from the rogue trader. I only reasoned that the squabbles of tech priests would scarcely be of interest to him. A disagreement arose with the cloister's arch-chemist, Tekla Paradigm 13. She stubbornly refused to understand the importance of my research and would not authorize access to the sacrarium of alchemical reagents. Since her arguments were invalid and her theoretical basis flawed, I decided to disregard her prohibition and grant myself access. I acted discreetly to ensure that my colleague would not discover my requisitioning of the reagents. That is, until work stopped in one of the Capellae Biologus, where there was a regrettable incident involving a group of servitors I had been experimenting on. Such a fuss over just a few controlled mutations.
Rolling experiments.
Tekla Paradigm 13 had approached research with the same zeal she applied to making my life on the station more difficult. She could have been useful for something. Unfortunately, that was not the case. I decided to leave the station at the earliest opportunity, so as not to jeopardize my and Nuncius's efforts. That opportunity turned out to be you.
Wait, Pascal was also serving the Elter back then. You two weren't acquainted?
The Omnissiah's providence did not bring us together. The temple is quite vast, and it is no surprise that two learned men never once crossed paths. After all, each of us is blessed with our own function, and fulfilling that function is a solitary effort.
Based.
Really? My dearest colleague states that Magos Haneman and I once passed each other in Service Conduit 91-R. The esteemed Magos chided me for some minor neglect in the presentation of my augments, after which, having each voiced our opinions, we parted ways. It seems I considered this event to be inconsequential.
He bickered about how he looked.
Escaped my memory.
My curiosity has been satisfied.
As mine. Questions can reveal more about the asker than anything they may say about themselves.
Huge difference from the other tech priests. It's less mechanistic.
To think that all tech priests speak exclusively like machines is a widespread misconception among the laity. We may strive to draw closer to the machine god, but we remain part of the human race. How exactly a tech priest achieves this oneness is the choice of each individual ordained in the priesthood of Mars, depending largely on personal characteristics, practical considerations, and interpretations of the tenets of the faith. Of course, many attune their language to machine cant or even prefer not to use flesh speak at all. It is then easier for them to make contact with machine spirits.
Interesting.
For myself, however, a key aspect of the machine god is his omniscience. I gather wisdom, and that includes from communicating with laypersons. To this end, standard low Gothic has so far proved to be the most useful. However, this does not negate the fact that I am able to speak all the binaric dialects of Mars, if circumstances so demand.
Wish to know more about augments.
I can only encourage such a thirst for knowledge. Ask away.
What is the Adeptus Mechanis' views on augmentations among the laity?
Difficult question, and thus an interesting one. From the perspective of the cult Mechanicus, augmentation is an unalloyed good. Flesh is weak, and replacing it brings us closer to the Omnissiah. But this good is also a supreme privilege. Every augmetic is a man-made miracle that glorifies the machine god. And not every layperson is worthy of such a blessing. The majority of laypersons who have lost limbs or organs are at best furnished with the most rudimentary prosthetics, if any at all. The exceptions are those who hold key posts in the Imperium, or who cannot perform their duties without replacing their organics with more efficient equivalents.
Yep.
And naturally, there are exceptional individuals, such as rogue traders, who can afford the best augments at the wave of their hand. Or rather, it's lost. Just think about it. You are one of untold billions, and you succeeded in becoming a statistical improbability. How could one perceive anything in these metaphysical mathematics?
Yeah.
Sign of the machine god.
Yeah. What augments do you have?
I have a great many of them, and most possess rather esoteric functions that are difficult to explain to a layperson. The most obvious is the galvanic cell. My hull is quite heavy, so it is supported by a gravitic core, mechadendrites, of course, an electron with an alchemical synthesizer, auxiliary cogitators, an eye with magnifiers and analyzers, a respiratory... My dearest colleague suggests that my answer is becoming tiresome. If you are curious, I would be pleased to attempt to compose a treatise on my construction. But the more difficult task will be to give it a form comprehensible to a layperson.
Hypothetically, if a lumen burned out one of my chambers, could your galvanic coil revive it?
With a suitable source of motive force to redistribute, I could light up the lumens of an entire deck, rogue trader. However, I do hope that is not the only application you will find for my talents.
Isn't your face rather too organic? Most tech priests have more implants?
If my physiognomy offends you, there is no need to hide it behind feigned interest. However, I will answer on the hypothesis that your question is sincere. My face looks as it does because that is how I prefer it. A Vox grill is practical, but there is something about speaking my thoughts aloud via an organic vocal apparatus. Consider it my little extravagance. Besides, appearances are deceiving. My internals have been extensively augmented, and I am fully fluent in lingua technis and binaric. My dearest colleague amply meets all other communication needs.
The science in Unicus makes it clear that the communication need for further discussion have been decisively met. Fascinating. Nuna nods with a smile. I'm curious about Unicus.
My dearest colleague is incredibly flattered by the attention. Please, ask your questions.
What is he?
He is my dearest colleague and indispensable assistant.
But a servo skull is capable of complex thought. How can he be your colleague?
Superb question. It is quite difficult to explain to a layperson, but I will try. To put it quite crudely, Nuncius helps me to think. He constitutes an exceptionally complex network of algorithms that augment my own. They contain conflicting points of view that seek out flaws in my reasoning, and information that is more useful to me if it is not kept in my own head. So I delegate it to him.
He's just like a second brain. Be honest with me, is Unicus an honorable intelligence?
Are you truly asking me if I have violated one of the Omnissiah's core commandments as blithely as if you were asking to borrow my stylus? No. 1,000 times no. How could such a thing even be wrought from a single servo skull? A wicked mind of that caliber would require a receptacle of significant cogitational potential. I am deeply outraged by this insinuation, and simultaneously flattered by your assessment of my skills.
Don't tell him about the AI that we have on the ship. He seemed upset by that. You're sanguine and impassive as ever?
My dearest colleague asks me to convey that he does not share my strong emotions, and humbly apologizes for this outburst. He also swears before the machine god that he was created according to all the canons of sacred engineering, and that he is not a sacrilegious perversion of his design.
Well, how have you two been together?
We have shared a cell since our novitiate on Styges 8. 138 planetary cycles and 72 days have elapsed since then. It may not be accurate in a temporal sense, but you could say we have been together my whole life.
Nuntius, I wish to speak with you.
I will take it upon myself to interpret his words, but I beg your pardon in advance for falling far short of my dearest colleague in terms of rhetorical elegance.
You understand me?
Yes.
Or are you always silent?
Presumption is incorrect. Nuntius is really rather chatty and holds strong views on every conceivable topic, which he does not hesitate to express at the first opportunity. Alas, you, as a layperson, are unable...
I wonder if there's going to be an interaction between Nuntius and Nomos.
Nuntius categorizes this fact as regrettable.
What's your opinion on Ian?
Yes, Nuntius. I will relay it verbatim.
What's up, Pika? Pika P. This is our new companion from the new DLC, Pika. We just started the DLC a little bit ago, and now we're learning all his lore.
Combined with my stubbornness to the point of ossification would have stunted my development were it not for his thoughtful advice and fair criticism. He also adds that the thought of working with anyone other than me evokes repulsion and outrage in him. The value coefficient of our relationship is extremely high in his catalog.
He has a little servo skull, but like he doesn't treat him like other people treat servo skulls. He's more of a colleague than he is like just a servant kind of thing. And apparently he can talk to him, and he's translating for him right now as I ask him questions. Admit it, you're really the clever one in the partnership, aren't you?
Nuntius, what an appalling thing to say. Our partnership is perfectly equal. Keep your mischief-making to yourself, and don't mislead the rogue trader.
Yeah, so I'm asking questions to Nuntius, and he's supposed to be translating what Nuntius is saying. So I'm like, Nuntius, you're the smart one, right? And I'm guessing Nuntius was like, fuck yeah, I am. And then he was upset by that, which is funny. How many times a day does Aegon say, this is incontrovertible fact?
That cannot be right. That often? Yes, Nuntius, I would be obliged if you would assist in monitoring my vocabulary. But watch that superior tone of yours, please.
Thank you for the conversation, Nuntius.
Nuntius states that this conversation has stimulated and enriched him.
That's all I wish to ask.
Nuntius says that he will leave a channel for inquiries about his biography and personal qualities open for you, rogue trader.
Hell yeah, brother. You mentioned that you have knowledge of the Xenos.
The rank of Genitor grants me the right to study their foul anatomy and behavior for the purposes of identifying their weaknesses. I have personally dissected more than one specimen, and have even preserved specific body parts for further investigation. I research and study their technology to the same end. There is no shame in using our enemy's weapons against them, no matter what some narrow-minded colleagues may say.
True. Oh yeah, I love movie time. Okay. What kind of Xenos do you study?
The mythical kind, shall we say. The subject of my research is an ancient, unusually advanced xeno-civilization. Some among the tech clergy call them Nephilimeks, believing them to be the first creations of the Omnissiah. Others call them iron anathemas, considering them to be the spawn of abominable intelligence. But the initiated know them as Necrons. And believe me, the hand of the machine god has never touched these monstrous creatures.
Hell yeah.
After more than 1 decade of searching, I have amassed a modest collection of objects that belong
You're talking about Necrons now. If only Tyler was here.
I have never succeeded in understanding the purpose of most of them. Many believe that Necrons died out long ago, leaving behind only ruins of black rock. But I do not believe so. They exist still, and they are closer than they seem.
You've heard from the drunken voidfarer dread tales and speculation about metal creatures that do not know death. None of these stories ever sound plausible, let alone convincing. Why do you believe they're still alive?
I have encountered inconsistencies in my research. Ghost colonies with fresh tracks that match the descriptions of these Xenos from various sources. Adeptus Mechanicus expeditions that plunged into obsidian ruins, never to return. Gaps in the knowledge repositories of individual worlds, as if someone had been trying to hide information in isolation. All these are unexplained coincidences. But if I analyze the cumulative frequency of the events and the systems in which they occurred, and compare them to the few things I do know, I can detect certain patterns. The ancient Xenos are exhibiting activity.
What's up, Wes? You're playing the wrong game. No, I'm not. Probably done with PoE 2 for the season, at least until, like, you know, a big patch or reset happens. Mostly because, and I think the thing, and I said it a couple times already, so if you've been here for a minute, you've heard me say it already, but the big thing that hinders me from, like, wanting to really dive deep into PoE 2 is that it's still in beta, and the world won't exist in, like, a standard sense. So, like, if I want to play SSF, I won't have, like, SSF collection that I can carry on through beyond seasons and stuff like that. So we're kind of moving on to it. Have you at PoE2 had a breach map that wall of construction on the map and you can't finish it? There's no dodge roll PoE1? There is no dodge roll PoE1, no. And no, I didn't do a crazy amount of breach stuff though. So I did mostly Abyss, Ritual, and a little bit of Expedition. I didn't do anything other than Unstable, Breach. I didn't do like the Fortresses and stuff. But there's no dodge roll PoE1. There's also like no WACAD, that kind of stuff. PoE1 is mechanically different than PoE2. Your PoE2 is obviously the newer one with all the new toys and shiny things. PoE1's a little bit more outdated and closer to like older ARPGs, like Diablo 2 kind of a vibe. But you get stuff that you get much more movement in PoE1 than you did 2. So like shield charge, that kind of stuff. Leap slam, frost blink. Like your movement speed is insanely better than a dodge roll. It is. Something feels weird. I'm at level 4. Hell yeah, dude. You still fight Hillock right before you get to the town, which you obviously did. So it's a similar vibe as far as that goes. But yeah, something's just mechanically different in this game, or PoE1 compared to PoE2. One type is a little bitch ass. Hell yeah, dude. Start at your shadow. Continue. Sound is more like a belief. He has encountered these mythical Xenos. There's very cool so-and-so. Hell yeah, dude. My favorite shadow builds usually are like trappers or people that use mines, which are usually called miners, chat, but I really hate using that the more we get into like, oh, I love mines. It's like a crazy thing to say. So, are you following a build or are you just kind of winging it for your first time for a little bit? Incognito. Yugen, you haven't encountered Necrons yourself, have you?
An interesting question. I will answer it with another. Would I be able to tell a layperson of such an encounter without breaking my vows to the cult Mechanicus? This question does not require an answer. Just food for thought.
So yeah, he definitely has. I just killed some bro on the beach while doing a medicine quest, and yeah, I'm following a quest guide. I saw max roll. Hell yeah, which guide are you following? What objects do you have in your collection?
That's the beauty of it. I don't know. Allow me to specify. It includes objects of mostly regular forms, cubes, spheres,
Also, that bro is Hellrake.
made of unknown black stone or metal. Many are covered in glyphs or patterns that cannot be deciphered. Fascinating trinkets that I have spent years studying, but have never progressed beyond flimsy theories that cannot be confirmed experimentally.
Oh, it's a shadow leveling guide. It's not an actual like full guide. You're just leveling up a random shadow. It's made by Havoc though. Havoc's a really well known dude. Kind of a speedster dude. He's playing Trickster though, not Assassin, right? Oh, or he kind of it's class agnostic, so you can pick whichever one you want. Got it. It's kind of cool. What is he playing though? Clearly using a spell. Oh, you don't Armageddon brand stuff? Well, you'll get to experience at least my favorite thing, which is brands. Unfortunately, you're experiencing the thing that I hate the most right now, which is probably Rolling Magma. But as a new player, you'll probably enjoy Rolling Magma, to be honest. Oh, yeah. Continue.
Perhaps my approach is fundamentally flawed, or the objects are non-functional. Or perhaps they simply do not want anyone to root out their secrets. It's a mystery. A stimulating mystery.
Doesn't have a title or anything, the name of the build. Oh, yeah, to be clear, that is just a leveling guide. So that's like for people who are just leveling and going to respec into their other build later. So that's not like a full build thing. That's just like, because a lot of people will play like something through the campaign, like Rolling Magma to Armageddon brand cremation, and then they'll respec into their actual skill once they finish the campaign or have like a certain unique or something like that kind of stuff. So that won't take you very far into like mapping progress and stuff like that, but it'll get you through the campaign quickly. Kind of a vibe. Which is like good if you're just like wanting to test some stuff out first before you commit to anything. Isn't that heresy?
I appreciate your restraint, rogue trader. In my experience, such words directed at me do not constitute a question, but an accusation. I will not attempt to convince you of my righteousness, but I will articulate a few facts that you can use as a basis for your own conclusions. Fact 1. My interest in Xenos is easily mistaken for a proclivity. It is not. I find them no more appealing than I would a cadaver being vivisected to ascertain what sickness ended its existence. They are objects that I study in order to answer a simple question. How can they be destroyed most effectively?
It's a Rocco. It's a baby boy. It's a Rocco. It's a baby boy. Continue.
Fact 2. Certain species of Xenos exhibit technological proficiency. Their weapons and artifacts possess destructive and utilitarian properties that could elevate the power of the Imperium. In studying these properties, I find ways to translate them to the technologies bestowed upon us by the Machine God. No wicked deed of innovation is committed. I liken this research to the creation of new production patterns.
Bought an auto cleaning litter box 2 days ago. How's it going so far? We're still don't use manual cleaning ones. The auto ones are obviously a lot better for less than 8 cats in a household, unless you want to buy like a bunch of the auto ones. Biggest time ever was so satisfying to see how it got removed. Hell yeah. Yeah. Whenever we end up getting like, you know, extra money and stuff, I would love to eventually replace a bunch of ours with like auto cleaning ones. But for now, it'd be okay. Was he apprehensive about using it? Because it was like new for a while. Some people say with the auto cleaning ones, cats are a little spooked at first because obviously it's a mechanism. sure you only use it one time now? Hell yeah. Could be doing theirs what bigger ones I do? Hell yeah. Come on, you coming over here, bud? Oh. Oh. Yesterday I didn't get as much done as I wanted to get done yesterday. I spent a lot of time just laying in bed, snuggling Rocco and Goblin because they were just laying in bed with me, and I was like, oh, it's so nice just to be able to lay around and hold the kitties. They're just babies. And then obviously we had the Pride thing we went to.
Act 3, the last. My research is directed solely toward advancing the quest for knowledge and strengthening the Imperium. Though a certain boldness may be inherent to my work, I do observe the dogmas and follow the righteous algorithms of the cult Mechanicus. Here ends the presentation on my position.
Perfect, guys. Oh, you have specific time for when it goes off, like after. It's like, oh, after like 5 minutes it'll go off or whatever. That's kind of cool. Do you have a link to the one that you bought? I'll look at it. Funny though, this one weighs my cat and it tells me exactly when he went in and when he went out. So how long he's been in there. That's fucking funny. So what's something else?
I look forward to seeing what new topic of discussion you propose.
You wish to debate. Let's begin with something quite simple. What is the meaning of life? From the Netherlands, though?
Splendid. It has been a long time since I last had a worthy opponent. Not including my dearest colleague, of course.
Do you live in the Netherlands, or you just have the fancy money to order stuff from the Netherlands? It's like super expensive. I don't know the cost of it, obviously.
So, to the topic. I have never understood why some thinkers present this question as something profound, when the answer is utterly trivial.
Belgium neighbors? Fair.
Life is determined by a person's position in the hierarchy of the Imperium and where he or she is deployed. But ultimately, what it comes down to is supporting the functioning of the system.
Cat toilet. It's actually not a bad price. It's on sale right now for 180 euros, which I don't know math, but that's pretty good. Alright, look at this more later. Thank you for sending it.
The worker produces or processes a resource. The soldier destroys enemies. The governor ensures order and the shipment of tithes. The meaning of my life is to advance the quest for knowledge, thus fulfilling the function granted to me by the Omnissiah. As I said, an utterly unoriginal question.
I'm trying to get some hair off Rocco, but he is being such a baby. He said, love me. Pet me. Oh, I'm gonna scratch your belly. Oh, any hair on that belly? I was looking for one a few years ago, and they're yeah. When we were looking a couple years ago, they were I don't know if they were okay, that's not 5,000 euros. That's 500-600. Yeah, they were like $500 for us. And so I was like, Jesus, to get 8 of those would be quite a bit of money. Which I mean, still getting 8 of a $200 one is still a big bit of money for us. But at least it's a lot cheaper than it than the 500 one was. Nencius, do you agree with Aegon?
My dearest colleague has accused me of oversimplifying matters. He believes that in trying to convey my point of view, I neglected many of the nuances you set forth in the question, and thus gave a trite answer myself. But he considers the general premise to be correct, albeit riddled with holes.
Do you truly believe that the meaning of existence can be reduced to one's function?
You may perceive that as a cynical view, but I am merely cutting away all that is superfluous. Humans are not simple creatures. I could regale you for hours with the nuances of the structure of the body and consciousness, and cite theosophical and philosophical musings, but it makes no difference. As long as a person fulfills their function, their life has meaning.
You hear that, Rocco? What's your function? Is it being adorable? Yeah, it is. What? So what is my function and meaning of life?
You are the quintessence of the will of the Imperium. Your purpose in life is to expand it and strengthen its power where other subjects cannot reach. You do not explore the frontier. You are the frontier.
I disagree. A person chooses what they live for.
Only a rogue trader would make such a claim. Do you really think that your unique position as the Emperor's anointed, which grants you unheard of liberties, translates so easily to the rest of us?
A worker who hopefully fills his role and his function may believe that the meaning of life is to provide for his family. That is for him alone to decide. A person can change their function if they're willing to fight for their different existence, even if the price is unrest and risk of death. As soon as I said it, I realized how willfully trite it sounds, and I lost all interest in this discussion. I do recommend you to acknowledge my victory in this debate. That's fucking crazy. I don't know if I like one or two better. I'm gonna go two.
A radical position that anyone else might consider heretical. But there is a kernel of truth to it, perhaps. A person can make apostasy the meaning of his life. However, one could argue that suppressing rebellion is one of the functions of the system. And therefore, paradoxically, rebels enable the system to perform this function by requiring its effectuation. I thank you for the interesting discussion, rogue trader.
Yay! We did our new companion stuff. Back to flying around. This time with Rocco. Rocco's first time playing, chat. You see his hands on my hand, which is on the mouse, so that's how you know he's controlling what's going on. He's just really talented like that. We've already read this part. We reloaded our save, so we're just going to get back to it. We wanted to get our companion up and going, which is why we had to reload our save. Hopefully he gets included this time, after all of our stuff that we just did. We'll see, though. Like it. Nice. Let's save here.
Let us not dawdle.
Can I buy Scrolls of Wisdom? No. Scrolls of Wisdom are going to be hard for you to come by early on, and then become... Later on, you can buy them, yes. You can trade... You can trade... If you talk to... In Act 1, is it Lily? Or is it... the other person... Whoever sells, like, the caster stuff usually can, like, trade one currency for another currency. In PoE 1, the vendors don't use gold. They use other currency items, like Scrolls of Stratagem, Portal Scrolls, that kind of stuff. There's no portal button like there is in PoE... like, there's no free portals like there is in PoE 2. You have to have Portal Scrolls. You can assign it to a button still, if you have them in your inventory to use it. But, yeah. There is a vendor that you will unlock... I want to say in Act 1 that can identify all items, kind of like the hooded one in PoE 2. But early on, Wisdom Scrolls are a little pain to come by, so don't worry too much about it. Sells of Unidentified? Yeah, technically, actually selling Unidentified usually rewards different things than if you identified them, so... Some people will exclusively sell things unidentified to go for certain kind of shards. So they can get like early augments and that kind of stuff. Place hand in the recess. Alright. This is where we caught up. Be careful, Lord Captain. Dynastic secrets can be more than a little dangerous. It is my righteous duty as Seneschal to escort you inside. Achievement unlocked. You found the secret study of Serbian von Valances. Your slides. What's up, buddy? Are you upset because I'm not giving you enough attention? Is that what's happening? He's walking back and forth. Oh, he's a baby. Am I just like not allowed to play games today? Is that what we're doing? A worthy cause. Mako, you are the most baby. That's my child right here, chat. Do I have to keep petting you, or can I just hold you instead? You want up? There you go, buddy. Alright. End dialogue. I went about inventory in PoE 2 to open portal scrolls, and I remember I needed to push a button. In PoE 1, you could also set it to where you can just push a button. You still have to have the portal scrolls in your inventory, but you can make them push a buttonable to where you don't have to open your inventory to open it. Previously, for many years, you had to click on the portal scroll itself, but one of the quality of lives they made X amount of leagues ago was they added in the keybinds a button where you can open portals using a portal scroll. A single button press.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Hydraulic booster. Isn't the jump maneuver ability. Upon landing, there is a 5x the number of firmament stacks chance up to a maximum that user falls prone and deals 0 damage stacks. Siberian, a figure, great attire, stares at you from the portrait in the air of regal superiority. This insignia embellishing his lavish cloak leaves no room for doubt. This is a rogue trader of bygone days. His right hand rests in the hilt of an exquisite blade, and his roguish half-smile radiates majestic condensation. Luck reads Sebastian von Valances, Masio of the Coronis, rogue trader of the Imperium, and guiding light of his... I will not dishonor the glorious name of all, and I swear it. Just for an item? Or can I... No, you can do that. It's just left clicking, right? You just click on the gem itself. I think you can just pull it out. Pretty sure just left click on it, kind of thing. Oh, right. You have to get used to the new gem system. Who's the item itself and not the gem? Excuse me, Rocco. 1 second, chat. Wife just brought some nuggies. Alright, let me check them real quick. Can I load 2 games up at once on Steam? Just right click on the gem. Okay, sorry, it was one of the clicks. So if it wasn't left yet, it should be right. Okay, makes sense. And technically I can load 2 games up. I was gonna go check for you. But you got it figured out, so we'll close it off now. See? But yeah, the gym system is one of the big differences in the two games. You don't have access to every gym until you get to like Act 6. So like you can't like just like, oh, I want to play this bow skill on this character if it's not available to you without having to do like a mule. And your gyms level up as you get experience with him. Instead of you having to get like an uncut gym to level it up, you just like it gets experience, you level it up kind of thing. Same thing with support. Supports have levels and all that kinds of stuff too. Study details of the portrait. It's hard to argue with a simple truth. The subject of the portrait was extremely good-looking individual. Not one of his meticulously painted scars, which the road trader bore like medals in the military honor, could spoil his noble beauty. Look closely at his face. Chiseled features, dark brows, and a gaze of full inner strength. You also notice the finely worked furrows of stubbornness on his forehead and at the corners of his mouth. The artist strove to capture the complex character of a strong-willed man, and it seemed to have done the job. Examine the weapon. There can be no doubt about the weapon's origins. The sword is depicted as an unknown artist's brush was not forged by human hands. Hey, Rocco again. The fluid curves, the exceptional luster of the blade, the gem at the hilt showing the weapon of Aldari artisan. The blade is also unusual for runes engraved along its length. They are most ancient indeed. The inscription of the Aldari language recounting an ancient unholy god of war revered by the Xenos. Already got unique. What unique did you get? GG. Already dropped mage blood. Okay, Rocco. I can't. I'm trying to eat right now, buddy. If you're gonna hang up here, that's fine. But more for auto attacks. Yeah, I mean, if you're going into that spellcasting stuff, you're not going to use it. But yeah, it is more of an attack. Claws are usually used for attack-based builds. So if you're doing spells, then obviously a claw won't be a big thing typically. If you're doing like an attack-based thing, it's pretty good one early on. You can use it at level 1, it's decent damage. So if you were doing an attack-based build, it'd be great. That being said, so the PoE 1 is different in how it handles conversion. So let's say you have both games, PoE 1 and PoE 2. If you convert all your physical to an element or to like poison, like chaos kind of thing, in PoE 1, then that will now scale with both physical stuff as well as chaos stuff. Like it'll scale with both, even if either you convert it fully over to the other thing. So you want to use a physical claw kind of stuff. Works out pretty fine. In PoE 2, once you convert, you can no longer scale with the original thing on that percentage. So if you convert 100% in PoE 2, a physical to chaos, it only scales with chaos now. It no longer scales with physical. So that is one of the other differences in the two games. So if you're doing an attack-based like poison build, the physical claw is just fine, because your skill probably will convert it over to damage. Also, physical and chaos both scale poison. Also, accuracy matters in PoE 2 or PoE 1 for melee. Alright. Study the background of the painting. As drawn to the head of the predatory creature behind the man, its beastly face, distorted mortal rage, is vaguely familiar, and its gaze, too intelligent for a dead thing, is fixed on something very specific outside the painting. You cut a fine figure. Portrait remains silent, perhaps because, despite the vividness of the person depicted, it is only an object that has been hanging on the wall for centuries. Turn to something else. Willpower 95. You're a forgotten legend now, old man, but the Colonel Spencer will not forget me so quickly, I assure you. Or I can say I will not dishonor the family name. Let's go with that one. That seems nicer. You don't speak the truth. You begin to think of the man in the portrait is looking back at you with faith in his eyes. Denrock, found a portrait of my ancient ancestor. I wish it would be hung in my chambers. It's gonna end up bad, I would imagine, by the way. It's never a good thing to just take out weird ancient stuff that has demons behind them. And put it into your room, but we're here for the story, you know?
Keep your wits about you.
Keep a sharp eye.
Also, Incognito, if you ever find that a build that you're looking for is a little lacking, I could probably help you craft a build a lot easier in PoE 1. If you can't find an assassin that fits what you want to do, I could probably help you make one PoE and stuff like that. Not to toot my own horn, but I'm kind of a big deal. I'm not. But I know a good bit of stuff. You can fully make a build from scratch? Yeah, I do it all the time. Not all the time, sorry. Yes, I have done it multiple times. My knowledge of PoE 1 is much larger than it is in PoE 2. I will eventually get there with PoE 2, but, you know, not so much. So next league, you're gonna be my best friend. Yeah, if you get to me in time, like, I don't want to actually craft it when we're playing, but if you want to, Impending Doom and Cultists, I mean, that can't be, that's already the existing archetype, I believe. Poison-based Impending Doom Occultist is not super far-fetched. So, it could be easily done, yeah. You have no updated builds for it? Yeah. When we get a couple of weeks out, like, for PoE 1 season, posting the build discussion of PoE 1 on the Discord, and ask for it, and I can start working on it kind of around then, hopefully. I can actually work on it after streams now, if you want to, post it in there as a thing, and then I'll just remember to go back to it. The cover of the book is coated in a thick layer of dust. Sprayed. Now, that being said, like, obviously, there's no guarantee that it's going to be, like, the most meta great build in the world, but I can definitely make builds that are functional. And I can get you, like, into tier 16 and farming up kind of thing. And then, as you run into issues, we can progress and build beyond that point. Kind of stuff. I'm not going to say every build that I craft is going to one-shot Ubers and, like, stuff like that. But, you know. And don't come with weird stuff. Like, oh, I want Rejuvenation Totem. Get out of here. First build I ever seriously played a PoE. Oh, that's awesome then. Yeah. Just a little ribbon. So, not a cultist, but one of our streamer friends, Radiated Fishy, plays Elementalist Impending Doom. He played it last league for our private league and stuff like that. And he's played a couple other times. So he's really big into Impending Doom. But he doesn't play the Poison versions because apparently it's heavier, it's harder on his PC or whatever, and he can't like stream and play Poison at the same time. But yeah, shouldn't be too hard. I leveled multiple times using the Impending Doom Poison setup. because it's easy to level second characters with it. I leveled like 3 characters last league doing Impending Doom Poison until like yellow maps. Like I leveled as Marauder, a Shadow, I think a second Witch. Can't remember actually. Yes. Yeah, you can't. It's a one-time thing. You don't. It's not like PoE1 where you can like just spam it until you're happy. That's one of the complaints I have for like the early crafting, is that I wish those two, or like the augmentation was at least spammable kind of a thing. I think that'd be really nice. I don't mind the rest of the crafting once you get past that step, but I feel like in PoE2 specifically, setting up the magic item base is just overly difficult. So to get good rolls, I got multiple items. You either need multiple items or you need like a bunch of annulment orbs. There's no scours either, so you would either like, you know, spam a couple exalts or a couple of augs, whatever kind of thing. Didn't hit what you want, annul it back down to 0, start it again. I think you can also. Did they nerf Recombinator in PoE2? But yeah, usually you want to use like the greater imperfect versions if you're going into like the late game crafting. But typically at PoE2, yeah, your best bet's just to get like multiple bases. That's why usually PoE2 I highlight the common bases of the items I'm looking for. Like for instance, if I want a reaping staff, I'll highlight the common reaping staff that has like no things on it. And I pick up every single one, and then I always you know, transmute aug and see if I hit anything good. If I don't, I throw it away. And I just look for multiple copies like that. Early on, at least. Like I said, later on, once you're rich, you can use the annulment process. But, yeah. I'm not gonna just hold you all day, buddy. You gotta like lay somewhere that's comfortable for you. He said, "What the hell?" All right, bud. All right. My legs are cold, but I guess it's for you, so I'll do it. Wait, the crafting in PoE 2 is a lot more gambly, like through the whole process. It's more gambly. Whereas in PoE 1, like you said, you can spam like, you know, augments and stuff like that. Or alteration orbs rather. You can spam those. I wish they hopefully maybe they'll add alterations into PoE 2 and then it'll just make life easier. Like I said, I don't mind the other gambling aspects of the crafting, but I hate setting out magic items in PoE 2. Alright, I'm gonna read this now, buddy. I love you. Also, Incognito, if you're in standard or trade, like if you're in a trade league and not SSF in PoE 1, if you get to the point where you just like want some currency to fuck around with, let me know and I can always see what I have laying around and I can toss you some stuff later on. So you can kind of like test some stuff out. I was going to invite you to the guild and everything, because our guild in PoE 1 is much bigger than our guild in PoE 2. Alright, dust off the cover. Sturdy, well-crafted leather and expensive embossing. That's hardly faded with the effects of time. The Von Vlectis coat of arms stamped on it's embellished with large gems. The book is covered in many scratches and scuffs, as if the book has survived more than a few adventures. At the bottom of the cover, the name Serbian Von Valensis is written in florid script, and it appears to be a personal diary. Open the first few pages. Pages are filled with cramped writing, along with blots, crossing outs, and sweeping underlines. that reveal the owner's passionate nature. The ink has faded and decayed in the pages themselves. The thin parchment crumbles to dust at any careless touch. Leaf through the middle. All I can be certain is that the portion of my designs that most of my retinue would consider overly bold would not leave the confines of this chamber. It is rather amusing that the personal laboratory has ultimately become a secret sanctuary to those walls that I can tell most of my ideas and research. At times, I sense that the esteemed Exalt 117 is entirely aware of existence, but the Archmagos has always possessed a rare combination of human qualities. A sense of tact coupled with the ability to keep others' secrets. Open the last entry. Oh, Incognito, if you're also listening, PoE 1 currency things are a little different. Exalts are not like really used for crafting until you get later, kind of thing. It's also they're not as frequent as they are in PoE 2. So your crafting methods are going to be a little bit different for when you want to like try to make yourself some items. Early on in progression stuff, most people stick to just like using essences to hunt for stuff. And then there's a crafting bench which you unlock in Act 2 once you get your hideout. So once you get in Act 2, you get access to the crafting bench, which you can go in there and you can just pay like, oh, I'm gonna pay 2 alterations or whatever to craft on fire res. So like you can craft on some stuff starting there, and you unlock more craft recipes as you progress. The siege is over, but it takes more than a single battle one to snuff the flames of war. They're showering me with their artless praise. They're lauding me as the savior of the dynasty, and yet I cannot shake the thought that it may be my hand that signed its death warrant. What if the artifact in front of me now is not enough? Yet the place found where I found the relic may still hold more. The God Emperor willing, I shall find them. No one must know about the cluster I discovered. No one must interfere with my research. I will order Obsorio not to record the warp routes in the archives of his esteemed house. And shall I fall, then perhaps my descendants might finish what I started. The dynasty's private cogitator of Dargonis seems ancient and loyal enough to me to trust it with the coordinates. The access identifier is Laria. This will open the secret ways of the machine spirit's memory. I hope I will be the one who reads this journal upon my return. I hope I will destroy the evidence of my inexcusable faintness of heart. The remaining pages of the diary are utterly untouched. Perhaps the cogitator or the place of Dargonis mentioned in the last entry could tell you more about the mysterious Serbian Von Vlesis and his journey. Your Lordship, has your search been successful? Have you learned anything about the fate of the mysterious Serbian? Got a portrait of a nobleman holding a usual sword on one of the walls. What gave you the notion that the blade is depicted more than just a ceremonial weapon, Your Lordship? Iconoclast. An Adari blade, an ancient one at that. A Xenos relic, without a doubt. I see. This is a strong indicator that the blade's wielder was most distinguishable individual. Even among rotators, not everyone can afford to possess such an item. It must be a genuine portrait of Serbian. The fellow portrait was rather handsome and sumptuously dressed. I see, alas, it sheds no lights on who he really was, although elegant appearance is indeed a hallmark of nobility, and you are no small proof of that. Enough about the blade. After thorough search, I had a handwritten diary signed by Von Lensis. That's something. One can learn a great deal about the individual from their personal writings. That is, of course, assuming he was sufficiently truthful in his account. What do the diaries tell you? Your chamber was a sanctuary and a laboratory. I believe Serbian was only interested in radical ideas. Final entry tells me the siege of the Dragonis, such an historical event is not in the chronicles. Let's go with the top one. It explains a great many things, in particular the fact that no mention of him survives in their official histories. I suppose there must be something dark and nefarious behind all this, far more than we can even guess. The final entry tells about an entry of the siege of Dragonis. Let me think. That is strange indeed. I have studied the Sorry, I realized I could pin messages. Or I can't. What? Let me pin my message. God damn it. Alright, let me go to not OBS. Boop. Instead of me saying it over and over again, I could just pin it like this so people can know. There you go, chat. Let me think. This is strange indeed. I studied the history of the dynasty in enough details to recall all major battles of the last millennium, and none took the place out of Capital World. A reference of a certain cogitator in Palace in Dragonis, as well as a data key that grants access to its archives. Wonderful, you should definitely go to Dragonis and convey the code to the country's machine spirit. I think more survived in the records. That's everything I managed to discover. Your thoughts? Lordship, I imagine that Serbian was a man of remarkable talents and extraordinary destiny. That I regret that I was fated never to see him in the flesh. The life of a generator Fernandez is extremely disturbed by the discovered addition of a genealogical tree of the von Vluctus dynasty. I request permission to make appropriate changes to the sector bionicle archives. It seems that Serbian von Vluctus was indeed one erased from the official chronicles. I wonder what deed prompted such a step. I do hope that the impudent spirit of ancient cogitator Tungus sheds light on the mystery. We will not have to co-sign what we learn as well to oblivion as well, Lord Captain. Yeah, that would be bummer. Toxin and toxic saturation effect.
Okay. Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, so it wasn't really anything combat-wise to do, and honestly, having him here didn't really change anything, it seems like, so... Alright, before we get flying around, I'm gonna take a brief break. Go to the restroom, and then also change my laundry over so it can start to dry. So, give me a couple minutes. I'll put up a message, actually. Apparently, I want to run 2x wands. Yes, in PoE 1, you can dual wield wands. And that just essentially gives you more damage. Later on, you'll probably want to switch. If you play the build like a spellcaster, you usually want to switch to like a wand and a shield for like defensive measure. There are no staves in PoE 1 kind of thing. But you can dual wield wands. You can dual wield a lot of stuff in PoE 1 compared to PoE 2. Also, there's no spirit. There's so much stuff that's new that's gonna be different than the game. There's no spirit. Instead of spirit, you just have these things called auras, and it reserves your mana instead of like reserving spirit, that kind of stuff. So we'll talk. Ask questions when you come up to them. Like a blast though, both wands and the vendor have big damage. Hell yeah, gamer. I hope you enjoy the game. PoE 1 is my favorite RPG. I know you're a little apprehensive about it after your time with PoE 2, but hopefully you enjoy this one a little bit more. Like I said, it is also going to be a game that requires knowledge, but I actually have the knowledge to give to you this time, so it's not hard for you to kind of dig through if you need to learn something. Cool. Yeah. Hey, Aloy. What's up, sweet girl? Hi, Aloy. What's up, girl? At this point, I also prefer PoE 1 still. Yeah, PoE 1's definitely my preferred over the 2. I do still think that PoE 2 has a lot of great things about it. And it is probably my second favorite as far as ARPG goes now. I think it passed up TLI for me just because I think really this season for TLI for me personally was a bit of a bummer. But even though I totally got further than I ever have and stuff like that, I just think that a little frustration with some of the SSF-ish stuff is starting to hit as I become more of an SSF / private league kind of enjoyer. Give me a treat. Yeah, I will. She stays around after I finish brushing her. I'll give her a treat. Look at all that hair just coming off. I don't get to very often brush Aloy. It's pretty much the only time that she allows me to do it. So I like to try to get it done. Yeah, I got it, sweetie. Alright. They said a tweet. A tweet. Thank you for the treats. Aloy said, yum, yum, yum. Thank you, Incognito. You're just a lovely baby. Look at all that fur. Nice sweetness. Oh, she decided to leave after that. She just got my treats and ran, chat. How dare she? But yeah, I think PoE 2 is one of those things where I see the vision they have for the game and like a lot of stuff they're trying to do with it. And I think that every league that they push out for it, every time they add an update, it adds more and more. And I think the reason I like PoE 1 a lot more right now is just because it has the options, right? Like, so to craft stuff, there are like usually multiple avenues to approach in PoE 1 most of the time for different crafts. Whereas in PoE 2, there's just such limited amount of resources for the lack of content, so it's harder to like. It's just like, oh, this one way is the only way to do this. Currently, kind of thing. So I think as they add more content, it'll definitely get there. I like a lot of the stuff in PoE 2. I would be playing more of it if we were in the 1.0 launch right now, but we're unfortunately not in 1.0 launch, so I'm just gonna mostly wait for 1.0 to hit before I go back to it. I think might even skip the economy reset / whatever, unless it ends up being like, you know, a really cool event or something like that. Just sat down. Let me turn it off. I'll turn it off for you. Come here. No, I don't want to hang out with you.
Why?
You're gross. Huh? What game do you want to play?
Stardew Valley.
Okay.
Yeah,
we can Stardew Valley if you want.
Or we could do Legos.
I don't want to do Legos.
I hate you.
No, that's not very nice.
Joke.
Oh, it hates me, chat. Alright. We go to the right place? We also have to go. Well, I have to go shopping tonight, so we'll see. Yeah, I gotta go shopping tonight, chat. Stock up for the weekend. Also, make sure you add stuff to the list. You too, chat. Look at my butt. I'm out of shape after not working out since November. Body all achy. That's fair, buddy. Unfortunately, I'm always out of shape, so It's just the way it is. But at least you're gonna get more used to it the longer you do it, right? Eventually you'll be back in ship shop shape. Yeah, body being achy kind of sucks. Take a nice bath or like a really warm shower. Usually helps me. Obviously, ibuprofen helps, but don't do too much ibuprofen. Just like, 1 or 2, depending on how many milligrams your pills are. And don't do it like every day. The older I get, the more my body's just like whatever. The more I'm like, oh, okay. The more I'm like, yeah, here, take a little ibuprofen before I do this. Enter identifier Liara. Hunter falls deep into thought. Its cool systems buzz tensely. After a few minutes of keeping you waiting, a vid screen blinks and its dutiful presents you with a list full of journey entries that has not been assessed by centuries. Open entry titled New Horizons. The 3-star system in the Searches Maleficarum have come into my possession in my journeys, shall henceforth be known as the Tier of Solar. Ignis, Corona, and Fortis Porta. These are the new horizons that are never known to humanity's rule, whose rogue Xenos overlords obliged me greatly by having already eliminated each other. The artifacts they left behind, a legacy of sorts, are priceless. A blade I took off of the desiccated Aldori corpse at one of Porto's worlds carries immense power within it, and it is but one among the wealth of relics. Touch the entries. Okay, so I got the. Alright. Open the 32nd Mirav. Chorda is getting sloppy. He uses his Calixis connections. That's the whatchamacallits, right? To give me utter dregs, whom he tried to pass off as elite troops, but I can only thank him for his lack of judgment. Those who, with nothing to lose, make the most loyal servants. Once they feel the modicum of the master's good graces, lowly scum no more. They will be the sword and shield of Hospam Atlantis and faithful service of me and my descendants. Open the title, The Crimson Dance of Cain. The power obtained by the blade is a mysterious one. Even Exalt 117's keen mind has failed to comprehend it fully. Nor have the several Aldari Xenos captured on my orders have been able to tell me anything illuminating save for the weapon's name, the Crimson Dance of Cain. I know Cain to be an all-obliterating embodiment of war itself in their abdominal belief system, a fitting name for it. Finish working in the archive. Request archive. Volume of the data stored in the cartridge's bowels is enormous, and its comprehensive analysis would take months of dedicated logists and historical labor. However, the ancient device's machine spirit turns out to be unusually accommodating and informs you that it will readily open any section the archive presents to you. So did I do it? The Footsteps of a Legend. Yeah, so now we should know where the Terra Solar is. Okay. Be able to exit out over here still, I imagine. You don't have anything new, right? Alright. Lord Captain. Also, wait, I wonder if Nomos has anything to say with the new guy. No, Nomos doesn't care about him right now. Okay. Nomos said, I don't give Alright, Pounce out. We are Dragonis? Yeah, we're on Dragonis right now. That means wherever we're going, we could just make a system here because we're trying to connect everything to here. Yeah, so I'm probably just gonna connect to Tier Solar from here. Though I do have this one already here with it. Maybe I'll just go there. We're running a little low on goodies. No. This gives us option to scan it. Well, Captain, urgent Vox transmission from the sector Bionica. Hail, rogue trader. As you know, there are no unsolvable dilemmas, only poor formulated questions. Trigger is someone who knows ask right questions, so I would like to invite you to participate in my summer research. Will you honor me with the presence of this? Yeah. Let's know before I agree. Well, in that case, I'm interested in more of your philosophical outlook rather than your practical skills. Do not doubt the extent of your knowledge, but I myself handle the technical aspects of the process. I know more about my focus objectives. My research is dedicated to the extension and optimization of the vital processes that occur in the organic flesh. Key to this endeavor will be deriving a formula quantify righteousness. Your result matter. Okay, I'm intrigued. Let's do it. Blessed be the. I look for. He that called on Messiah. I look forward to your conversations, Rogue Trader. Woo! On the upper table, several bodies are laid out. Their mutilations exposed to the chill air. Their chest and abdominal cavities yawn wide, excavated of their augmented organs, and now nestled in flasks, still connected to their bodies by tubes and cables. By the rhythmic contractions, the organs are still functioning. Eogan hovers beside the cables, assiduously taking measurement and jabbing mechanites into the extracted organs or inside the bodies. Nunicus keeps stoic vigil nearby, an impassive observer of the grotesque spectacle. Take a closer look at the bodies. Three men are differing in ages, lie you, young, middle-aged, and old. If you look closely, you can now see that they have a semblance of life about them. Each one has had the top of his skull delicately removed, and electrodes are now attached to the brush-hued brain tissue lattice of blood vessels. Below the neck is one of the continuous gaping wounds. The edges spread and held in place by a complex system of clamps. Examine the young man. The pathologically emaciated build and spindly, almost transparent limbs indicate that this is a voidborn. Glance at the open ribcage reveals signs of damage. A sac around the heart is torn and the vessels have been reinforced with metal staples. The poor youth's heart is half augment. Both ventricles have been replaced by pumps, which are connected to an OPEC tubes that are run by Medicaid devices reservoir. The young man's neck is tattooed with a Baycode job title. He's a common worker for the lower decks. Examine the man. With his well-developed musculature and strong bones, the man presents a stark contrast to the others. His left arm is missing, along with part of his shoulder. Shreds of major vessels protrude from a nearly trimmed stub. They have been closed off with bizarre-looking end caps that are wired to the mechanical arm lying nearby. The Enforcer's emblem is tattooed on the man's neck, topped with the Von Vlactus coat of arms. Examine the old man. Old man's eyelids are closed and his face is serene. He might appear to be sleeping peacefully were it not for the deathly pallor of his face and monstrously mangled neck. It had been fitted with a voice implant at some point previously, but it had recently been wrenched from the unfortunate man's body. Ever so often, the metal hose, now serving as a trachea, emits a reedy whistle sound. He's clutching something tightly in his right hand. It is an ornate set of prayer beads, the kind used to be ordained by servants of the ecclesiarchy. What is the manner of the experiment do you plan to conduct with these men? Rogue Trader, arrival has triggered a cascade of impulses in the prefrontal cortex of my brain. Delight. That's the word I was searching for. Cast off your words. Subjects of experiment have been preserved through the combination of alchemical compounds, local transactions of the motive force, and a moderately invasive augmentation procedure. In other words, all three of them are very much alive. The crux, all three organisms were found in the critical condition. I asked myself, is usefulness and productive capacity truly at an end? Nonsense. To move from a state of being into a state of non-being entails no benefits or meaning. Personally ensure that the vital functions were preserved. Our goal could not be simpler: to vanquish death by creating the perfect righteous man. So he's trying to combine these three people into one person? That's fucking crazy. Which I have dubbed the Triosmata. Needless to say, the procedure is highly experimental and demands certain looseness with interpretation of regard to the augmentation canons, as well as the integration of components that would incur Imperium's disapproval, but Omnicide teaches us to surmount any objects in the name of knowledge, especially when pursuing such goal of such magnitude. Trismata? What's that? The Trisun essence, not amalgam of the best constituents parts of three individuals, have all excelled themselves in service. Metaphysically, it consists of three beginnings: mortal flesh, Furum, sanctum, and righteousness. Hey, Rocco. By creating the perfect combination, we will achieve the totality of vastly superior in its components to its qualities and usefulness of the Imperium. Chat, you haven't seen Rocco today. Where have you been? Because he's been here a lot. And he's a baby. What is the practical significance of your experiment? In the current state, each of the bodies is doomed. Such as part of the dying mechanisms can be combined again to create a functioning machine. So too can these subjects be combined into a single entity, granting them combined continued life through the correct configuration of the Furum Sanctum and the organal components of all three. The only thing I require to continue the experiment is a solution of my dilemma. Which subject should serve as the basis? How did you decide to create the tournament out of these three? These three are strong. There are strong arguments in favor of each of them. Firstly, they all have performed their services impeccably, which suggests outstanding human qualities. Second, each body is robust enough to receive the blessing of the Omnissiah. And thirdly, there is no chance for salvation for any of them. Classic. Oh, get you comfy, buddy. Get you comfy. Yeah. You comfy that way? He's a baby. Rocco, I can't support your butt like that. You just fallen. Rocco does this thing where he just trusts like me to always catch him. So he just like flops, and it's like if he falls, he's not stopping himself. Like I have to stop him from falling. He's like, you got me, I know it. And I failed to do it one time, and he was visibly upset with me that I did not catch him. Because he flopped when I wasn't looking. It just fell, and he was so upset by it. But he still does it to this day, though, so he seems fine. Huh. Firstly, oh, wait, I saw this part. Such talk as derivative of cannons and mysterious components, suspicious of akin to heresy. Why are these three subjects so horribly mutilated? Two reasons. The first is that they were previously fatally injured. I have performed numerous rites and manipulations to ensure that each was able to avoid a fatal outcome. Second is that I have been conducting necessary measurements to fully assess the capability of configurations of Furum Sanctum. The organic components for the original experiment result. This often requires extraction of said components. Are such deviations from the canon? Right. Why is this experiment important to you? Because I cannot abide by a senseless waste of potential. I cannot accept that the foolish accident and the fragility of organic flesh can, in an instant, derive the Imperium of worthy servants. And if I'm able to extend their life service, I will do so, whatever the cost. Awareness. The speech could be mistaken for pride and conceit, but something else lies behind it. A daggernness born of some deeply personal experience. The man carries a heavy burden, and the experiment is one of his many attempts to relieve himself of it at last. More questions, Road Trader? Organisms? They're not things, Aegon. You're talking about people. I see we have found the lacuna in your knowledge of scientific syntax. An organism is... And it breaks off and casts a confused look at Mencius. Apologies, Rogue Trader. I am not well versed in the contact of laypersons. Mencius far surpasses me in every way when it comes to communication. I recognize the individuals have minds, desires, and needs. I have not attempted to interfere with their personalities. On the contrary, I wholly admire each of their own traits. I use the term organism, nothing but the deepest respect for these men and their vital functions. I will help you. What role am I to play in this experiment? A decisive one. I can detail the composition and humor ratio of each experiment and subject, measure the mass of the frontal lobe, or answer with picosecond accuracy how often their heart contracts. But how does one calculate a man's righteousness? How do you weigh the diligence of service? You will help me answer these questions and choose the basis of the trismata. Your assessment will be a linchpin upon current hinges. Why don't I ask for Nuncius for help? My dearest colleague and I have more than one consulum, and we have never reached a consensus. Nuncius is a skeptic, and our positions rarely align, but we tend to reach a compromise in the end. But alas, not this occasion. The only thing that we agree upon is the third option. For the third option, only you can furnish us with said opinion. It is an incontrovertible fact. Incontrovertible fact. Rocco, come lay down, buddy. I can't see my screen. I'm gonna send you to your mom. Yeah. I'm gonna send you to your mom. I'll be like, you handle your son. Take care of your son, lady. Take care of your son. Alright. What do you understand by the term righteousness? Combination of countless... Come on, bud. Factors and thoughts that unite the thoughts and deeds of a person. Okay. Several cats just spooked several other cats. That's one bad thing about having like 8 cats. One of them will like make a misstep and like slide somewhere, and if other ones are nearby, they'll all assume it's some kind of threat and start taking off randomly. Luckily, I didn't get scratched or anything, so it's fine this time. But one of them made a quick move and spooked the other 17 of them. Alright. Combination of countless factors that unite the thoughts and the deeds of a person and the consequence of the worth of his being within his special society. I'm at a loss to provide a less broad definition, but no matter. No more important than how you define righteousness. The subject you choose will determine the answer to my question. What is it that Nunicus disagrees with? To condense his overly pedantic response, Nunicus does not consider righteousness to be in any way significant to the factor in this research. Had I any less respect for my dearest colleague, I would say this contributes an egregious misunderstanding of the concept of the trismata, and it indicates an extreme closed-mindedness, but such a remarkable remarks are beneath me. I have to combine all 3 minds to serve as a basis. 3 minds cannot coexist in one body. Setting aside the fact that even if I am not capable of achieving such a feat practice, in theory, it would certainly lead to a complete deconstruction of all 3 minds. Some less flexible thinkers might even consider it heresy. As my dearest colleague rightly notes, we have encountered many such points of attention over the years. What about my choice? Tell me about the merits of all 3. Enforcer Lurinqui? He has diligently served in the ship since birth, and participated in countless combat landings, where he is a model of valor and steadfastness. He is known in lower decks as being tough but fair. His last act of heroism was rescuing a force patrol and a number of workers on deck 515E2, where he placed his own body over a crack grenade thrown from the crowd by a mutineer. Creature blah blah blah. Creature Cleo. Originally assigned to serve the ship's reliquary, he rejected the luxury of the chapel in favor of eternal pilgrimage on the decks where no servant of the ecclesiarchy had ever set foot. Through his example and word, he encouraged and instructed the outcast and forgotten. Thousands of souls would otherwise have lost their faith, fallen to heresy, come to know the word of the Emperor, but it only took the Indo-Cleopans preaching for good. Madman attacked him during a sermon and managed to rip out his vocal implant before the crowd tore him apart. Mikosh, a ventilation shaft crawler. From sorting hub 10, he dutifully burned mold slime and vermin, and would be the first to climb in the block ducts, risking his life to deliver here we go. Risking his life. Deliver recycled air. He was a true believer and limited in his lot. On his final foray, he saved hundreds of lives. Such as the gas pipe. The toxicity led to the cardiac arrest and blood poisoning. Ready to make my decision. Let's go with the worker. I mean, they all have like good reasons to do it, right? But if we're talking about people existing for longer periods of time, the younger person has the highest chance of living. But then again, his brain is open and he does have blood poisoning. It's not the old man. I understand the priest probably has some good stuff in him, but it's not him. Go with the worker. Trust me, but will you deign to answer my question, why him? He could have saved himself, but he chose to sacrifice himself for this sector. Selflessness is the highest expression of righteousness. Thank you, Sigmund. That is it. The solution to our dilemma. I will begin the trust matter procedure. May grant flesh and sacred machinery be one. Two hours and 23 minutes is a weird specific time. The process is now complete. Creature with a second resembled a humanoid lump of bloody meat, studded with metal, suddenly leaps into unexpected vigor, tossing him backward and letting out an unintelligible howl of suffering. Before anyone can do anything, the amalgam man barrels toward the entrance of the Sector Botanica, filling the deserted corridors with his plaintive moans. Impossible. The calculations were perfectly calibrated, all factors taken into consideration. Was the specimen defective? I must find the Trismata immediately and determine what went wrong. Lord Captain, an urgent report from Mistress Sourback. A strange creature resembling a malfunctioning servitor is heading toward the lower deck, shouting pleas to make reference to you and Generator Verbis. Forces have been dispatched to intercept it, but they assume that you would be prepared to assess the situation personally. Thank you, Vigorous. I will be out sent out immediately. Or another, we must see the experiment come to an end. Got my crew. It's just my wives, my tech bros, and Abelard. The best you can ask for. If we can save.
Is there money to be made?
We got a multi-key.
I always keep my options
Multi-pass. Should I be on the other side then? The door that could be opened over here. There's also blood on the ground. Hold on the floor and put another mechanical hand on his shattered shoulder. Someone seized him. Yeah. I mean, didn't we already do this?
Or get left in the dust.
Or they just reuse the same area, or? Is there any more pipe stuff to survey? Not really. I think it's just like a.
Keep your wits about you.
The machine god grants the insight.
Okay, so I did see something. It was new. Let's see if there's anything else that we can be sighted. Might just be straight to the other side though.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Don't know if we ran through the middle. No, we'll just save. We'll open the door, and maybe it's in that room. If it's not, and we can't go back here, we'll just reload. Prisoner lies prostrate before the entrance of the bay. A faint Aquila on the door, the only witness of his incoherently babbling. His hysterical wails and the righteous Troon man are interrupted from time to time by the clanging of his augmented skull against the deck. A viscous mixture of blood and oil oozes from the staples in his forehead. His fingertips are chipped in attempts to dig the implants out of his body. Lameness shows weakness of spirit. God Emperor, let me get up, work. Do I have a choice? Hunger's pawing at my door. I will work my shift, and I die before I betray the dynasty. So, the subject left the center prematurely. Ninicus is right. I was so absorbed the transmata procedure and successful outcome that I made the mistake of unfastening the restraint before the psychological evaluation. We conducted Road Trader. We must stabilize transmata before the specimen is lost to us forever. How do we stabilize them? Just as a bandage binds the wounds and patch secures damaged steel, so can the words heal the fractured mind. He's bewildered and frightened. He does not understand the gift that has been given to him. Talk to him. I am Sigmund, and I want to talk. Mumbling and head-thumping stop. The man shifts his gaze upon you, and you recognize it in his eyes. Lord Captain, I'm no layabout. I will work my shift. That's no excuse for idleness, but my heart. Give it back, I beg you. Mikush, can a person who sacrifices himself and others be without a heart? It may be different, but it still beats. I believe in you. And everyone says believes in you too. I can feel it struggling, Lord Captain. Believes? Sorting Hub 10. I won't bring shame. I will work my shift. I won't betray the dynasty. No stops. The poor man's shoulders slowly slump and convulses in a steady subside. His lucidity does not last long. Algom's eyes soon go blank and his mouth stretches in a blissful smile. Rocking peacefully and drooling, he murmurs broken snippets of his former life and prayer to the Emperor. Absurd. Unacceptable. You have succeeded in pacifying, but the Trismata is rejecting the attempts to implant machine spirits to contain the cognitive entropy. Total pronounced degradation is inevitable. I must reassemble him. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. I'm having a hard time being like, I want to see more where it goes, but at the same time, he's clearly not having a great time. Suddenly stops mumbling and begins spasming violently as blood foam spills from his mouth. He turns his face contorted with hatred towards the medicalist. Better death than that. Begone, begone, begone. Okay. Road Trader, I'm experiencing cognitive block. I've analyzed every possible failure hypothesis and double-checked every step I made. I felt that if I had a single mistake, the organic parts in the verum sanctum joined together perfectly. The brain was perfectly preserved. These complications should never have occurred, and yet the outcome cannot be denied. My calculations are perfectly correct, and this is incontrovertible fact. So was the flaw conditions or in the subjects themselves? People are not machines. You tried to break down to mechanical components. The original process was flawed. My process is flawed, but how? How it's conceivable. Or have I strayed and committed heresy by believing that I had comprehended the nature of the machine god, by thinking that we were simpler creatures than him? Roshara, thank you for contributions to your research. Nunicus and I will now call you colleague. Now call you colleague in all earnestness. Aid to think and rethink, and discuss this new data with Nunicus. Please find me on the bridge. We must discuss this further. Well, at least I get my loot.
Is there money to be made?
Alright, so we had hit a thing that was like right here. Or wait, no, it was right here. I don't remember what it said.
Let us not dawdle.
Might just move on soon. PM. Yeah, now he's seeing what to do to make this thing come out. Pinner's been seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. Examine.
I always keep
moving
my
on.
options open.
He said talk to him on the bridge. There, bridge.
Rogue Trader, your timing is impeccable. I am ready to discuss the fascinating experiment we have been conducting in the Sector Bionica and on other decks.
Want to discuss the results?
Indeed. After processing all the data, including your invaluable contribution to the outcome of the experiment, my dear colleague and I engaged in a lengthy debate. My cognitive block has been resolved at last.
Didn't you?
I have come to the conclusion that the only correct decision in the context of this experiment was not to conduct it in the first place. My methods were correct and my intentions good, but I clung to my hypothesis to the last, in blind defiance of Nuncius's arguments and objective reality. I was attempting to wring usefulness out of people like charge from a dying battery. But regardless of how well and long a battery served before, when it is finally depleted, isn't the more rational response to dispose of it and replace it with a new one? Righteousness is a trait of these people, but it is not their primary function. I see that now.
Does Nuncius agree with you?
We have managed to reach a consensus on the root of the problem. The rest can be overlooked. He is not convinced by all my conclusions, but that is no terrible thing. He and I share a common path, but we each have our own methods of comprehending it.
You learned something valuable, which means the experiment was not in vain.
Precisely. A man chooses what he is made of. Regrets for his past mistakes, or the experience he gained from them. Only those who choose the latter course can attain true wisdom. I wish to thank you. You helped me cope with a situation that was beyond my control, and to recognize my mistakes. And that is worth a great deal. I was considering using this implant in an experiment, but I thought it too valuable to waste on the laity. Please, accept it as a gift.
Using combat stimulants does not have negative effects. When the user grants an ally an extra turn, any stimulants that is used by the ally during this turn does not use an effect. Okay. I mean, I haven't found so far an implement that I'm really passionate about. So, who knows? Also, don't know if this necessarily Rogue Trader would want a bunch of influence in him. However, the next time I play it, that guy's gonna want hella implements on him. You can have multiple. You can have multiple, then rip. You're in your chambers enjoying some long-awaited rest when you're struck by a strange sensation, something a level of inbuilt instinct. The door seems to be locked. No one could have entered your chambers without your knowledge, and yet you are not alone. Is it the weird picture I put in my room? It's the weird picture I put in my room, isn't it? Unusual silence reigns in your chamber, the dust motes hanging frozen in the air before you. The candle flames cease to flicker, and the two enforcers who came to check your quarters remain still statues. All in stark contrast to the other silhouette, one that is utterly unlike anything else in the room. A massive inhuman figure, forged entirely of dark metal, stands towering in the middle of your chambers. Despite your arrival, an uninvited guest's attention seems to have been entirely captured by the trophies on the wall of your study.
Interesting. Quite interesting. The only item of note in this worthless heap. But what is the genesis? The originating cause? A definitive answer would require more thorough research. But the testimony of even a primitive creature will serve. You. Where on the ship did this object come from? What do you know of its provenance?
Who are you?
Human, I am addressing you in a language you ought to understand. Answer my question.
What have you done to my subjects?
Rudimentary space-time stasis. It eliminates the possibility of a pointless confrontation, which would be a waste of my time. Now, focus on my question.
What are you doing on my ship?
I have spoken plainly enough for you to understand the essence of my question. Perhaps I should speak more slowly. This is testament to how the ancient enemies of my kind were defeated at the hands of your primitive people. Do you know how this object came to be here and why it occupies a place of such honor?
That is so fucking funny. I became my predecessor. She's dead.
And the transience of life forms like yours leaves the precious knowledge being carried off into the abyss of history yet again. I can see this is a dead end for further research. Since you have proven useless for my inquiries, I am ending this pointless conversation. Farewell, human.
Well, later, a strange atmosphere of the chamber dissipates, and your frozen enforcers stir in motion once more. Being bewildered looks, the pair hastily make signs of Aquila and haltingly mumble words of greeting, including what just transpired in these quarters. Okay. Guess I'll just walk this way now. It's fine. Back into space, please. One space, please. A save. This is right here. What we got? Scan. Lord Captain, our augurs detect a faint emergency signal. Its source was traced to the crashed Valkyrie. The Valk systems are still transmitting a message. Transferring signal now. A seam of hissing cackles in the Voxcaster. From time to time, an exhausted male voice breaks through interference and recites a series of codes. These codes are familiar. I call them what they signify. Although the codes are transmitted are centuries out of date, you're able to make sense of them. The Astra Militarum Regiment is requesting assistance and reporting that retreat from their present position is impossible. Tech use, amplify the signal. Mirov, Pineal Legion. The one who questioned us is Sebastian von Valensis is dead. We have no means of communication. Not found in orbit. We have been abandoned. God Emperor have mercy. Claim us before the warp finishes us off. Mirov Pineal Legion, desperate thugs rounded up by the prisons of the hive world of Mirov and Bacalixis, commanded by brutal officer wardens, or Tailsleep regiments. They were requisitioned by Sebastian, a crucial detail as another trace for your ancestor. Dispatch squad! The squad soon reports that they have located the crash shuttle and are barely recognizable from the term insignia on the hull. After breaching the hull with las cutters, reconnaissance force discovers the skeleton of the lone pilot. Judging by his injuries, he died long before the crash. The extracted Vox recording is delivered aboard your ship, where your servants managed to restore it. In it, Private Ruben reports that the 32nd Regiment of the Mirov Pineal Legion, positioned by Seb, was left without a ship and supplies in the rotator's death. After the rotator's death, the message ends with the phrase "Atonement for the One." Baffled by the presence of the Astra Militarum Pineal Legion on an ancient shuttle, the squad returns to the flagship. One thing isn't really clear, however: the world where Sebastian drew his final breath is close at hand. Get it? No, I don't have any things. Need you guys to make more shit. Alright, we'll come back to that one in a second. Nice. Okay, so we welcome back to this one now. Just wanted to make sure there's anything different. Save. Lord Captain, we compare our auger readings. Data from the Dragonis. This world is GH89717, mentioned in the diary of Cerebian von Valensis. The archives of the world is flagged as of no further value. What manner of classification is that? So long the planet retains an atmosphere and at least scrubbed resources, such a write-off is a crime against the dynasty. Why is this very place... Wait, why? This is the very place that the unfortunate soul in the shuttle was trying to save? I fear that we will find nothing but a graveyard down there on the surface. We have detected strange signals in the surface. Your Lordship, requesting permission to conduct a targeted auger scan. Just direct them to scan the region. There are signs of human activity. The planet is inhabited. Large concentrations of people detected. Human-made structures, albeit crude ones. I rescind my words, Your Lordship. The world has risen in value and gained some interest in prospects. Whoever they are, prepare for a shuttle for landing. By the time you reach the hangar, the shuttle has already been properly readied. The young pilot offers you a respectful bow and makes a sign of the Aquila and greeting. You proceed to... Yeah, let's go. The flight down to the planet proceeds as normal. This changes when the pilot announces atmospheric entry. Beckoning your gaze toward the viewpoints, the shuttle glides through colossal roots and vines, which swath the planet in vast quivering mantle. Spellbound, you watch the movement within the growths before the pilot reports the Vox contact to the ship, and a heavy blow strikes the hull. Attempting an emergency landing. Hold fast, Your Lordship. God and Emperor have mercy on us. Bring out the squad! Your skull feels like it's about to be split open split under pressure. A heartbeat later, the agony ebbs, leaving behind a haunting hum. It smothers your mind, stifling all reason and hindering your ability to think. Your gaze falls into the young pilot who survived the crash, stumbled out of the wreck after you. A wave of sickening fury suddenly swells within you. He's the one who lost control of the vessel. Willpower succeeded. By willpower alone, you pull yourself together. Fury fades and sinking into the depths of your mind, leaving it lingering terror and urge to flee. The knowledge of such escape is impossible. You see what attacked it? Oh, I clicked the wrong one. We clicked. What of the shuttle? Can be repaired? I'm afraid not, Lord Captain. The ship requires recovery and an application of Adeptus Mechanis repair sacraments. It doesn't need to be done aboard the flagship. We need an evacuation. You see what attacked is what I wanted to say originally. Movement on the port side. The last thing I saw, Lord Captain, something massive like a tree trunk. It was either thrown at the shuttle or it attacked us itself, Your Lordship. An indigenous organism, such as a formidable size, can assault the Imperial machinery. This world promises to be a true treasure trove of discoveries. A fine observation, Nunicus. It can indeed be a specimen of either megafauna or megaflora. Research of the Magus biologists has confirmed that the existence of flora classified as Herculeum machine majoris. Life forms in this category pose a serious threat to sacred transport vehicles and armored units. There is a 96.543 probability that a certain species inhabit this planet. In the observed case, the probability is more than one species in the threat category existing stands at 85 point blah 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 %. He clicks his tongue in irritation, clearly displeased that his colleague was able to provide a more accurate answer. Contact the flagship and understanding. Is anyone feeling anything odd, as if something was trying to press into your mind? A peculiar pattern of acoustic waves. I have never encountered anything like that before. Infrasound alternating the ultrasound. And so, naturally, too, these frequencies are inaudible, Rogue Trader, yet they invoke a violent reaction from the deep-seated structures of a human brain. I like to lay eyes on their source. A strange semblance of the song, harsh and cruel to the unprotected mind. That's what I hear. For you, perceiving his presence is likely difficult, but for me, however, a strange haze has enveloped me, and even the Undying One's whispers are hard to make out. In this land, I must rely solely upon their guidance, Daman. On your guidance, Daman. I thought it was a result of the impact, like a hum or some kind of high-pitched screeching. It's a struggle to think straight, but to keep losing it. My apologies, Lord Captain. Contact the flagship now. Pilot's rage on his face gives away the look of panic as he realizes that he has just behaved in the hands of the road trader. With a trembling hand, he reaches for his Vox augment on his head. Lord Captain, all channels are nothing but static. I don't understand why. Everything is functioning perfectly. Is it something is jamming the frequency? We cannot contact the flagship. According to the charts, the settlement nearby. Perhaps the locals have more powerful Vax unit? I'm heading to the settlement. Perhaps the Vox signal will break through the flagship from there. Permission, Lord Captain. I'll remain here in case the Vox starts working in evacuation teams. You probably shouldn't wait here. There's literally evil afoot. You sure you don't want to come with us?
Keep your wits about you.
No, he's dead, chat.
The flora displays heightened adaptability and aggression that is rarely characteristic of its kind. I suspect external xeno-interference. Nuncius, make all the necessary preparations for collecting test samples.
The abundance of plant life is assessed as a negative factor in the utility of the planet's surface to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Purification Litany 145, followed by 4 blessings by fire, is recommended.
So you want to blast it? Is that what we're saying?
Request approved.
No, I started blasting, chat. Wish there was an easier just blasted button though, right off the individually select someone like this. What?
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved.
Looks menacing, it says.
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
Alright, blast that one, then we'll... Oh.
Running binary override.
Alright, there we go. Select everybody. These goodies.
I always have a backup plan.
What advice do you seek? Someone else can do this.
Hiya! I don't really use grenades, so yoink. Turn that into cargo.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Autosave is never a good sign. Whoa. Maybe his background. Maybe his background as business can accumulate special resource and has potential energy. Excellent. I don't know. Put him here. I don't know. I don't honestly have no idea what we're dealing with. So swag, I guess. But, yeah, this is fine. Abelard.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna just queue up some stuff for you, buddy.
Victory. Indeed.
Just sworn enemy, that guy, probably.
I'm not interested. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Can I not charge? Oh, they can't go through this guy. Got it. Alright, well, you're good then, Abelard. Let's go ahead and start buffing up. Give him the word of the Emperor, eh? Then give... Oh, well, she just killed that guy. Do. Everything's fine, chat. Everything is a-okay, okay?
I'll make it happen.
As honor ordained, brings me no pleasure.
High momentum. Sure. Hi! What is up, the Gazinator?
The undying Emperor whispers his will.
Oh shit. Those good guys? Well, I was death waltzing. You ruined my death waltz. Bummer. How much? Am I about to go home? How's the DLC? This is good so far. I mean, I get another tech bro, which we love. We're in a cool kind of like planet that is attacking us right now. So that's very interesting. That is surely a thing that is happening over there. And I'm probably going to shoot it before it becomes a problem, hopefully.
I understand your intent.
Do.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I deal death with my hands.
Nice. I killed whatever that was, or prematurely murdered it.
If it serves your cause.
Now I failed to murder it the second time, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm excited to hear about your how cool your day was today, Gazi, whenever you get home. You said you had a bit of a rough time today.
Death is a blessing. As honor ordained. Trust killing brings me no pleasure.
Stay vigilant. Weapon at the ready.
It was a bad one. I got one shot by a washer dryer in the mouth. Interesting. Very interesting. New resident moved in and it flooded her floor at 7 p.m. last night, so I was there for a couple hours cleaning it up. That sounds pretty terrible, actually. Not a great way to start your day. Yeah, I'm definitely too strong for this. That being said, what do you gotta do, chat?
Engage.
I'd rather not.
Shotgun it. Coming home now? Oh, sorry, I went back to fix it today and had it completely take apart, almost the part broke. The part isn't available, so I just had to replace it with an older one nobody uses. Fuck.
Accept your lot on it. I'll make it happen.
You missed? That's not what you're supposed to do.
Just a minor setback.
If I must.
You missed?
As honor ordained.
Cabela? Stunt on these fools, Cabela.
I would that I could. The other side awaits.
I didn't blink any flamethrowers. So they appear out of thin air. People approach you with caution. Every one of them is scarred and wearing some kind of uniform that you notice that a few of them have crude prosthesis made of bone and wood. Eyes fixed on you, nothing, noting your every mood. Ruined guardsman. I never thought I'd have to say this, but state your rank, occupation, and reason for visiting this regiment's deployment. The last words sound rehearsed and unfamiliar, but he's using them from the very first time. Yet, upon hearing them, people around you grip their weapons tighter, and a blonde man grows noticeably more confident. Sigmund von Valensis, bearer of the dynasty's warrant of trade. When your name is spoken, a change ripples through the crowd. Some are struck in awe, others turn white as ghosts. The man in front of you makes the sign of the Aquila. Sergeant Genor Badowski, 3rd Supply Platoon, 32nd Murov Regiment. We're pleased to welcome you to Zorkov, your lordship. How did my friends get here? How did you manage to traverse them all? Traverse what? We were born here. As for the details, you best take that up with the captain or the colonel. Penial Legion, you mean? No. Pleasure. It is both an honor and a joy, your lordship. We have waited very long for your arrival. Truly, I never imagined I would see the day in my lifetime. Something brought my shuttle down. I need assistance. I have no help. No help you there. You need to head to the cage. It is our camp. We make that post in Zarkov, our capital, I suppose. And whatever it is you call large settlements. We'll go ahead and report your arrival. Just follow the trail. You can't miss it. You'll need to meet the colonel. About turn, the regiment's quarters, march!
I am your shadow.
Alright, the sound of a gun going off at the end there was crazy. Alright, so the planet is alive. It's angry, chat. Alright, they won't let me go here yet. I love their musical introduction chat. Big fan. You're surrounded by dozens of people dressed in what could only resembles the Australian uniform. Homespun cloth is overlaid with wooden panels, mimicking imperial flak armor. These clothes are adorned with numerous trophies, pelts, bones, bark, and remnants of giant plants. The savages flaunt their scars and stumps, yet many are fitted with primitive prosthetics. And from time to time, someone in the group bares their teeth like a beast, while others nervously grip their weapons. Colonel Bektosi, permission to report. 3rd Supply Platoon deployed on a mission and found survivors of the downed flying machine. The leader of the group identified himself as a rogue trader, Von Valensis. Wait, telling for them to continue. I am Colonel Izdrig Brostowski. I welcomed you to the cage, heir of Serbian. Have you come to renew our oath, your lordship? Captain Quartermaster Jernowski. Take a closer look at the crowd. You notice that some of the guardsmen cringing in pain as if their headache are twitching. People are deranged, ready to snap into violence or dance in delirious joy at the moment. What oaths do you mean? The 32nd Marov Penal Regiment was requisitioned centuries ago by rogue trader Sergman. During this mission, which is called Zarkov, the Lord Captain was lost in its roots. His retinue brought the final order, boarded the ship, and did not return. We have waited ever since. We have waited for you, your lordship. The first call-up, our predecessors swore an oath of loyalty to your ancestor, heir of Serbian. We intend to fulfill it, one way or another. What is the final order you speak of? To hold the line until the arrival of the dynastic fleet. As you can see, we have succeeded. The regiment serves Serbian. Tell me, what kind of man was he? The greatest. We served your hallowed ancestor several centuries ago. Lord Heir, we honor him with his deeds, but no one living knows him as a person. Something brought down my shuttle. This sort of huge, overgrown vine, that was the drover. The vile thing is a whole cage under siege. Where did the drover come from, and what is it? And what does it look like? A vicious, colossal monster. It stretches its tendrils everywhere, trying to devour us. It has been this way for as long as I can remember. We are simple people. We know nothing. We know how to survive an encounter with the drover and understand where it came from. Something is wrong here. People, are they sick, Colonel? No, not sick. Not really. We're hanging in there. We can't be broken. It's the drover, your lordship. Its cry is inaudible, but it's like a weight pressing down on your mind. It causes pain and nightmares and drives you mad. Anger, fear, anything is possible. If you give in, you lose control of yourself. Not long ago, one of us snapped and knifed a recruit just because he dropped his rations. Actually, I came here following the trail of my ancestor, Sir Von Valensis. Down below, beneath the outpost, lies his tomb. We don't go there. Don't want to serve the memory of your ancestor. If you dare to visit the rogue trader, you're more than welcome to. But the drover has entrenched itself right beside it, which means that going there is almost certain death. I need to contact my flagship. Do you have a Vox station? The handbook says Vox station, as you call them, are inter-regional communication. My grandfather said he saw the casting of the last one in the world, and the roots swallowed it long ago. We have no Vox stations here. Personal comm band isn't working either. Normally a flagship can reach me, but there's some kind of interference. Our elders told us that back when we still had communications, the channels were dead whenever drovers were near. What was they said? To put the machine spirits to sleep? That's it. So that means that my goal is right under the nose of the drover. And while I was alive, I'm stuck here with no communications. Quite right, heir of Serbian. Quite right. And why don't you drive the creature away with your settlement yourselves? I don't intend to waste some time dealing with this creature. Since you aren't capable of doing it yourselves, since you wish to take your oaths, you're going to destroy that creature and return it back to my flagship. No, I was going to say, I'll put it into the creature. That would be a deed worthy of a true heir of Sebastian von Valensis. Did you hear all that? Von Valensis is with us now. He will slay the drover and endure the trial match with the colonel, accept our oath. The final order shall be fulfilled, just as was promised. What? Wait, just a moment. That wasn't part of the agreement? What is this trial match? Regimental transition, your lordship. To take command, one must best the existing commander in combat. And that man is Izdrig. Let's get this over quickly. Take the lift down. It'll put you right outside the thorny bastard's lair. If you want to throw your life away for nothing, I won't stop you. You can leave now. But if you have enough humility to take advice from a local, I'll be waiting for you in my quarters. Welcome to Zarkov. Welcome to the cage. Please, your lordship, I would ask for a private audience. The welcoming ceremony is over. Regiment dismissed. Wait, so are we fighting someone, or like it said I have to fist fight some guy? I'm not really good at fist fighting, chat. More of a lover than a fighter. Smile. Can I go here yet? Still no. Okay.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Oh. This time before you look utterly spent, dark circles in our eyes and their movements degenerate frantic. Every sign speaks to push to the very brink. What is there to celebrate? Brooklyn speaks the truth. They'll take all of us and toss us to the grinder as cannon fodder. And what is there for us here? Chew on the vines and leaves and shake with fear? I'd rather die in the glory of God for them among the stars. A soundless shriek lances through everything around you, setting these eyes vibrating in the sockets. Fury, terror, and revulsion surge upward in the boiling tide at the deepness of your consciousness. But the feeling breaking against you like a kneeling rock of your will. A woman with a bone plate over one eye draws a knife and moves to plunge it into the man standing opposed to her. Cease this madness at once. We cannot afford such waste of life. Your words strike like a slap. The woman stares at her hands in horror, then casts the knife aside. Forgive me, your lordship. The drover, the vile creature, thank you for bringing me to my senses. Standard punishment for brawling is no less than 20 lashes for each participant. But under circumstances, I believe this leniency may be shown. We have to forgive our people. They're simply afraid. Listen. When you fight the colonel, try to strike him under his left ribs. The local beast got him there once and tore a rib clean out. He took that rib back and used it to stab the beast dead. Now he has a weak spot there. Thought it might be of help with you. Thanks for the pro tips, man. Guy got his rib ripped out. I'm gonna punch him in his rib.
I always keep my options open.
And that goes to the drover's lair, so we don't go there yet. There, has opened the thing. Okay, yay! What do we get? User attacks gain bonuses based on the type of weapon you use. Attacks with the Melta gain this. Attacks with the Bolter gain this. Last Flamer. Chain primitive weapons. Force power weapons gain this. What? I wonder what the plus is. Whatever. I from the God Emperor, Anointed One, Chronos Expanse, and Tamer of all those that has committed these words of Ilium that at least have you lost. Colonels versus Commander. I order the Penal Regiment to decamp and proceed to Dragonis to surrender to the authority of the next scion of the dynasty. Together with my heir shall they venture into the stars, serving as the blade and shield of my successor. What I to do is to assist the colonel and expend every conceivable effort in search for my heir. Further instructions shall be left in the locations separately agreed upon by the parties. So obviously some funky stuff happened with that. Where his people left and wiped him from the history books. Kind of interesting.
That's how it's done.
Even though the drover shoots, the creature cannot be formed spontaneously. Thousands of years ago, someone must have interfered with its development, guiding it in the right direction. Okay. Oh wait, no. I don't want to fight him yet. I didn't realize that was the dude I gotta fight.
Is there money to be made?
Okay, so we got quite a few things here. Let's talk to Vedka. It is good to see you, Lordship. By your leave, I'd like to discuss regiment's oaths with you. What would you like to discuss with me regarding oaths? Our oath of loyalty, your Lordship. When you return victorious from the Drover's lair, Israel is going to challenge you. I wanted to warn you. Colonel Susi will fight bitterly, and you should prepare well. I once saw him drench himself in promethium and set himself on fire before fighting 3 of the Drovers on shoots unarmed. He's a fearsome enemy. Anyone other than Brooksy swear an oath? You, perhaps? This is against the handbook, your lordship. It states, one must never conspire against the commanding officer. Your words are trial I will pass with honor by rejecting them. Wait, your words are a trial I will pass with honor by rejecting them. Why would you want to fight me? You said yourself that everything here has been decided. And why do we praise the God Emperor even when all seems lost? Why do we struggle to survive even when we should surely perish? Because we have no choice but to fight against the inevitable. Israel will battle for the regiment, even against the Emperor's angels. As the handbook states, the only thing a guardsman should fear is failure and do their duty. And how do you just prepare myself? Walk around the cage, listen to the people, work to understand us, and you'll know what to do in the trial match. I have faith in you, your lordship. Open Sebastian's stress container, his lodge inside, and within them, orders for your regiment. The God Emperor is my witness. I will very much read those logs, but let us leave them until the oath-taking. I suspect they will serve you during the swearing of the oaths. As I approach the camp, I heard a song. You mean the hymn of the lost, the Lord Captain? By it we live, by it we die. If you want to learn something about it, just ask. I know it by heart. The lyrics are not exactly cheerful. It reminds us that survival is built upon the bones of the call-ups that came before, and that on our own bones our children will grow. It speaks of our duty and of atonement. What does atonement refers to? Deep within the roots are Xenos ruins. We do not venture there as a rule. It is a cursed place, a place of death. There's a whole list of names within it. Thus we honor our heroes. With each call-up, the song grows, line by line, name by name. It begins with Sergeant Zarkov, the first commander to rise from the ranks of the Common Peniel's conscripts. We name the world in his honor. The greatest honor to be enshrined in the lines of the Hymn of the Death. Interesting. You have my thanks. What do you know about the regiment's homeworld? Marov is the world that has nothing but metal and throngs of people. Every one of them lives, serves, and dies in the name of the God Emperor. Our stories say that the brother generals have turned their backs on his light, and now they do whatever they please in regiments like ours. I think some of these stories are exaggerated to strike fear in the recruits. If we can serve the God Emperor among the stars, why concern ourselves with some brother generals? What is the connection between your regiment and my dynasty? Log in! Are you home now? Hey, Ogazi. Time to play some PoE. Also, don't forget, there's a survey on the Discord. But honestly, like I said, we're probably gonna play until next weekend, not this weekend coming up. Just give people more time. So there's like a couple. I'll probably have this survey go through the weekend or go through the Saturday, and then I'll have a new one afterwards to people actually pick which ones they want to play. Right now, we're just kind of gathering what options people might have. Your illustrious ancestor, Serpent Valansis, served us from the terrible fate of obscurity and took the first call up into his own service. He gave us good uniforms and weapons, and then there were Valansis' gifts. Stories passed down from our ancestors of how the rogue trader removed these gifts from his own body, offered them to soldiers who had proven themselves better than the rest. These boons made them even stronger. What did he say? Root from his own body? Augmentix, your Lord Captain. In our songs, it is said that our ancestor possessed so many gifts that he could share them with others. I don't know if that's true, but the road trader supplied an entire regiment with prosthetics in certain. We continue his work as best we can. Do many people support Batolsky? Yes, your lordship. Your rival is bound to bring change, and few people are fond of change. Some believe that rejoining the Imperium will lead to trouble because of the regiment's history, while there are others, like myself, who of course have no fear of meeting his servants. We look forward to the day when we can return to serving humanity. These disagreements have never been anything more than a reason to chew on fat on patrol, but now, regardless, all of us will swear an oath, and you can be sure that if anyone refuses, we'll grant them a final atonement themselves. What can you tell me about Zarkov? It's a world full of terrors. Every living thing is trying to kill you, but it doesn't. And if it doesn't succeed, it'll certainly try again. The best thing we have here is our people. Zarkov has tempered us, prepared us for atonement and our oath, whereas the final order of your exalted ancestor gave us purpose. That'll be all. Found a shuttle in one of the neighboring worlds. It contained a recording message from a Marinov regiment. Found Emperor after so many centuries. Reuben, greatest hero, whom I remembered as the departed. He boarded the shuttle the first call-up had discovered and went into the stars to plead for help. He knew he would die out there in the void. He only hoped that our plea would be heard. Should learn more about Zarkov. Oh, sorry, I did this part. That'll be it. Why are everyone quiet over here?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Makeshift hospital in the hive of activity. Here and there are wounded moan through gritted teeth. A man wearing a Trojan's armband and a lieutenant's insignia stands at the bed examining a patient, while a young assistant with the rank of sergeant rushes about. There's nothing we can do here now. I'm sorry, Javodka. Your chances are slim. Javodka taught us, half-sergeant how to shoot. He's got a gunner for given talent as an instructor. Sergeant, this is our duty. If we make a futile attempt to save one doomed man, we will lose him and a dozen other shoulders we could have helped. Toughen up. Look, I understand. Atonement for the one. Go and save some others. I'll manage my own. I don't want to be a burden. What happened? Drill Sergeant was struck by one of the drover's maces. We sutured his wounds. Teehee, I submitted. Alright, let's go see what this is. You just put same as before for every single thing. The same 2 games, please. Classic. Which one you might do. I mean, it was fun last time. But who knows? Might have more people interested in playing this time. There's other games we can obviously play. There's like gambling with friends we could do. It was a suggestion that someone else made. Are we there yet, which we didn't play last time? Helldivers is pretty fun. Kind of chaotic. We always play that. So we'll just see what everyone's interested in. But yeah, I'll make sure to include the 2 we did before in the poll survey that'll happen after this survey happens. I know it's a lot of surveys, but I like to gather people's opinions on things. He seemed to have internal injury. Give him more time, we might have found a way to help him. Try to save the Doom Man. Sergeant, you will assist. Yeah, I'm gonna medicate him. Step back and wipe the sweat from your brow with the back of your bloodied head. The patient's chest rises and falls steadily, and through his life is not yet saved. He has at least some surviving long enough to be operated on fully. Thank you, Javorka. He's like a father to a lot of us, you know? We owe him. And you? My grandma would tell me the stories about the first call-up. It's believed that the ancestor used to say that even the doomed are worth saving, for their debt of gratitude led to grand deeds. It is not our way to waste our efforts on lost causes, but now, thank you once again. Regiment will not forget what you've done. Okay. Does anyone else need like healing here, or like, are we just like grunting a lot? It's a human body floating in some kind of fluid, chat. Hello? Alright. Okay, this is definitely an area I haven't been in yet. Your lordship, God preserves me. You honor us with a visit. Junior Drill Sergeant Dankosh. I'm ready to assist you, your lordship. Awareness. Look closely at the training shoulders. They're all fit and strong, which is not surprising. Young and old, male and female, every one of them looks like they stepped straight out of the Astra Militarum propaganda poster. The movement and stances look peculiar. Then you realize there's simply no flat terrain anywhere on the planet. Even the massive roots are covered in lumpy bark. The Maroonians' odd gait and slightly stooped posture are products of their constant effort to maintain their balance. Do you have a spare target? I'd like to learn shooting from you. What? You wish to join us? But of course, your Lord Captain. You do us great honor. You lot clear out. Make room for his lordship. Ballistic skill succeeded. Encouraged by your attention, Deckers launches into a thorough explanation of shooting in Zarkovian conditions. It's striking how much aptitude of instructions this near-feral fighter from a forsaken world displays. As you put 5 shots exactly to target in a row, the surrounding Markovians erupt in cheerful applause. We call it the snap strike, Lord Captain. It's not about shooting or stabbing where a target is, it's about where it's going to be. Feral here kills, I'll leave you to it. It's an honor to meet you personally, Lord Captain. When you leave the shooting range, your departure is accompanied with respectful nods and shouts and even friendly pats on the shoulder. It seems like you have won over some of the Moravians. Something you want, your lordship? You enjoy making things? Yes, your lordship. I carve things myself for myself and for the fellows. Sometimes I take commissions. Toys for volunteers, medals for awards, pieces for gun stocks. Sometimes I help with prosthetics, but I also do it for the pleasure of the thing. I found cocoons that made out of leaves, what appears to be human corpses inside. That's right, that's our ceremony. Even a human corpse is a resource and an object of value to us. We inject certain poisons and other extracts into the leaf shrouds to produce something good. Nutrient paste, camouflage ointment, glue, lots of things. So people who serve in their funeral detachments are some of the most respected experts. They're willing to risk their own hides to return a fallen soldier's body to the regiment. It means our survival. I'd like to know more about the drover. There was an ancient creature, maybe more than one. Every once in a while, the damn thing comes out and starts shrieking, making us deranged. Who knows why it does it? What we know is that it's slowly driving everyone mad. Some people panic, some people get angry. It's different for everyone. Dunovsky has ear protection, but they're only the pairs, so there's no salvation. Early Paradoxica? What did I do to? Unveil it and let me know the mods. It's time for you to get Chains of Command running. Honestly, I'll have a better chance of I mean, it depends on what you would want to do with it, right? Because like obviously Ellie Pen could be pretty good for Ellie hit. But if you were using it for like most other purposes, the fizz damage with the blind is probably better. Fair, not a lot of builds these days use Paradoxica. There's only like a limited number of them that actually use it. Yeah, like for instance, if you wanted to use it for Chains of Command, you want the fizz damage. If you want it for your build, you'd go with the attack penetrate, I imagine, is a good starting point. But what would be the second thing you'd want? Attack speed? Honestly, that might not be that bad. Because most of your damage comes from the gym itself and not your weapon, right? So just getting like insane attack speed and penetrate and like double damage that you get from Paradoxica could be pretty decent for you. Hopefully your second unveils a attack speed. You'd have to also then change from claw nose to sword nose, though, I imagine. But could be doable. Oh, not the best. Those are all bad mods. I mean, attack speed while near rare and unique is probably okay, but you'd rather just have generic good attack speed, or like attack speed with like blood rage kind of thing. Crit multis in a similar fashion. Like it's probably not bad if you go into crit scaling, but I don't know how much you go into crit scaling. Damage per endurance is probably just bad. It's definitely one of the other two. Also, 12% attack speed seems really low for conditional attack speed, right? We're gonna look at it real quick. So that's the suffix, right? I imagine. It's like getting like this would be like is what we were aiming for. Getting blood rage or even like the hybrid attack speed intelligence. Those are the ones you would want it to hit. Instead, you hit this, and it looks like it only goes 12 to 15. So you hit the low roll on a low thing, but it's literally the worst mod because like even these right here are already higher ones. Literally conditional and like a low percent of conditional. Usually conditional has like a higher percentage because it's conditional. That's very funny that that's a mod on here. Hello, I can say looks like history teacher. Hi. But yeah, very cool thought experiment to do with Elliot though. How you doing, Credo? Slinky is the best teacher? Thank you. Only if I have the knowledge, obviously. If it comes to PoE 1 and you ever have questions, I can teach you many things. When it comes to doing your taxes, talk to an expert. We're doing good. Hanging out in my chat. A lot of them are enjoying some PoE 1 downtime content while I'm playing some Rogue Trader. And I was playing PoE 2 previously, but then I saw the expansion thing came out for this. And I was like, I kind of want to go back and finish this because I played it before PoE 2. And I didn't get to finish it, so I was like, I want to go finish this. And I was like, perfect timing to do it as the expansion comes out. And I'm trying out the expansion. What kind of games are you usually into, Kratos? Problem with traders, every DLC needs to start over. Yeah, I mean, I looked into it a little. So it's my first time playing Rotator, right? I looked into it and I was like, can I not start over and play it? And the general consensus seemed like, oh yeah, you don't necessarily need to start over. I'm in Act 4, unfortunately, so like these things will be weaker than I would be naturally following them in the campaign. Because apparently you can get to it in or sorry, Act 2. So it'll be a little bit stronger, but and I missed out on some of the starting stuff, right? Like starting Augmentics, that kind of stuff. But I still get the general story of it right now. That being said, I would love to eventually play through a second time in the future, but it is a large amount of hours. Obviously, as I'm like reading all the different stuff and doing all the things, I'm a completionist at heart, so I like to do all the side content that I can reasonably do. That being said, I am playing it blind, so I'm very interested on like second playthrough, like looking up some stuff and seeing like what choices affect certain things, kind of stuff, because it's very, very cool. This is a very good RPG. But first time RPGs I usually play through like completely blind, especially ones that have consequences matter, because I like to see what kind of horrible mistakes I made. There's no spoilers. I never spoil things. Excellent. Yeah. Story wise, outside of the DLC, we are in the middle of Act 4. But DLC wise, we obviously started today, and we got to the first planet for it. Alright, I think I read this part. Yes. What do you think of the settlement? Of course. You'll be a commander soon enough. It is only right that you should know. What can you tell me about Mirov? Only the old stories of the old call-ups. People there are nothing but property, and minor mistakes are grounds for imprisonment. Our regiment once formed from such unfortunate souls. In short, it is a cursed place abandoned by the God Emperor. Tell you about Zurkov. It is our home, your lordship. Everything here is either poisonous, predatory, or fragile. In short, anything that isn't trying to kill you is only pretending to be safe. But you get used to it, and then you learn how to use it. Poisonous, then you can use it as medicine. Predatory, it means it's edible. Hard to kill, you can use it as skin for armor. How fascinating, Monkey. Could not just subjugate a world that would be forced to submit to the planet's laws instead. Your species is remarkably tenacious for its own survival. Let's go! Bertonsky and Joronsky are senior officers here? They're commanders, not officers. There's a difference. My uncle, I mean the colonel, has been in charge of the regiment for over 10 seasons. You will find anyone in Zarkov that is more decent and tougher than him. Honestly, Gazi, when you get a chance, can you send me your POB again? You can either do it in the chat or privately. I am very curious if I can make it to where the Paradoxica can work with a build. Obviously changing some nodes. But when you get, it's not an immediate thing. I'm gonna do it later anyway. So just send it to me at some point. If you're in the middle of something, don't worry about it. Sure, one sec. Oh, thank you, buddy. You don't find anyone Zarkov more. Zarkov, who is more decent and tougher than him. I once saw him covering a retreat for the wounded. 3 suckers from the mace latch onto him. He didn't even blink until he got a wounded soldier to the cage. They say the suckers just shriveled up and died later. Colonel Quartermaster Domansky is the colonel's right hand. She's in charge of supplies, which makes her my immediate commander. She is a good sort, just a little bit, well, out there. She believes that now you are alive, our lives will change overnight. Everything will get sorted, and we will head to the stars with you. That we will get our atonement, even started eating off real plates. It's used to sound like the Commissar Claptrap, but now I don't know. Well, I my uncle's ways. Do you disagree with Captain Duwansky? I'm with Captain Duwansky on this, your lordship. There's nothing for us out there in the stars. We are born here, we must die here. The songs of our regiment used to serve as cover. Cover as the cleaner regiments. And not in mud with them. Here on Zarkov, I at least know who I am and what I'm fighting for. Your direct commander is Yuransky, but you're a supporter of Baktoshki. I'm mispronouncing these names heavily, chat. You just have to be okay with that. Atonement is one of the things complicated thing. Atonement is one of the complicated thing. I do what needs to be done. I have no complaints about Vetka. Before your arrival, all this was just an excuse to babble. Besides, Idris is my uncle. He raised me after my parents died. Turning on him would be as bad as what my brother generals did. That'll be all. What does your platoon do? Well, officially, we supply the platoon. That is, we gather the resources in the cage, survive. Thank you. We would have to find a different offhand. You think a Rebuke the Vol would be good? Rebuke the Vol has a lot of flat damage added into it. But then, like, the Chaos part, isn't Rebuke have a Chaos? I'll look into it later. Also, the fact that you're using Sintrek is really funny. But I guess you just haven't found better boots yet. Alright, in case I do lose this, I'm sending this to you privately on our Discord DM, so I can look at it later in case I closed it by accident. I don't want to do this right now. I'll definitely do it after stream, but I'm curious to see if I can make Paradoxica work as a cool starter thing. Because next league, I intend to farm Betrayal early for Fractures, so, you know, chance of Paradoxes go up. As we gather resources in the cage needs to survive, each of us has some special skill, like knowing about poisons, making ammo, or recharging power packs for las weapons. We supply troops, and that means we are the best of the best. How did you manage to manufacture ammunition in such conditions? There are these explosive flowers around here. Their pollen works for a substitute for, how do you call it, Vaseline. You got to recite the litany of fury over it and then mix it with some other things. We carve the bullets out of bark and bones, either from our own dead or from huge creatures. It's trickier with shell casings, but sometimes you can bore a hole through the wood nice and clean. It depends on whether or not you recited the litany of fervent labor correctly or not. If you get it wrong, then the bullets tend to misfire or even explode with the barrel. Tech exceeded. For casings, you could use something that burns easily, but holds its shape. I think some kind of coarse paper on here. That's a great idea, Your Lordship. The casing will burn on its own as long as you clean the barrel once in a while. But when we have time, we'll do some tests. Maybe the Captain Quartermaster is right. We should find new ways to serve the God Emperor instead of just clinging to the old ones. I'm registering sacrilege, interference, and the rights of servicing the gifts of the Messiah with the laity. I insist upon cautionary servitorism of those responsible for the arsenal's upkeep. Calm down, Pascal. Why would your troops know about poisons? Plenty of poisonous menaces are going around here, but your lordship, poisons can be used for softening agents, medicines, and all sorts of useful things. And if you mix it right, you can even make sleep water. Sometimes we need it bad, especially as times get rough for a few days in the roots. Is it hard to recharge a power pack? Well, maybe it's easy for you. You probably have some charging things back where you're from, but we don't have anything like that. But you can throw a battery on a fire. That's crazy. But you can throw a battery on a fire, and even with the proper name of the ritual, I can't remember it. The problem is that sometimes the battery just explodes. Yeah. It's risky, but the right ruins them eventually anyway. So the ones who know exactly where to put it on the fire know how long to let it burn. They're valuable soldiers. The Fox Center produces a barely audible sigh of sorrow, one that shifts from carbon inherent with me. Thank you for telling me this. Yeah, I just throw batteries in the fires, chat, and I think that's pretty cool. I mean, they're doing, obviously, they have to do to survive, but me in the real world, please don't throw batteries in the fires, chat. Please don't throw batteries in the fires, chat. Okay, I think we talked to most everybody. It said talk to people standing around. We already talked to people that were in here. Alright, let's talk to, what's his face? This guy up here. And then we're going to go down. Wait, do you not use close combat? Okay, now I'm actually just like, while I was walking around, I was like, let me look at PoE stuff real quick. Do you not use close combat? Also, is this your POB? I think it is. It just has a bunch of like... Oh, wait. Is this just a new feature? Like, this isn't something they wrote in there? This is a new feature of POB that shows the colors automatically? That makes my guide a lot easier. I thought that at first when I saw that somewhere, I thought it was just something that the person who made the POB was doing. But it might just be naturally there now. Interesting. Oh, can you like not use close combat? It actually gives you like, oh, because it's disabled. That skill can't be used with close combat. That makes sense. Okay. Welp. Kind of interesting. Is Trinity that big of a boost? I guess so, because it does cycle through it, right? Your resonance goes up quite a bit. I'm guessing you need Fortify for the defensiveness of it. You don't have Fortify elsewhere, right? You're not near the thing to get Fortify on hit from the tree. The Fortify Mastery. You're not super far from it. You could technically grab it, but it definitely would be like 5 points or more, depending on which one you want to go for. Yeah. I just assume something like multi-strike would probably be better. Or even LE penetration, but you can't actually get LE penetration without getting... Is it Bitter Dream, right? Yeah, you sell Bitter Dream, and it gives you LE penetration. Remember correctly? Yeah, you need a... Sorry, it's not even regular Bitter Dream. You need a level 20 Fire Pin, level 20 Cold Pin, level 20 Lightning Pin, and a replica Bitter Dream. And you can sell it to get it. It's a vendor recipe. I'll show you real quick. The vendor recipe is how you get it. So if you ever want LE penetration because you're doing all 3 different elements, you have to do some heisting. While also leveling these up in your offhand. Heist jump with 7 PL. To be fair, it's probably better just to go for invert the rules anyway. And use that instead of LE penetration. The LE penetration thing probably just better early until you can farm for invert the rules. Alright, back to the game. Yeah, I wouldn't go out of my way for it unless you were already going for heists for other things, which I mean, someone in your group will need to do it so we can actually get some heist jewelry. I might just have to make myself do it, I'm gonna be honest. No one else really seems interested in it. Alright, talk to the guy. I heard you saved. I did. His life? Thank you. No problem, bud. Now then, what's something we want to discuss? Threats of inspiration. Tell me, Captain Earl, why shouldn't I kill you in a spot? No, that's fine. As such, why'd you bother helping me? I opened Sebastian's stasis container. His logs are inside and within orders for regiment. All due respect to your most holy ancestor, his orders were a little too easy now. Keep them, if all it is your legacy. Not a shuttle system, but contained a recording of a distress signal that came from the regiment. In the first call-up second decade, our ancestors found a flying machine somewhere, and they decided they needed to take it to make our presence known. The one soldier got in and flew off into the transmitted distress signal. No one ever heard from him again. His name was Ruben, written on the memorial wall. If you like me so much, why are you bothering helping me? Because you're going to help kill the drover. If you pull it off, its death will be a gift to the entire regiment. If you died, and my advice helps wound it first, then at least we have a chance to finish it off later. I wish to know more about the drover. The ancient thing, it's ancient thing and huge. My great grandfather saw it. Saw it in the roots way back. We've known about it for ages, but this is the first time it's gotten this close. Logic succeeded. The humming noise, the pain that comes from it goes, is that a result of its cry? Silently claps his hands twice, applauding your quick wit. What should we expect from it? It keeps sweet spots out of sight among the roots. It's impossible to get there unless you make it angry enough that it comes out. First, you'll have to deal with its armored shoots. There are different kinds of them, and given them different names based on how they act. Barricades, maces, growth, and flowers. I got the maces. Genora tells me you've already seen them. You'll recognize them once it's a long route with thorns at the end. It carves you up deep. You'll bleed to death before you get to blink. The creature can also spit its sucker at you. One slip up and you're shriveled husk. If you manage to hack it up good, it'll try to dive back into the roots to regrow somewhere else. But there's a trick to it. Catch it with a burst of fire, and the mace loses its nerve and stays put. I don't have any fire, chat. Barricades doesn't sound very apt. They're not dangerous in themselves, but they're using them to block a path. They are thick and dense. Watch yourself when you're smashing them. They're bristles with thorns. Striking it the wrong way and you're sure to get skewered. You'll have to hurry. Any cuts heal quickly. What are the growths? Like a bunch of abscesses they are. They ripen right on the roots. And then a swarm of carnivorous midges bursts out. Smash the growth early. Otherwise, more of the bastards will hatch. Flowers, they seem harmless enough. Just typically so, I assume. It spits globs of caustic sap. Anything that gets hit gets sizzled. It also sprays pollen for some reason. It's harmless though. If you see a flower dissolve into a puddle of acid, don't think it's safe for a second. It's just another trick. Wait a little while and the flower will be back up again. The shoots are armored. The drover inserts its growth and maces into old bones and wears them like it would wear clothes with armor. There's a trick to it. Fire makes the drover tremble, and that makes the growths either break their armor or shake it off. I know I didn't get any scars from armor. How'd you kill a creature? As I said, the drover has itself in the tangle of the roots. It will come out when you chop down a whole bunch of its shoots, but there's no way no one's been able to kill it. Usually just runs away, but we don't have weapons like yours. So a fierce fire? Don't you have incendiary weapons? Here, weapons the first call up, rare and precious. When your time comes, detonate them before you die. Thanks for your advice. You fought it then? Long ago, I just become colonel. Out it came, not very close, but still close enough to be a problem. It almost gobbled up one of the outposts. My father and I took a squad and went to attack it. They all perished. My father took our remaining grenades and leapt into the drover's maw. The beast ate its filling and slunk away. I would have found my atonement there, but I made it out. If I hadn't been exposed to so much of the poison as a child, I would have died there. Wild. What is the thing anyway? Where'd it come from? Who knows? It's not really a beast. It's more of a weed, though it shows more wit than your average recruit. And the way it uses bones and how it's always popping up here and there. We've gotten legends about this thing. Anyway, I prepare myself for its poisons. We prepare while we're still recruits, so you can try the rot extract, but it's really foul. Even if you don't give your soul to the God Emperor, your body might not adapt. What is the rot extract? We brew it up from those killed with the drover's poison. If you're not so badly poisoned that you die, you'd wish you die, then while all kind of poisons won't be any more dangerous than you than water. If I characterize the described method of increasing resistance to toxin substances as lecherous and unsuitable for application. Recommendation: avoid profane methods of bodily fortification. I'll decline. It's not worth the risk. Sensible decision. You don't have the sort of conditioning we do. Thank you for sharing your experience. I have questions about your world. Tell me about the 32nd Regiment. Nothing you want to know. If you're cut off from the command here, how are ranks appointed? The first call up the ranks of the colonel was a lifetime post. He granted all our promotions and demotions unilaterally. The rank passed to his son, to his grandson, who turned out to be a weakling. Then others slit his throat, and the strongest and most cunning of them took the colonel's position. He then set a rule that if you want a promotion, you prove your worth. You fight for the trial match against others the same ambition. It's the same for every rank. You're aiming to become a sergeant, you head into the roots like the other candidates. And if you make it back, you've earned the rank. Is that how you became colonel too? Yes, only we didn't go into the roots. We settled it right there in the cage. 6 of us went out in the fight, and I was the only one left. If they had all hadn't swarmed me, I might have spared someone. From noble succession to dictatorship is best killer? Utter madness. Superior strength does not make the best commander. Trial match isn't about brute force. Sometimes your rivals will hand you the win themselves if you got their respect. And a fool won't last long in a post anyway. Tell me about the Morav Regiment. A lot has been forgotten. It's not like our regiment is mentioned somewhere in the handbook, if you catch the meaning. We came from Morav. It is the kind of place where brother generals are constantly looking for an excuse to snatch you up and throw you into the penal legion. Breathe the wrong way and say the wrong thing, welcome to service. As the story goes, there are plenty of these brother generals. More enough to claim every decent soul. They treat their god troops like toy soldiers, wasting their lives for sport instead of the God Emperor's cause. Occasionally, they have sent them to the stars, and of course, it was just to serve as shield to other regiments. The first call up our ancestors was made of such unfortunate lads who ended up in their brothers' hands. Is your regiment a little too small for you to bear this rank? Here in the cage, we don't even have half a company. It's true, though you haven't seen a whole lot. Some of them are kept down the river siege. Others are stashed away just in case. Still, there's plenty of smaller outposts scattered across the world, transit points for hunting units, and all kinds of other strongholds. So even if we all die here by Godfrey's will, the rest will live. Which connection to my dynasty? An expedition. The first call-up was requisitioned by Serbian von Valansis. I don't think they complained. Better than to serve as human shields in other regiments. Your ancestor was a great man. Our songs will carry the tales of our campaigns at his side. Then we were stranded here. The road trader vanished in the roots, leaving us to the final order. Hold this world, and hold it we did. Want to know more about Zarkov? This is our home, bitter, wild, and deadly, just like us. I agree, the environment isn't exactly welcoming. Huge creatures are some kind of inhabited world, but have all but died out. The roots shot up after that. We often find a skull right in the middle of the root, or a vertebra the size of 3 men. It's clear as day, the roots have grown right through them. Virtually no animals, but every type of plant life imaginable, and all of them try to kill humans. The drover is just another tree or a flower with the nastiest of them. There are also some ruins, not made of human hands. We rarely go there. A decent man had no business in such a place. Ask Dunosky. When she was up for her promotion in the captain's quarters, she led an expedition to the ruins. You have your own weird dialect, it seems. Would you care to translate? The sayings, you mean? Atonement is the one that comes from the old tradition that if the whole regiment perishes except for one, then all that person's wrongdoings are forgiven, and eternal and faithful service to the God Emperor awaits them. But atonement takes many forms. Commissar Claptrap means lies, because our forebears never got anything good from those deceitful, tempting spirits. One of the rest asked Vitka. Heard the song accompany. What was it? It's the Heim of the Laws, the song of the call-ups. It holds the answer to why we're here and what we're meant for. It's why we remember the fallen and warn the living. And as for the tome, that's just a local horror story. Why not just hand over command to the regiment since it's been foretold? Nope. What are these cocoons? The bodies inside. It's atonement for the one, heir of Serbian. After death, our bodies are turned into poisons, medicines, and materials. That's how a person atones for everything they did in life. If you're interested in details, ask the captain quartermaster. He's in charge of distribution, and a previous holder of her rank taught us how to tend the corpses. All right, I guess and down we go, chat.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh wait, I've been on. Probably should give someone a flame gun. It seems like some kind of rejuvenation happens, and it won't happen if you burn them. Flame gun isn't strong, so it has to be on someone that can use the flamer, but I'd hopefully not like my best damage dealer. That thing is cool as hell, by the way. Your Lordship, Captain Quartermaster Drosky reporting. I am here to serve as your reinforcement. What's the plan of operation? Captain, what brings you by? According to the handbook, my primary duty as a guardsman is to aid the Emperor's faithful servants in a struggle against the enemy's humanity to preserve life, and you are to be our commander after all. Just return to your regiment. Your Lordship, I cannot. It would be a transgression against the Emperor if I didn't protect you from this battle. I can convince. I think you believe me a captain, but who will be a regiment if I perish here? Who besides you the grant of atonement? I think a conquest is better. Also, your people need you. If something happened to you, it would be an irreparable loss for the 22nd. I think we'll go with the conquest. You're right, your lordship. May the God protect you. Yeah, no problem, bud. I appreciate you wanting to help out. That's really kind. Alright, so he can't use it. I don't think anyone has flamer actually, so we might be without fire. That fire it is. Hopefully not too hindersome then. Let's climb down.
See no scum! You don't belong in this galaxy.
Can't go very far, unfortunately. That's good enough. He has 3,000 life. And I already have a desperate measure, apparently. Am I hurt? Or is it just because he's yelling at us? Might just because he's yelling at us, chat. Alright, Abelard, I think I want you to charge here and start handling this guy.
At your beck and call.
Alright, and then just bulk up, buddy.
At your beck and call.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Oh, did killing the root hurt him? It looks like I did like 200 damage to him already. Oh, don't stand still. Oh. Alright. Let's start blasting. Yeah, he does take damage from me destroying some of the roots. We got? Oh, obstruct vision. I think I already did it. Is that why we want to do it? Okay, that's fair enough. Probably should have looked at who was going next. It didn't matter. Okay. Alright, let's set you up here.
Move swiftly to strike.
We're gonna make ourselves hunker down for the perfect shot. We're gonna start blasting some people.
You cannot force me along, talk.
Why can't I? Can I not see him?
That is beneath me. This tedium is beneath me. I will not. Stop trying, monkey.
Less likely to hit that shot.
I am the ancestors, guide me. I understand.
Why'd you do something? Don't do that. I didn't like that.
If it serves your cause. Slips beyond the veil. That is beneath me.
Then we'll just end there. Well, I guess I could, Can I see anything over here? Can I see this guy?
If I must.
Well, you got all these. I believe in you.
I'll see to it personally.
Did he kill my servitor dude? No, Nexus is there. Why can't I do most of my abilities right now?
I refuse.
Oppressive Shriek.
I'll make it happen.
Oh! Alright. Fair enough.
Who if not me? I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen. Taking calculated risk is in my second nature.
Well, can't officer you around, so I'm just gonna run out of the way real quick.
On it.
Alright, Cabela.
I cannot serve you in this way.
I'm immobilized. Oh. I only have swords.
Trust me.
I literally cannot hit anybody. Okay. Well, Cabela, I guess you're gonna sit there for a bit then, bud. That's a bit of a bummer. Oh, I don't know what is hitting there, but you definitely don't want to be there for that, so...
Initiating spatial relocation.
Go ahead and relocate your boy. Give him the Medicaid. Okay. Abelard?
Indeed. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Victory is imminent.
Faced worse than this.
Well, that is cool.
I require assistance.
Barricade's a little tanky, eh? Get sniped.
I will not.
I don't remember who I marked.
Pay with your blood in the name of Kane.
Okay, from that... Who can I see? This?
You cannot force me, Elantok. I am acting death with my hand. That is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
And then just give her that. Alright, he still can't do what he wants to do, so...
Let's make some
Womp womp, I guess. Where can I... Or it's too far. Everything just blocked, you just can't move. Or demobilized, something like that. That's life, I guess. Alright, well just, I guess, zippity zappity him. You're doing great this time, bud. Oh! That looked pretty. Can I move yet? I can. Alright, well let's skedaddle wrap him.
As honor or death is a blessing. No.
I would probably give her a ranged weapon.
Was a statistical error.
Abelard, you gotta move.
Follow my lead.
Charge, Abelard. Destroy the drover.
The appropriate treaty Tactica Imperialis, and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
Honestly, a little bummer that I'm like super overpowered for this area. But like, look at the design of that thing. That looks cool as hell. Wish I could be friends with it.
This could be an opportunity.
Be like, oh, he's a cool guy.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a
Chains of crystals, warp knowledge. Whenever you hit a daemon or a psyker the first time in combat, they suffer some shit. Actually, I don't know why I accepted that. I don't really need that.
attention to detail is the key to success.
Primitive journal is a symbol from the process leaves. Vecca says I'm a psyker, a cursed one, like the old legends, and when I learned the truth, I wanted to end it all in the last mission, but Vecca said the God Emperor has a different design for me. Handbook says that psychers can reach out to other worlds. I must try. Atonement for me, for the one, for me. I'm trying. The God Emperor, my witness, that I'm trying. I draw a symbol to see in my dreams. I scream without words. There are only silence in return. I thought it would be simple and easy. You call out, someone calls back. I've spent 20 nights on a campfire now. Nothing. Vecca comes by sometimes to encourage me. She said next time she would bring something special. The extract worked. I'm not sure what Vecca put into it, but I fell asleep and almost instantly in my dreams I heard the call, a scream, a howl, a song all at once. It answered my pleas. It heard me. At this time I had been doing it all wrong. There is no atonement, not for any of us. No one will answer us from the stars. What sang in my dreams came from my summons. It is the drover. Creature is Drake warned us about. It is getting closer, slithering towards me, reaching out with its grows. I should have left when I learned I was a psyker. Vecca, if you read this, damn you. It was you who gave me hope. You who made me scream into the void and who brought the drover to the cage. Only one thing remains for me now. To try and kill it before it reaches the cage. My final mission. Paste. I don't like consumables.
I always get the
Use the
job
ground
done.
for restored power. The creator attempted to invoke both the God Emperor forces of the warp and was ignorant to how to do either. Oh wow. A Thicket Slayer gun. But I don't have any burning proficiency on me, so. The air is suffocating thick, spicy scent of spores. A modest-looking sarcophagus stands before you. At its base rests a desiccated corpse clad in robes and bearing the insignia. Sarcophagus. Your ancestors found resting place, as it seems. It would be a front to the taste of the road treader. Inspect the body. Cluster of flowers has bloomed across the remains of the unfortunate agent of the Golden Throne. Having literally drained its last life of his fluids, a miraculously unscathed fox scribe rests in his inner pocket. Most of the messages cataloged by the machine spirit have long since been lost of memory and saved for the last. Acolyte, Watcher, Temple, Cell. Attention from the locals has been avoided. We lost Acolyte's Keykeeper, Oculus, and Dusk. Bastion Cell has ceased all contact. Void Cell has gone in search for Bastion. A search for subject's suspected burial site yields no results. No body was found and it appears it was never buried. No traces of heresy requiring cleansing. We continue to search for traces of Serbian von Valensis to purge possible new traces of his heresies. The next marker of the Zeno runes at the coordinates recorded in the scribe's memory. Okay, so wait. So was the Inquisitors the ones who wiped Serbian from the history books? Because he was all into Zeno heresy and whatnot? That's where it's going towards, looks like. Reportedly surveyed them before his death. All plan clean this graphic is snapped with a soft. Which says she's certainly. Inside, you see nothing but a gaping hollow. Neither Esther's body nor his legendary sword is found sarcophagus. Leave the fake tome. Interesting.
I always keep my options open.
There's loot up here. Climb up. Let's walk around maybe. We got another hand flamer, which is a much stronger one, and then we got a grapple thing. That being said, this is probably an easier way to, a better way to climb down. You can climb down here and go straight to fight the big boss. Say heck, all these dudes that are over here, you know? Alright, let's save. I'm gonna go fight in a cage match. Yeah, howdy chat. What's up, Doug?
Let us not dawdle.
Moving surrounding you seem tense, although you no longer feel any pressure in your head. They seem to be still suffering from the lingering effects of the drover's screech. Israel's movement fixes you with an expectant look. The drover is dead. We know, Herr Serbian. As soon as it died, we could all breathe a little easier. There in the depths, I discovered a corpse. Watches you expectantly. The beast coiled, like to spring, but Captain Quartermaster's eyes widen in horror, her lips suddenly battling. Don't. Really informing you, you may wish to collect it. You see Becca's eyes close in a relief and exhale. Captain Quartermaster, tell a funeral detachment to inspect the drover's lair. It turns out there was Inquisition on Zarkov. I discovered their bodies. What new blight is this? Wait, that word sounds familiar. We have songs with the God Emperor's secret servants, but we never would have been able to recognize them. But why? They're dead. What is dead is no longer a threat to us and can wait. We have more pressing matters. I presume this isn't a ceremonial visit? Time has come for us to renew our oath. We are going to the square now, and in the presence of the fallen and all my people, we shall face each other in the trial match. As Grace Tradition, I trust you are fully aware of what will happen to you and your entire Imperial regiment should the Rogue Trader von Valentis suffer so much from a scratch. I am ready to hear the name of the hear the name that the Undying One will whisper. Even von Valentis, heir of the Serbian throne, our rightful ruler, has proven himself by slaying the drover. If seed of doubt still lingers in your hearts, it is time to tear out by roots. Watch. Let's do this cleanly, shall we, Brotovsky? Colonel's significant growl makes the surrounding Retrovians shudder. A dense ring of people surround the platform, suspended in chains. No one shouts at any encouragement at you or the Colonel. In grim, solemn silence, the Retrovians keep their eyes on you, and armed with traditional knives. For centuries, we have awaited this moment, hoping to witness it, and we're here. We have survived from the first call-up unto our own. Tell us then, your lordship, do you invoke the final order of your most recent ancestor, Serbian? And Serbian's records to Vodka. It is not I, but Serbian himself who revokes it. Logic. I believe unless I revoke the order, I cannot issue the next one. And the issue is to redeploy. You shall be free from the final order, and together we shall strengthen the power of unlock this. Let's go with let's head with the note. Hear me, guardsmen, written in the hand of Serbian von Valensis himself. Together with my ear, they shall venture into the stars. Ooh woo, what's up, Strushi? Serving as a blade and my shield to my successor. Atonement for the one, Lord Heir. Be it for you or for me. You just woke up. Isn't it like 2 a.m. for you or something like that? Why do you fight? I pose a threat to you or people. Seize the moment and use as a Votskin combat technique. Toss the knife from hand to hand, distracting Brzezinski. Go for the attack. Yeah, let's just do this one, sure. Colonel moves smoothly, precisely, hiding a potential strike for every move, but you're one step ahead as he lunges forward. He finds your blade already waiting for him. I'm sleepy, hunger, get some nuggies. Ghostly circles you, looking for weakness in your defenses, and before striking, he remains utterly indifferent to the blood flowing from his wounds. Serbian von Valensis, who descended from the stars, stands before us now, fighting for the right to command 32nd Mervov Regiment. Tell us, your lordship, what use have you for us? I have peanut butter bread. I love peanut butter bread. Peanut butter sandwiches are my favorite. I actually usually eat them in the morning for a little snacky. Like a really quick, easy thing to eat. And I love peanut butter taste, so. Unless peanut butter bread isn't just like bread with peanut butter on it. Peanut butter is like you baked bread with the ingredient peanut butter. I don't think I've had that. Could be good though. Once said, even the doomed are worth saving. For gratitude, offer one such a to lead you to glory. I'll do this. As my ancestor once said, even the doomed are worth saving, for their depth and gratitude leads to grand deeds. We were born for greater things, and our gratitude, the honesty knows no bounds. Your eyes catch a glint of our knife coated with something greenish. The Colonel has used the moment you spent answering to his cancer to coat his knife in poison. Poison, Colonel? Doesn't seem like fair play. Poison is meant to kill you, only to weaken you slightly. I'll finish you myself. What a punk. Alright, well, I don't have great at either of these. So 50-50 chat. You know? Oh no. The last moment you dodge, but the knife tears only your clothes, forcing you to fall back further. Instinctively you pour more strength into your next attack as you strain to reach your target. The contact hits mostly square in his chest, and the man would have howled in pain, but the older soldier only lets your raspy snarl. I didn't die. We will go to the stars, but what will you give us there? Beyond this world, Sigmund.
Everyone loves a slinky. You gotta get a slinky, slinky, slinky. Go, slinky, go!
Blob dance.
Blob Dance, 13 months subscribed. Wabbaweewa in a row. Thanks, Bree. You're now the third person today to be 13 months subscribed in a row. Appreciate y'all's continued support. Amazing. Subscribe just in time to avoid ads. Let's go. I'll give you a chance to... I kind of want to say this one. Become part of a greater cause. Not as despised perennial outcasts, or as those who found atonement, those who survived, those who prevailed. Spits blood and snarls. Now you understand why he resisted over screams with such ease. The howl of a beast in his mind is far louder. The roar he lunges at you. Find a pressure point under the colonel's left rib cage and press down hard. Pain racks through his body, and the first time he screams, wildly ferociously frantically. He loosens his grip, and blood gushes from his wounds. The colonel's strength fails him, and he drops heavily to his knee. Whatever force drives him, it'll keep the old beast from falling, but he has no strength left to continue to fight. The trial match is over. I have stepped in as commander, and it's up to you now, your lordship. Slumps to the floor, and silence falls over the platform. Trial match is over. It's time for your oath. Your orders, commander? Quartermaster, call the formation. Let's get this over with already. Let's call for the formation. To renew your oaths of unflected dynasty, fallen! I have a word in defense of his dominion. A sword and shield and hammer of Imperium. Tristan shall be atoned for in his service. For his gaze I swear to be true to my oath and vow, to hold fast to my courage and to follow enemies of humanity, and to unflinchingly meet my death. Some water. Unholy, until holy terror calls me home, Sigmund von Valansis shall be his voice. Rip. So many call-ups later, here it is, the oath as written in the handbook. Our regiment has found its purpose and returned to duty. All remains if you decide, lordship, what to do with Zarkov and our regiment. I need a commander of the Zarkovian troops, and the position of the arch-militant also happens to be open. Now Zarkov's finally von Valansis protectorate. It is time to appoint a governor. Yeah, I think it's the governor thingy. I wish they gave me what the things mean, but being a governor seems cool. Newly sworn regiment awaiting you for the first appointments in centuries. Who would make a better colonel governor than a captain quartermaster? Choose someone who did not wish to leave Zarkov. Such a person would take care of their home better than anyone else, I am sure. Shall appoint a representative from among those who yearn to return. Wait, I shall appoint? New era be dawned, and it is time for Zarkov to engage in organization. Honestly, kinda, yeah. Someone who doesn't want to leave? Probably a better leader than other ones. It will be done, Lord Captain. I shall need a commander for the Zarkovian troops, and a position of arch-militant also needs to be open. A newly sworn regiment stares at you, awaiting your promotions. Well then, Drisky, are you ready to go to the stars? Then again, I don't think I'm quite willing to grant the position to anyone from Zarkov. My forces are dependable. I say make me said you. No, let's do this. I've been preparing for this my whole life, Lord Captain. Active Vox. Finally time to get recap of baths and a hot meal. Vigorous, where's my shuttle? Lord Captain, you're alive. The structure team is already on its way to search for you. Changing your coordinates in the shuttles. Woo. I want to go see the Cherugian. Can we help this guy now, or?
I align my path with yours, for now.
Alright, if we go here.
To the top, or get left in the dust.
Alright, nothing new. Alright, we can just piece on out of here, it looks like. I do want to explore more of that planet though, so hopefully there's another mission to go back. What's my current thing? As soon as the Lord Captain returns to the flagship, he should scan the presumed site of Sebastian's demise using augers. Okay. Anyone new here I should talk to? Edka's here now. Now Archmilitant, Joniska does not immediately notice you. She's looking around the bridges in awe, wondering. That's she's. Oh, your lordship, I beg your pardon. I was distracted and didn't see you right away. Archmilitant, Vetka, Joniska is ready to serve. How are the second troops in Zarka faring? The soldiers of the 3rd Regiment are occupied with their assigned barracks in accordance to the code and have commenced scheduled duties, Lord Captain. I mostly selected those who, like me, wanted to leave Zarkov. I'm glad that you serve you. Among the stars. Everything here is a little strange and frightening, but we will adapt. We always do. Do you miss Zarkov? Not at all, your lordship. Life here on the flagship is confusing and difficult, but we're not afraid of challenges. We're used to them. You've given us a chance to achieve atonement, and believe me, every one of us will fight until the end. I see that you've replaced your prosthetic. Smiles broadly as she raises her augmented arm, admiring the clenching and unclenching fingers. She does not relinquish her bone claws, however. The trophy is now mounted on the wrist of her new bionic. Yes, I have, Lord Captain. General Majoris Finrez presented me with the true gifts of Von on your behalf. I suppose my status of your lordship's archmilitant had something to do with it. I feel like I've stopped right at one of the songs. I stopped right at one of the songs. Perhaps you have some questions? Since you asked, your lordship. The arch enemy of the metal planet. I can't stop thinking about what I saw. We had no idea how truly horror is. The lives of humans are sometimes horrifying, and anyone can unwittingly fall victim to archenemy's temptations. Like on Zarkov, where a single mistake costs lives, only here it's souls. Merciful God and Emperor, now I even feel pity for those who have fallen into the thrall of the archenemy. And now important is to protect people from their own mistakes. What was that? That's pretty nice. That was pretty nice, chat. Alright, let's scan the planet then, huh? I don't know if some of the choices are not great for me, but we'll find out one day. Oh, right, I can build stuff now. So I can do a xenobiologist chapel. By granting the generators resources and land of chapels to the xenobiologists. Rotator shall master the secrets of beliefs of the vaults. Planetary sutures. Gargantuan roots have disfigured the face of tearing the planet apart from within. Within the rotator's manufactorums, titanic braces and blessed adamantium shall be cast. They shall bite into the planet's severed flesh and then reseal it, restoring the primordial form. And the toll for the unified Arconian shall be paid years of destructive earthquakes. I'm sorry? The toll for the unified shall be paid, so there's going to be a bunch of earthquakes. Void ships shall fill their holes with dregs of the Protectorate and offload them under Zarkov. In this crucible of human spirit, weak shall burn. Jesus Christ. So I can get weapons or mechanisms from this. I can get some void chip stuff for the planetary sutures. By literally putting metal to hold the planet together. Kinda like this one. Hopefully it doesn't mean that the planet just eventually collapses though, because that'd be fucking unfortunate, chat. Alright, so on here, which one of these three I would want? Because it depends on which of these things I end up picking and stuff, right? Rank 3 is the only one that really does that. And then here as well, I believe. So let's see, rank 3. This is an augment. This is just a bunch of goodies. And some Jerusian rep. Enemy of my enemy. By studying the flora enveloping Zarkov, the generators Adeptus Mechanis that harnesses genome, achieve the wholly selective synthesis, resulting infinite invasive hybrid. Shall sweep across the planet like a writhing plague, turning native species into dust and exposing hidden deposits of rare minerals. Crusade for the Lost Gifts. The roots have been reports of stumbling upon ancient, powerful augmentic. In the first call up, the governor requests the road trader permission to launch crusade for the lost gifts. All volunteers shall perish in the. And though nearly all of them are the lords are remembered, and the surprise will go through the bands. Followers of carve the God Emperor into the gargantuan root. Each cycle fiercely devout the Rakovians shall set upon the grand pilgrimage to purge moss and creepers from the stern countenance of the masters of mankind. You shall face the martyr's death. So a lot of this is just people are dying. How do I want them to die? I really don't know if I want to destroy the planet's stuff. I guess we'll go to this one. So for this one, we need the Shadows of Zarkov. Yeah, so they're just people that like to walk around. I'm down for that. Now for the last one. Chosen warriors of Zarkov shall undergo rituals of extensive augmentation. We'll see what the rewards are first, I guess, and then we'll read what they're about. All ranged attacks get +5 base damage. Does the whole retinue gets this? Area attacks. We get profit factor, we get security, we get efficiency. Ooh, weapon damage is calculated using intelligence instead of strength. And ballistic skill instead of weapon skill for those characters that are higher. Interesting. Use melee attacks, deal lore Xenos, lore Imperium. So it's literally like the smart man's thing. Your toughness is reduced. But you'd be like a smart guy. That's kind of cool. Where it gets int bonus, more damage with arc rifles. I don't really have an arc rifles right now. This would probably be potentially good with what's his face. Alright, see which ones we like to. Centuries of Lights Zarkov, the soldiers of the 13th Regiment have evolved into natural killers as silent and unseen as shadows, but forgo the enduring hardship. Their significant tactics rely on the use of vocal organs harvested from the drovers, which emit mind-crushing wails. The weaponry shatters the minds of the foes, and yet pose little harm to the Zarkovians, which have been accustomed to the cries since childhood. There's no reason for such skilled warriors within the Ashramatarium. All soldiers of Zarkov are swear fealty directly to Von Vlectis dynasty and the Retrader's personal guard. Interesting. Chosen warriors undergo a ritual of extensive augmentation, vastly increasing their combat skills through rare and powerful implants. The elite soldiers become known throughout the expanse as gift bearers, preserving the memory of the Von Vlectis dynasty. Legacy. Sacred duty of the gift bearers shall be to extract implants from fallen comrades and pass them on to future brothers and sisters. It perished long ago, yet from its ashes the first government regiment shall be reborn. It shall not stand alone now that the planet possesses necessary infrastructure. The road trader will aid the Departamento Momentum and shall initiate regular conscription, ensuring that the Scrivians bring glory to their new home and war against the endless enemies of humanity. I like the gift bearer, thing a lot. I need psycho signal suppressors, which is not. The minds of the tech priests and Katagama have developed a wondrous capable of dampening the mind-maddening shrieks of the drovers. Rotating a psycho signal integrators near the settlement will allow road trader subjects to labor for the benefit of the dynasty, unaffected by the sanity draining whales. Well, that sounds like a good thing, actually. And we'll gift bearer it. Alright. And now we can go through the ones that we can do multiples of. So, I think 2 and 4 are the only ones you can really do multiples of. 1, 3, and 5 is the same one. Okay, got it. So, immediately anything that sounds like evil, probably going to abandon. But let's go through and read these. Ugh. The Imperial Navy seeks a planet with a sector orbit who support a way station, well equipped with weaponry and void docks. The road trader will graciously offer Zarkov's orbit, effectively placing the planet under the shield of the Navy. Oh yeah, I mean that seems like they want to be safe. Yeah, we're down for that. Second to none, the Expanse is yet to see the warriors skilled as resilient as the sons and daughters of Zarkov. The Fellowship of the Void promises to pay handsomely for a chance to recruit Zarkovians to execute their dark designs. Who else but the God Emperor's Anointed has power to override the Imperium's laws for the welfare of the Protectorate? What? They're recruiting, they're not like capturing them, right? Right? Frontier transport. Zarkov's rampant vegetation turns the paths between settlements into tangled labyrinth, fraught with deadly perils. Adeptus Mechanus shall supply the planet with swift-flying machines equipped with sharp razor blades. Yeah, that sounds fine. Deep in the ripped open bowels of Zarkov lies the decayed remains of a colossal creatures. Smoking promethium rigs shall turn the ash of the planet's ancient rulers into promethium. Okay. Road trader holdings of Zarkov go through the constant bloody war of the planet's aggressive xenophora. Drive it back, military engineers erect massive fortifications, unleashing a torrent of fire and the nozzles of thousands of flamers. Okay, when you protect people, Legitimizing the government's authority with a noble title has hastened Zarkov's integration into the Imperium. To honor the newly appointed ruler, the factions of the Expanse shall dispatch offerings to Zarkov, fostering the prosperity. Sounds great. Atop the colossal roots of Pierce Zarkov's skies, well out of sight, lies the realm where an agonizing death claims those lacking a rebreather or void suit. There, hidden vaults accessible only by small shuttles will be constructed. The coal traders will gain the right to use them to provide a portion of their cargo with a road trader. No. I don't think so. I don't know about that. Yeah, let's go on from these two for now. Okay, this is blocked by that one, so I can't get this one anyway. Each day, the God Emperor's servants suffer loss of limbs and organs in unceasing conflict with the planet's xenophore. By grace of the rogue trader, manufacturers dedicate the sacred augmentics with the established settlements, which priest and Messiah will fuse the sacred iron to the augmentics of the flesh-wounded shoulders, thus granting them a chance to resume their service to the dynasty. Yeah, that sounds fine. Yeah. Making manufacturers. The rogue traders engineers shall conduct a production complex designed for Zarkov's harsh conditions. Hive-like manufacturers will cling to the monstrous roots, while long-limbed factory servo platforms crawl between the tiny spiders. Yeah, that sounds fun too. Rakav's first spaceport. A fleet of void ships shall rain fire from their lance weapons upon designated location, turning the dense thicket to ash, and purge the lands to build the first spaceport as a coming history. Sure. They should have a port. Your detachments shall be reformed in the Convectus Referum, a Cherugian guild specialized in Sarkonis toxins. The guild works to help crush the enemies and protectorate while fortifying its defenders. Yeah, that sounds great. Zarkov's legacy over the centuries of survival. On Zarkov, the history of the 32nd Regiment has been enriched for the names of valiant warriors, each worthy of the monument inspired by them. The road trader subjects shall find new courage and willing to embrace the inevitable atonement for one. I don't fully understand what this one is, but it seems fine. Patron Saint. Many regiments have patron saints with the loyalty of the 2nd Regiment proved they deserve the honor. Lavish offerings to the Order of St. Drusus. Huh? Sorry, my phone just lit up like someone was calling me and then it went away. Oh, it was a scam likely, it says. Okay, moving on then. Lavish offerings to will grant people the right to fight under the inspiring predictions of St. Cognos. They just want patron saint stuff? That sounds fine. Augment its cult. To ignite the zeal of the subjects and reinforce their devotion, the road trader will allocate funds for the erections of shrines. Humans may pray to the ancient augments bestowed upon them during the first call-up. The tech priests invite it to the explorer feat. Yeah, that sounds great. I liked all those. That was good. Only thing I didn't really care for were these two. Not on the heretical one, definitely this one. Questionable if I like it or not. Might just do it anyway. But it does sound like they're actually actively recruiting and not kidnapping. You know, it will do it. Zarkov is reporting a serious situation on the planet. The flora and fauna of the world have gone mad, all because of the mass invasion of creatures the Trenchant calls drovers. Isn't that the xenobeast you encountered? Your lordship, it is time to go on the offense. Now under the banner of Amphlectus and the shadow of the Aquila's wings. Are you going to bed, Diamond? If so, have a good night. Also, hello. We are ready to turn Zarkov into a full-fledged world of the Imperium. Wait, I just got here! Nope, you said goodnight. You have to leave now. Get out! No, it's fine. How you doing, bud? Hydrate. That's fair. I probably should hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, Bree. Do we know was Rob the Drover? The report contains only the Colonel... the Colonel Governor's conjecture. Perhaps the cause was the death of Drover at your hand, or there was a special cycle that we're unaware of. Regardless, the dynasty representatives Zarkov already begun an investigation. Has such a massive occurrence of xenobeasts ever happened before? No, your lordship. The Colonel Governor stated that there is no mention of such a phenomenon in the annals of the 32nd Regiment's Rob Regiment. Zarkov first calamity experienced this. It's not quite true. There's evidence that the planet was far more dangerous in the months after the first call-up landed. No one was carrying out any comprehensive surveys at the time, of course, or at least they didn't share them with the regiment, but after that, everything settled down. Now the appearance of the God Emperor is chosen has struck the terror into Zarkov's Xenocurse. That must be it. Does our retinue have anything they want to say in the matter? Burning away Xenoblight in the sacred flame of the God Emperor. What could be more righteous, Sigmund? Let me give the Zirconians a lesson in burning out heresy. I can't do a woman's voice. In Tempest Arbides. No, I'm not gonna do any voices anymore, chat. Tempest Arbides, Precinct Fortress Rogue Trader remain the core defensive bulwark in times of rebellion or attack. Every arbitrator knows how to hold a bastion of loyalty to the Imperium during an all-planet cataclysms. I can share that knowledge with the Darkovians. Alright, so we got 3 choices. So give us efficiency. So give us security. So give us complacency. Okay, so nothing like majorly lost or gained for either one, right? Well, I mean, things will be lost, but like it's all like you get +1. Let the Rovians go on the attack, supply them with what they need. I mean, this costs us way more than the other thing. Honestly, I think the Solomon thing is great. Actually, maybe burning things. Maybe burning things, chat. Supplies from the outside. We'll wait until this is over. Yeah, you know, go get him, sister. In the name of the God, Emperor, and humanity, your lordship, we shall bring flames in his fury down upon Zarkov. Finally, the Moravians are going to counterattack with Zarkov, your lordship. This is the first battle of the conquest of the entire planet. Vast swaths of Zarkovian territory have been turned to ash or poisoned compost heaps. However, the vanquishers of the world know that before long, Xeno heresy will be replaced with hub blocks and statues, manufactorums, and training grounds. Flesh must be excised before it can be second augments. The same principle applies to the planets. Your lordship, the theory emerged about Lacosis. The dynasty's agents investigated and discovered that a strange signal that cannot be deciphered or locate. However, it seems to affect the nervous systems of these drovers in some way, driving them into a rage. Alas, that's all we know for now. Another one! Lord Captain, we accompanied by... Oh wait, we have been approached by Florators. Adeptus Mechanis Generators have developed a theory that the drovers are artificially created. Now the Magi biologist is requesting permission to study the flora and fauna of Zarkov. 3 tech priests are ready to lead the research congregation. They each have their own end goals. Xenobiologists... Is this a new DLC? Yes, this is the new DLC. Instead of starting over fresh from the start, I Googled to look up to see if I could start it from my playthrough, and they were like, yeah, technically, like they'll miss like a couple things, like in character creation, there's like some new stuff with the Forge World, I think is what it said. But the whole story can be played in the middle of a thing, though I am a little overpowered for the area, because it technically could take place as early as Act 2, and I'm in Act 4, so I'm just kind of like cakewalking a lot of this stuff, but at least I get the story of it, which is great. So you'll see, how is it? It's pretty good. I like it so far. You get a new companion, who is another. Well, wait, how much do you want any spoiler stuff? Obviously, you're here, but how much information would you like? Cool. Does cool mean you want more information, or cool mean you're good and you don't want more information? No problem. Hydrate again. I don't think I'm gonna stand though, so you can eat it. More the better. Cool. You get a new companion. They're a tech priest. They're very, but they are still different. They're different contact priests than Pascal is, so they have like a different origin. And they have different starting classes, stuff like that. But they are pretty cool. I like tech priests a lot, so if you enjoy tech priest stuff, you're eating good. You also add in augments to where you can you can add augments to your body to like do special things. Like I just found one a second ago where you can increase your damage of your weapons with intelligence instead of like strength. You can kind of make an intelligence person. There's also ones where you can like grapple people, all kinds of stuff. So it's very cool. Lore that's already happened is really sweet. It goes into like chasing one of your ancestors who is erased from history. We're trying to find out why he was erased from history. And that's kind of where we're at now. We found this planet. This is the last location where he was at. We're trying to figure out where he's at, and then we kind of saved the planet from something, turned it into a colony, and we're now going through the projects and stuff like that we set up here. I knew about. Which one is that one? Slicky quote. But yeah, I like the thing so far. Also, there are drops which you might be aware of already. if you watch for an hour, you'll get some drops for the game. And you can kind of see those here. I know all that, but how is it with the new augments? I honestly haven't installed any of the augments yet. I've only unlocked like 2 of them, and none of them seem super interesting yet. But the one I just got, which I haven't got a chance to install in cutscenes for a bit, seems pretty cool, and I probably am going to install that one on somebody. But they have like, you know, obviously an upside and then like a downside. Some of them have downsides and stuff like that. So, but I imagine someone who has a different playstyle, like I said, the first one I got, I have one that lets you like do a leap attack kind of thing. There's another one where you can grapple people. When you grapple them, you like hold them still, and then you can also hit them at the same time. I found one that if you you don't get stuff for the downsides of like stimulants and stuff like that. Like I said, I don't really use consumables, so it wasn't really useful for me. But if you're someone who enjoys consumables, it's kind of cool. And if you're a character, if it's a character that gives extra turns, it shares the ability to ignore the downsides of stimulants with the person it's giving extra turn to, and stuff like that. Which seems kind of cool if you're into like, you know, pumping up stimulants and stuff like that. So a lot of the stuff seems interesting. It definitely adds like different ways to my knowledge to play the game. Again, this is my first time playing all together, and I only have experience with my playstyle. But a lot of it seems like mechanics that I didn't really see before. Left or right? Left or right what? Genetic engineering, research for security of humanity, and urging us to think about the benefits that could be derived from Zarkov. This is they're coming as such an honor, your lordship. Augmentations served as the mermaids once before, revealing the might of the Adeptus Mechanus against the Messiah, allowing for tech priests to demonstrate their power again. Tell me more about these generators. Probably interested in the origin of species, the mechanisms of evolution, and in interfering with its course. The vast majority of her interests find no practical application. Then again, her devotion to the quest for knowledge sometimes leads to breakthroughs of biological mysteries. Once began his journey, specialized, assigned to the Astra Militarum. I suppose that was left a mark on him. Since then, his research is focused mostly on combating nature and creatures. I don't really care about his thing. Definitely not him. Teetering on the brink of a declared heretic. This is probably the one I'm going to support. They also come across references as ties to the coal trade and Casablanca mission. Casablanca? But he's never crossed the line, or at least he's never been caught. It's either quest for knowledge, or it's worth the risk. Archives my resources. Let the planet compensate for such costs. Now let's do the quest of knowledge. It just seems better. I don't like the if they didn't say let the planet compensate for some of the costs. Sounds not great. You know? Yeah. Your lordship, I will send the invitation immediately. I'm sure the Inquisitor will recuperate. The first of his Mechanist forces made planetfall on Zarkov, and their complex machinery is roused the witness of chanting Benharak prayers. Under the hard eyes of Merovians, the Megas-led Genitors began preparations for the investigation. Did it just skip past it? Did I click too fast? Lordship, Magus Osilica sent you firearms also for efforts. A breakthrough. No, I think it just glitched. Okay, it didn't skip anything. A breakthrough, she says. I needn't worry when she didn't respond sooner. These scientists, you know, we saw them engrossed in their work. The significant thing you found is drovers prey on psychers. They are attracted to the warp activity areas. These creatures were probably created specifically to destroy anything that exhibits the warp activity. We can use this against them. Colonel Governor has sent several possible strategies, mobile units with psychers that are constantly on the move, and thus draw the drovers away from settlements, luring them to prepare positions in order to destroy them on a large scale, luring the drovers into remote, deserted regions. Smart. The group on an ancient world of Xeno world of bioweapons? No, that can't be. No. Even if it were, we brought him to the footsteps of Zarkov, your lordship. We are pious and in our hearts there is no room for no heresy. Need to know more about the Magus' research. Theory is that the interference of the evolution of the species of Zarkov has been confirmed. You know DLC stuff? Yeah, this is DLC stuff. I have only been doing DLC stuff for a majority of the time. Might not watch if yes. Bye, Fez. Thank you for hanging out for a bit. You know what? I'll message you on the Discord if I'm done with this, and then you can watch this weekend or something like that when I'm playing. I'll let you know when I'm finished with it, bud. Thank you for hanging out for a bit. Left or right? Left or right? What, Douglas? Theory about interference and evolution of the species is confirmed. In short, all flora and fauna bear the marks of an ancient genetech interference. The drovers possess some kind of psychic size sensitivity, though they are utterly warp inept themselves. The Magus theory is that the drovers were bred as a weapon against psychers to clean up and suppress the warp-infested areas. Based on the research, this also appears the present behavior of the drovers has nothing to do with the thinning of the veil between the real space and Immaterium. The mysterious signal irritates their nervous system, driving them into a rage. It is a means of controlling them. In theory, it is capable of more than just sending them into a frenzy, but so far the Deputus Mechanus is unable to uncover its secrets. The tech priests suppose that some sort of planetary security system was triggered, which riled up the local biosphere. You have any ideas? If we know where and when this thing will happen, we know how to lure it into a convenient location. There is nothing that can withstand the direct hit from the orbital lance, Lord Captain. Elentok, do not succumb to the mindless drive toward destruction inherent to your kind. I teach your servants many things, and they will disappear from the baiting zones long before the drovers appear. This will hone their skills and keep the world intact. Sigmund, I know psychers are dangerous, of course, but look at me. I'm hardly a waste of the ship's oxygen, am I? Psychers are more experienced, can tear through the veil of Immaterium with precision, like a Medicaid officer opening a wound. Then the echoes attract the Xenos for a long time to come. And more town psychers? Well, I'm sure you can find one that used them in the Protectorate. Roulette. I gain people and security. I gain security and naval stuff at the cost of Floxton. I think I'm gonna go with your Let's. I like that a lot. What am I losing? Xenotech? Yeah, I don't want to make the plan any further. Perhaps your kind may yet one day learn to live in harmony with the world that's subjugated. Perhaps. I understand, your lordship. So we'll need to issue high-speed shuttles. Cartographers, forgive me. I will drop a list of equipment needed and organize its delivery later. For simple attempts, the Moravians develop a strategy of mobile diversionary units. They learn how to vanish from the planet where the suckers left the warp echo long before the drovers appeared, known as the Runners. These units become havens for foolhardy souls of Zerka. Man, I'm so happy that my roommate is disabled. I'm sorry. But also, crazy start to like a paragraph. Let's see how the rest of it goes. Which I know may sound messed up. Yeah. But he's partially deaf, so he has hearing aids. He gave me one of his old ones, so I use them to listen to music at work, and they're basically invisible. Honestly, I didn't even realize you could use like hearing aids for listening to music. That's kind of cool. But definitely a crazy way to start that paragraph still. Glad it worked out for you in the end, bud. Your lordship. This happens when you build a bunch of projects at once and then actually get a bunch of cutscenes. An urgent patch from Zarkov. Xenos ruins have been discovered near a small settlement on the lower levels. Scouts attempted to penetrate them, but were met by an enemy, terrifying iron Xenos. With long claws emerged from the dark halls, your soldiers valiantly repelled their assault until something unexpected occurred. Other iron Xenos appeared without claws, and instead of aiding their own kind, they began to slaughter them. The God protects, Lord Captain. He calls for vengeance from the fallen. Let Murov Regiment purge your world of the Xenos infestation. What do we know about the Xenos? They're clearly the same species. Actually, they resemble iron corpses covered in vile xenoglyphs. As for the differences, the creatures from the ruins possess long claws, fight the savage ferocity, and may the Holy Throne preserve us. The reports claim that these abominations flay the skin of their fallen midrivins and stretch it over their own metal bodies. That's fucking crazy. Those who oppose them are indifferent to human flesh. They fight with cold, calculated precision, inciting their foes from the distance with cumbersome energy weaponry. Usual situation. Xenos slaying Xenos. What do the rest of you think? What thinking is there to be done, Advatar? Xenos are the foes of Allfather, and we must deliver annihilation upon them. Whatever tree bore fruit of battle, we do not know if the victor will grow stronger afterwards. Let us fall upon them with all our fury. Yeah, it's gross outside. I'm not sure if actually I didn't go outside too much today, but like we weren't outside a good bit yesterday. And it was gross then too, so. I love summertime in the South. Striking at the right moment is a fine art, Diamond. The Undying One teaches us to wait and not to give an impulse. Let the Xenos beat each other up, and let the God Emperor's Tarot tell us when to do his will. Why risk your servants? I'm never listening to you. So we get a lot of stuff there. We lose people, we lose weapons. That's when we only lose Promethium. That's when we lose weapons and Promethium. We get a lot of Xenotech, get some Xeno artifacts, and some complacency. This one we get complacency, Xeno artifacts, Xenotech, and security. I like this one. Let the Xenos fight, then we shall wait for the God Emperor to reveal the right moment to strike Philistero. The Diamond will give us a sign the 32nd Regiment will strike. Yay, let's go. The orders are clear. I hope they are strong enough to swallow their rage and thirst for vengeance, long enough to fight for the God-cursed Xenos. Moravian revel in the enemy's war, placing bets on either side. The Xenos victors, however, bet the same fate after each skirmish, a surprise attack as soon as the last enemy had disappeared in the green flash of teleportation. Moravian had just been celebrating his windfall when a rain of fire down on the creature had been bet not 10 minutes before. The Lordship! Disaster. Rukov has again been overwhelmed by metal Xenos, draped in flesh. And this time there are more of them. Reports say the old lair of their ruins are growing as a strange green light. Full-scale invasion, Lord Captain. Those squads of runners managed to spot them in time, so settlements begin morning. God Emperor saved them and all. I order the Moravians to retreat from the fortified settlements, and hold the line to counterattack the first opportunity. Moravians should utilize their mobility and knowledge of Zorkov and the environment conditions. They must divide the enemy and destroy them in small groups. I mean, that sounds good. Have them move into a full-scale attack of the enemy. That sounds not great. I kind of like this one. Honestly, I'm surprised my ballistic skill is pretty low for that one. Athletics. Maneuver. Xenos may not know fatigue, but nor do they know a world they seek to conquer. The Moravians kept their distance, luring the enemy into the fragile roots, using the planet itself as weapon. The creatures may have once ruled the planet, but their new masters have proved that time is long gone. Lord Captain, the Morav Regiment managed to push Xeno back to the lair in the ruins, but the battle in the ruins themselves was lost. Inside the teeming the clawed monsters, and they are led by a creature that can instantly regenerate others like it. However, there are no longer attempting to leave their unholy tomb, at least not for the moment. 3 strategies have now been proposed: creating an exclusion zone around the tomb, blowing up the ruins within, or setting the drovers on the Xenos lair. Can we just blast the tomb from orbit? Fortunately not, Lord Captain. The tomb is buried beneath the many layers of Xenos' root system, forming a solid shield. It will take us months to break through it, if it's even possible. Even if we were to succeed, the consequences of Kratos remains unpredictable due to the complex system of intertwined roots. Our creatures predict the massive collapse of the root structure. I require more details about these plans. Of course, Lord Captain. The first plan involves a small group of soldiers carrying high explosives. Their objective is to penetrate deep into the Xenos as much as possible and close to the energy source, and then blow it up along with themselves. Second option is to utilize the Maga's findings. Initial technical team will escort the Psychers deep into the tomb The psychic activity will draw the drovers. The group's chances of survival are minimal, but we do not know how effective the creatures will be against the Iron Dead, but how long they will remain in the tomb before leaving. Our third plan involves the creation of an exclusion zone and erecting observation ports. In short, leave the Xenos in the tomb alone, create a restricted area around it with the portions of the infrastructure allocated to the soldiers assigned to the permanent secret guard. There will be no casualties, but require a high level of secrecy so that humans and material resources transferred to the cage can be considered good as destroyed. I'm assembling a war council. Martin, do you have any suggestion? Interest in the ruins awakened in the first Xenos once already? We do not know what the consequences will be if we keep delving deeper and deeper. At minimum, we need to identify the enemy's weakness and find a way to eliminate them. I recommend creation of an isolation zone. This will limit the risk of the Kronos Expanse and give us time to study the enemy. Holy Orders. I'm just kind of leaning that way, but I don't really like siding with him. Lord Captain should already be steeped in black and red. There's no sense in increasing the saturation of hues. Hydrate. We will create a permanent warp lure inside the tomb, and then the drovers will simply never leave. Alright, we shall use good old-fashioned explosives that never failed humanity. That's a lot of rewards. That's a lot of rewards. Antium, weapons, and plasteel. Mechanisms and no attack. I don't want to side with the Inquisitor, but I kind of will. As a Lady Lordship, I will discuss the fate of the Watch with you another time, but you may consider a major step towards strengthening your relationships with the Inquisition. Oh, I fucking hate the Inquisition. Those who set off to serve the Watch were looked upon as the Walking Dead. Everyone knew that the Xenos attacked again. Their faces would be stretched out on their over metal bones. Someone shouted a Moravian motto on their parting backs. A few voices called back, "No, atonement for the many." Hours become days. The Xenos show no activity. Eventually, the tomb of the Iron Skeletons fall silent, and the sickly green light went out. But no one disbanded the Watch. The men who served it became ghosts guarding the dead. You completed Zerkovian's Colony Chronicle. Let's go. Achievement unlocked. Jesus, that was such a long time. Now we have all this. How cool. Alright. Let's get a message. From my wife. Yeah. Talk about outside cat stuff. Alright. We're going to be ending the stream soon, so I don't want to go into exploring the thing. What I will do, though, because I'll have a little bit of time still before I need to leave to go do grocery shopping. Usually we'll be going for an hour later than this, but Thursdays, like we said, where we do our grocery shopping. But for the rest of the stream, for the next like 10 minutes or so, we're going to look at POB. I don't know if Ghazi's still floating around, but we're going to be POBing on Ghazi's POB real quick. So if you're here for Rogue Trader content, we're much done for the day. If you want to hang out anyway, feel free to hang out. We're going to be talking about this for a little bit, though. So this is Ghazi's current SSF play build. He found a Paradoxica in SSF and was like, I wonder if I could use this. And I was like, interesting, maybe. I love that it tells you there's an error that you're missing an anointment now. It's so fucking funny. So a couple of things that would have to happen, right? Obviously, you would need to get a good Paradoxica, so this would always depend on getting that. Immediately, the damage is going up, by the way. That's actually funny. So if you had one that penetrated and had attack speed, which is what it naturally falls into, the damage already goes up without changing anything else, Ghazi. So the one I was talking about we should aim for looks to be pretty good. Because that's the default is a Ellie Pen and then attack speed with that. Obviously the other version of attack speed with Blood Rage on kill probably would be a little bit more, but you have to like balance out Blood Rage. but at the same time, you are a Slayer, so Blood Rage is like a nothing thing to balance out kind of thing, right? So very, very cool. So this, we'll say this is what we would want to aim for. Other prefixes that would be decent. No. No other ones. Lily Pen. Okay. You could like obviously move this up and down for more damage. We're just going to leave it in the middle where it's at. So we'll say this here. Do you have any of the claw nodes? I think this is a claw node, right? So we have some claw masteries. We have one. We don't need the mastery. We just have one claw thing. So that's it. We just have that one thing. Okay, that's not bad. That's easy then. We can definitely do that. So this is crit chance with claws. This is attack speed with claws and like stealing power charges and stuff like that, which is not things that happen very often, but you know exists. But it's mostly just crit, and it looks like a little attack speed. I want to say this sword thing right here. This is sword, right? Is pretty close to that as far as like this is here's crit right here, right? This doesn't give attack speed though. This gives more of like blocking. So if you want to like dual wield and block with, you could do that. But sword mastery. So we also have these sword masteries down here. Like this is a crit one down this way. This right here gives you more hits and damage and ailments and a little bit more reach. I haven't taken off PT yet. Oh, so the crit doesn't even matter yet. This literally does nothing for you right now. Why'd you go here? this is actual nothing for you right now. This is all crit and crit multi. When should I? When this thing shows that you have green damage otherwise. So right now, do you have like power charges? What? Let me look at your stuff real quick. You have Assassin's Mark, so you'd likely have power charges at least when you slay someone. Not so much when you hit them, but when you're slaying. So you have power charges during mapping, but not all the time, right? So we can say, yeah, I suppose. That only puts you to 32%, which is not a lot. But it is enough to be better. Because see, this is all green now. Yeah, so 30% I think is usually where it's kind of okay, but honestly I usually aim for 50% crit chance before I switch over. But again, like this, you're not far off of doing it, right? So also, are you going here? Why do you have this 1 point? Did I put this here or did you do this? You do that at 1 point. Yeah, you don't have swords right now. This doesn't do anything for you. I was gonna go there. Got it. Yeah, so if we were to use swords, let me look at one-handed swords real quick. Wait, can I just look at one-handed swords specifically? Look at weapon slot 2 is where we're looking to replace. I said originally Rebuke the Vol, but I think that probably wouldn't be that good in the situation. So let me look at it real quick. Yeah, because all the flat damage doesn't really work for you, right? So not the super best thing. You probably just get like a random rare sword. Like I'm trying to think of unique swords one-handed that would be good, other than dual wield Paradoxicas. If you throw in another Paradoxica, you'd be even better. But obviously that's a bit of a risk thing, so probably just have to get a rare crafted one to be fine. So we'll look at that in a second as well. We'll put none here. Let's go craft. Well, let's change this around first. Claws off. Crit. If you want to go block, you can go block. You don't have to though. Here you can pick up things like Frenzy, or if you want to pick up increased crit chance with swords, but crit multi with swords goes down a little bit, but the crit chance makes your chance go up by 10%, so that's pretty large. And you only lose 20 crit multi, which is not the worst, especially considering you're right here and pick up the crit multi right here if you need to. So that's always an option. And then, like I said, first sword, you pretty much, I would assume, craft a similar thing that you do. Ooh, good point. Would we want a thrusting sword? Probably. Thrusting swords usually come with crit multi on it. Right here. in order to kill almost everything, since you can roll out everything. Depends on your build. I mean, some you can tank a lot more things in PoE 2. Like you can feel way tankier in PoE. Sorry, in PoE 1 than you can in PoE 2. PoE 2 you feel squishy even with like tanky stuff. You can get like your regeneration, your recuperation, your life steal or your life leech, all that kind of stuff. There's also movement abilities like frost blink, flame dash, that kind of stuff. So like if you're in a spot that's like dangerous, you just like frost blink away. If you're like in something that's going to explode, yeah. So you just frost blink out of the way instead of like a dodge roll. Usually, people have a movement skill that they rely on. Yeah, he's playing PoE 1 right now, trying it out. A movement skill that they rely on. So like shield. If you're doing daggers, you're doing double wand, which unfortunately flame dash might be the only one you can think of that can do with double wand. The shield charge requires a shield. Leap slam requires special weapons that are melee weapons for the most part. Whirling blades requires like daggers or claws. So like yeah, really I think it's only flame dash if you're dual wanding it as your main ability, a movement ability, and then you only frost blink if you like want the extra movement or you're in danger. The cool thing about frost blink is it's instant cast, so even if you're slowed down by like enfeeble curse like that, you'll still be instantly be able to cast it because there's no cast time to it. So like it's a good panic button to have frost blink. Okay. Anyway, so this already is showing you that you get damage increase putting this on here. Obviously, we don't have the other thing selected, but typical stuff that you would probably assume would be great would be the same stuff that you put on the other thing, which is just like damage with things. Does the damage on your here even matter? Oh wait, because it's lightning. Got it. That's why. So this doesn't show because it's not showing all 3 attacks at once. I was like, does this even matter? So physical damage doesn't really matter as much because you can't do physical damage with elemental hit. So you either want tri-elemental or you want elemental damage attacks plus 2 elemental. Which I imagine this is probably better than the tri-elemental, but maybe it's not. This gives 3,000. Sorry, what did this give? So this gives 4,000. This gives 3,000. So yeah, I think this is technically better on average. But for the sake of this, we'll just say tri-elemental. Just because that's what was on your claw, right? Actually, I don't remember what was on your claw. Yeah, so it's on your claw. And then we'll just I'm putting just the basics on there. We'll just put on low this, and then if you could get crit chance or something like that on there, then obviously bangarang. Crit chance, crit multi are your big winners. Being able to increase that thing up is super super good. But yeah, 4,000 DPS. So dual swords actually looks not bad. Your attack speed is probably lower than double claws. Claws have a faster attack rate, so 6 point. This is without the attack speed added, 6.73 versus 5.81. So your attack speed is a little bit lower, but your damage is technically better, I believe. So I think this is pretty viable. Does this also open up to where you can use close combat? Is close combat used on swords or no? What is close combat again? It has can only be used by swords. Okay, so you could use close combat here for big damage, which was earlier. I was like, oh, you use close combat with this build. So yeah, swords does open up. Who's PoE cooking? Ghazi's right now. I think if we get a good Paradoxica and you play this build in the private league, Ghazi, I think swords is a pretty viable way to go. I would lean towards swords, and swords has a lot of good stuff. Like you can get extra stuff here with like more reach, all that kind of stuff. The masteries are pretty decent as well. In case you want to do a couple of things there, there are lots of good like sword crit stuff like over here. The accuracy stuff as well. So it's not super far away from kind of what you're already into, right? And then just generic attack speed will help pay off for some stuff. Or like they have sword attack speed, I think, is over here as well. That's two-handed weapons. That's mace. There's also just generic. Over here is really good, by the way. There's also just generic crit chance for melee and crit multi for melee. So if you want to go into crit, like this wheel right here is really nice. But obviously, this all goes into: do you have a Paradoxica? If we don't have a Paradoxica, let's say we have two of these bad boys. You lose a good bit of damage, right? The double damage from here definitely carries a little bit, along with the penetration. You also don't have an invert mastery, questionably, anywhere. Like you didn't go here for the invert yet, or technically this is better for invert because it also it penetrates. Like this right here plus this invert is big damage for you. Also, if you have this, the reason you take this for people who are playing Ellie hit, not the cold. This cold stuff only applies to the cold damage of the attack, and the penetrate only applies to cold damage, right? But the main reason you take this is because you want the cold mastery for +1 level. Right here, because +1 level, Ellie hit scales most of its damage scales with levels and not actually with like the weapon based stuff. So you want to take this right here. Equilibrium helps though, removes the exposure elements. So this is exposure. This is not the same thing as invert. So you can invert and then also expose, essentially, I believe. Also, this isn't showing damage right here, but I think it's just misleading. Or maybe there's a configuration missing. I believe the way the math works for those who are looking at math in the game is it goes you invert the stuff and then any curses or exposures apply afterwards. So if they have 90 resistance, you're inverting to -90, then you're exposing to -25 of -90, and then you're cursing to minus whatever the curse is to the math. I think the invert happens before anything else takes effect, if I remember correctly. Invert. Let's see if I can pull it up. How does invert res calculation work? With exposure and curse. Here we go. Let's see what this person says. Yes, avoid exposure. The only thing that... Okay, so never mind. You don't want to do exposure then, if you want to invert. I lied. Pin works with inversion. I was saying I knew pin worked. I didn't know about exposure. Okay, so essentially, if you want to do invert, you don't do this. You do this if you don't do invert. But you'll get more out of invert, especially once you get invert the rules later, than you will with this. And you can penetrate once you invert. So the penetrate does work with invert. I remember right now, fancy. Yeah, so Rat's Nest Helmet or whatever it's called. Hell yeah. But yeah, so it's a choice you make. But I think the sort of thing works out pretty well. I think that, like I said, obviously you didn't hit the paradox that you wanted, but when we get a private league, if you end up playing the character and like we're farming and we get some paradoxicas and you want to try for one, I think it's a good way to get some cheap damage early. And you don't have to worry about crafting one weapon instead of crafting two weapons, which makes it a lot easier for you. All right. What were we saying? Yeah, invert doesn't work with exposure, but invert works with penetration. All right, what do we say? I don't know what y'all talking about right now, but I got a unique pair of boots and a wand, and I'm cooking boys. Ash collar. Ash collar is good in like Act 1. What boots did you get? I added somewhere. War crimes are okay. Now, Wanderlust is the best leveling boot. Wait, you're ruining your luck. Well, that's not, there's two. Wanderlust is good if you want the resistances. 7 League Step is best if you want movement speed. Other than that, it's just personal choice, I guess. Cool. But we got this done. We are gonna be ending the stream. Like I said, do y'all want to go anywhere? Probably not. I'm not gonna send y'all anywhere. I don't have time to do after raid talk with people, and I don't want to be rude and be like, I'm out of here. See you. You can go where you want. But thank you guys for hanging out today. Thank you for all the subs from my family and friends. I appreciate the 13 months of support. Like I said, usually we go to 6, but Thursday's a little bit different because I do need to go grocery shopping Nope, we're leaving. I have to go grocery shopping today, so we're going to do that and then prepare for the weekend and all that kinds of stuff. But tomorrow's Friday, so hopefully you guys had a great week, and hopefully you can hang out with me tomorrow. We're going to be continuing playing Road Trader until we're finished. As a reminder, the pinned message in the chat, Vibrator Playdate number 2 is upcoming, most likely going to be next Saturday, the 20th, not the 13th. So if you're interested in playing, make sure to fill out that first survey. It's gathering information about see what kind of games y'all are interested in playing, and then we'll have another survey to like lock down what 3 games we're actually going to play once we have all the suggestions in. So make sure to submit your ideas, even if you are unavailable. Maybe you're interested in seeing what's available. I want to play. Feel free to suggest things, all that kinds of stuff. But yeah, tomorrow we're playing more Road Trader. Gonna put Warframe 5 times. That's not a party game. But you can do it if you want to. It just won't get voted, I guess. You can't stop without our consent. It's illegal. Rip. But yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out today. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go shopping and buy some groceries and a lot of snacks, so I can take a little gummy later and to go num 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 eat all my snacks and then be like, why are all my snacks gone? But yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, your night, your evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'll catch you lovely people next time, hopefully. Wait, what the fuck is this? Is it PoE? Alright, that's PoE 2 stuff. That's not PoE 1 stuff. I don't care about that as much. You can watch that yourself. Put it in the Discord. All that kind of stuff. Alright, bye, chat. Bye. Alright, bye.